Görmedim aynı.
Good morning, everyone. We'll begin shortly. We are waiting for our participants to join the room.
ما микрофон ثلاث интернет соединение устойчивое.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin shortly. Please mute your microphones since we'll begin our sessions. I will only give rights to open the microphones to the speakers of the opening session. Otherwise, we kindly request or other participants or viewers to keep their microphones muted since there could be a cross sounds and that would affect our opening session. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome once again to our web conference, The Rise of Asian Geopolitics and Terrorism at the Threshold. We are happy to host you for 2 days. We wish we could do this conference vis-a-vis in Ankara, but since we all are in a pandemic for the last 1.5 years, we have done our first conference online. But we hope that our next conferences will be vis-a-vis. Let me begin by speaking a bit about ANKASAM. Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research is an Ankara-based think tank that incorporated by International Amity Cooperation and Strategy Research Association. Among its founders are Turkey's leading academics, experts, media professionals, and intellectuals. Having many experts and academicians who have strategic foresight, broad vision, and comprehensive analysis in social sciences, ANKASAM is a non-governmental organization pursuing a strong position in its region and internationally. Analyzing the economic, political, and social crisis in the international system and developing policies that include solutions for them are the priorities of ANKASAM. Based on this consciousness, ANKASAM assumes an important responsibility to identify, analyze, and offer necessary solutions to the risks and threats created by the power and competition-centered economic, political, and social crisis in the international system. ANKASAM's main field of activity is the geography of Asia within the scope of international relations. Having completed its restructuring process in 2020, ANKASAM has 4 regional institutes. They are AFPAC Institute, Asia Pacific Institute, Central Asia Institute, Russia Caucasia Institute. ANKASAM is ready for national, regional, and international joint studies and collaborations, primarily in the field of its institutes. With comprehensive analysis, articles, reports, and other works based on scientific procedures and objectivity, it also carries out seminars, brainstorms, panels, conferences, and engages in active cooperation with the media to help Turkey achieve a more active position regionally and globally. Within ANKASAM, internationally indexed two multilingual journals, the Journal of Regional Studies and Journal of International Crisis and Policy Research, are published primarily in Turkish, English, and Russian every 6 months since 2017. Analyzing the current events and offering powerful projections for the future, www.ankasam.org official site continues its activities in 3 languages, which are English, Turkish, and Russian. Intends to create a heart and mind bridge by bringing the perspective of experts from those geographies to Turkey and Turkey to them. Now I would like to give the speech, forward the speech to our president, Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, to officially open the conference and deliver his opening remarks. Professor, you have the microphone.
Thank you very much. Excellency, Professor Bilal Çekici, Vice President of International Organization of Turkic Culture. Excellency, Professor Darhan Hıdırali, the President of International Turkic Academy. Excellency, Dr. Ömer Kocaman, Deputy Secretary General of the Turkic Council. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all and formally open the conference. I would also like to thank my colleagues for realizing and making this conference is a reality. As such, we are delighted to have a rich and varied list of panelists and are ecstatic about bringing together valuable insights from around the globe. When a reading is made on the history of international relations, we see Asia as a region host to global geopolitics in which ancient civilizations were born. Humanity had its social, economic, and political transformations, and moreover, it is being a region until the modern era at the heart of world politics and global geopolitics. To this end, Asia once again evolved into a vital importance in the international system. In this context, it should be noted that Asia, beyond being just a geographical area, is a cradle of civilizations with the most ancient and richest cultural, political, and economic roots of humanity. However, with the beginning of the First World War, our geography, which has been a political, economic, cultural center of attraction for a prolonged period of human history, been positioned as the object of international politics due to both internal and external dynamics and global changes. This trend has continued until recent years. This positioning, rather than being a natural result of social, economic, and political dynamics, together with the influence of external actors, is a manifestation of Asia's inability to realize its potential, failure to use its ability, and to consume its energy into its own internal problems. Based on this determination, I am happy to express today that the actors in Asian geopolitics have started to activate their potential by self-criticism on the one hand, while on the other hand, international conjunctural and structural conditions keep promoting the old world to become the subject of international politics once again. However, while Asia has begun to take its place in the center of the international relations scan and the flares of historical opportunity more vivid than ever, the rising values have brought forth serious risks and threats. Being one of the central playgrounds of global competition, Asia, with its natural resources, young and dynamic demographic structure, and prominent features, such as the increase in production facilities, also have an important potential that can cause the structure of the global system to transform radically. The strategy of reviving ancient trade routes, such as Belt and Road, which has been put forward recently and accepted by most of the states of the region, are key to supplying security and welfare opportunities. But they also have the risk of turning the region into a global battleground that could accelerate proxy wars and the reactivate issues stemming from internal dynamics. And most notably, terrorism is at the top of these threats. As Ankara Center for Crisis and Political Research, ANKASAM, we are aware of the rising value of Asian geopolitics and the existence of opportunities, risks, and threats accordingly. We are honored to be presence of you and to organize the most comprehensive conference held in our country and region in recent years, with the participation of 83 individuals from 26 countries to discuss the capacity, potential problems, risks, and threats, and areas of cooperation of the region on an academic and intellectual basis. Our participants include executives from numerous international organizations, academic from the world's leading universities, respectful experts from the world's leading think tanks, and respectful retired diplomats and soldiers. In our conference titled The Rise of Asian Geopolitics and Terrorism at the Threshold Conference, which will last for 2 days and 12 sessions, issues of the region will be addressed in a wide area from strategy to security, economy to energy. Further, the fact that Asia is on the rise has been confirmed by the sheer number of participants from around the world. And in this respect, the high profile and the topics discussed in the sessions clearly reveal the importance of the conference. I believe that the papers that will be presented here will undoubtedly enrich the international relations literature, as well as prepare the ground for the formation of an academic and intellectual accumulation in regard to building new global geopolitics centered in Asia. I would like to complete my speech by expressing this belief and the rightful honor and happiness of being with you, and would like to express my gratitude to valuable participants, listeners, and press members who follow our program. Thank you very much for your interest and welcome again.
Thank you, Professor, for your influential speech. We are glad that we all are here. And thank you once again to being supportive in making this conference a reality. Now we will continue with the opening speeches. Next is Associate Professor Bilal Çakıcı, Vice President of the International Organization of Turkic Culture, Turksoy. Due to other commitments, they have not been available live. So they have sent us a video. We'll be sharing it now.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby wish you all welcome to this conference. Let me first of all congratulate ANKASAM for organizing such an power, and that therefore a strong cooperation among countries of the Caucasus, Central Asia and South Asia, which make up the heart of rising Asia, will be very beneficial to Asia as well as to the entire world. We are aware of the fact that this belief, which is at the very heart of the philosophy and mission statement of Turksoy, is the strongest argument against the thesis of the clash of civilizations. We all witness together that in these times of uncertainties we are experiencing, humanity needs cooperation rather than conflict, and that in this respect, there is an increasing need for cooperation and dialogue to be provided with the dimension of a cultural network. In other words, the need for strong writers, ideas, and messages has become more important than ever. Hence, making such events as the conference we are attending all together today all the more so vital and important. Indeed, it is in such events that major messages will be conveyed regarding the future of entire humanity. All participants present here today are true ambassadors, spokespersons of keys and intellectuals who have assumed this precious responsibility for the sake of the future of humanity. Hence, messages that intellectuals, scholars, and experts will be giving in these challenging times in which they must once again play their historical role will be a call upon entire humanity. I wish that along with new achievements, rising Asia brings about unity, peace of mind and prosperity to whole world, and greet you once again with my deepest respect and appreciation. Thank you for your interest and attention.
We thank Mr. Çakıcı for their speech, and we would now continue with Mr. Professor Darhan Hıdırali, the President of International Turkic Academy, TUESCO.
Teşekkür ederim. Sayın ANKASAM Başkanı Profesör Doktor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, kıymetli katılımcılar. Öncelikle bu konferansı düzenleyen ve bizi davet eden ANKASAM'a teşekkür eder. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Küresel Ekonomik ve Politik Merkez'in Asya'ya kaydığı bu dönemde konferansın konusu ve zamanlamasının çok isabetli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Tarihe baktığımızda Doğu ile Batı'nın, Asya ile Avrupa'nın birbiriyle etkileşiminde Avrasya'nın merkezindeki büyük bozkırda yaşayan Türklerin önemli rol oynadığı bellidir. Bu çerçevede Büyük Bozkır'la Güney Asya'nın etkileşimi antik dönemlere kadar götürülebilir. Milattan önceki 200. yüzyılda Güney Asya'da Sakaların güçlü devlet yaşamıştır. Daha sonra bugünkü Afganistan ve Pakistan'a göç etmek zorunda kalan Göçiler, Orta Asya ve Güney Asya'nın ortak mirası olan Kuşan İmparatorluğu'nu kurmuşlardır. 3. 9. yüzyıllarda Ahunların Hakanı Toraman tarafından Heftalit Devleti kurulmuştur. İslam medeniyeti kapsamında da Orta Asya ve Güney Asya'nın ortak kaderi paylaşmasında Gaznelilerin ve Delhi Sultanlığı'nın önemi büyüktür. Bu hanedanlar Hindistan'ın İslami kimliğinin güçlenmesinde ve nihayetinde bugünkü Pakistan'ın oluşmasında katkıda bulunduğu şüphesizdir. Bu süreç yine Bozkır'ın çocukları olan Babürlerle taçlanmıştır. Değerli katılımcılar, Türk dünyası ile Güney Asya'nın ne kadar birbirine bağlı olduğu bellidir. Dolayısıyla bölgenin istikrara ortak çabalarımıza bağlıdır. Biz Uluslararası Türk Akademisi olarak Türk dünyasının başta Pakistan olmak üzere Güney Asya ülkeleriyle işbirliğini desteklemekteyiz. Bu bağlamda 2020 yılında Pakistan yetkililerinin başta Cumhurbaşkanı olmak üzere Ebu Nasır el-Farabi'nin doğumunun 1150. yıl dönümünün kutlamalarına destek vermesi bize sevindirmiştir. Kutlamalar kapsamında 2020 Aralık ayında Pakistan'a yaptığım resmi ziyaret esnasında Türk dünyası ve Pakistan'ın birbirine ne kadar yakın olduklarına şahit oldum. Ve biz Pakistan'da bulunan Comstek Teşkilatı ile bir memorandum imzaladık. Pakistan topraklarında kök salmış hoşgörü kültürüyle Yesevi ve Yunus Emre geleneği arasında ne kadar benzerlik olduğunu, İslam dünyasının çağı yakalaması için çırpınan Pakistan'ın ulusal şairi Muhammed İkbal ile Farabi arasındaki uyumu ve Muhammed Ali Cinnah, Mustafa Kemal, Atatürk ve Elbaşı Nazarbayev arasındaki vizyon benzerliğini fark etmemek elde değildir. Pakistan'ın Karabağ meselesine desteği ayrıca takdire şayandır. Biz Comstek'le anlaşmamız üzerine Türk dünyasında Pakistan'ın ulusal şairi Muhammed İkbal ile ilgili forumlar düzenlemek üzere bir anlaşma sağladık ve inşallah bu süreç başlayacaktır. Aramızdaki bu benzerlikleri ön plana çıkardığımız ve onun temelinde işbirliğimizi geliştirdiğimiz durumda dönemimizin meydan okumalarına karşı durabiliriz diye düşünüyoruz. Bu düşüncelerle sözüme son verirken konferansın hayırlara vesile olmasını diler. Hepinize saygılar sunarım. Teşekkür ederim.
Dear, now it's translation. Dear honorable guests, dear President of ANKASAM, first of all, I would like to thank for inviting us to join this very nice conference. So, in the period when the center, a global and economic center of the world, is shifting from North Atlantic to Asia Pacific, the organization of this conference is very timely. So we as the Turkic world, we are also interested in the Asian affairs because during the whole history, the Turks who are located between Asia and Europe, between East and the West, played a very important role in interaction of these civilizations. So if we look through to the history, beginning from ancient times, from Scythians, from Punic Empire, and later during the Islamic period, the nomadic people of Central Asia affected all the states of Eurasia, both in the east, China, in the south, India, in the southwest, Iran, and in the west, Europe. So even these shortly look to the history give us the impression that Central Asia and South Asia related to each other with strong historical cultural ties. In 2020, I myself visited Pakistan during the celebration of Al-Farabi's, the great scholar of Islamic civilization anniversary, and witnessed how we share close cultural ties. And we signed several memorandums with Pakistani institutions. So I witnessed how our cultures, our worldviews are very close. So I want to say that the understanding of hospitality and tolerance of Ahmed Yesevi and Yunus Emre coincide with the understanding of tolerance, which is rooted in Pakistan. So here there is the similarity of views between Muhammad Iqbal and Abay and Ismail Gasprala in political terms, and the political leaders such as Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Atatürk, and Nazarbayev share similar views. So we believe that we can stand. We can win all the difficulties in this term if we are united, all Asian countries and especially Central Asia and South Asia. So ending my speech, I want to once again thank ANKASAM for inviting us to this conference, and I wish all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hidilari, for your influential speech. And we'll give the floor next to Dr. Ömer Kocaman, the Deputy Secretary General of the Turkic Council.
Assalamu alaikum, hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, dear participants, dear Professor Mehmet Seyfeddin Erol. I would like to inform that for some reason our esteemed Ömer Kocaman will not able to participate. I will make a speech on behalf of the Secretariat of the Turkic Council, Babur Tagayev, the Project Director of the Secretariat. It's a distinct pleasure to attend such an important international conference. First of all, I would like to express gratitude to the ANKASAM for organizing today's event. We are jointly considering a topical theme related to the foreign policy of the member states of the Turkic Council. The ongoing political process in the Asian region directly affect the activities of the organization. On the other hand, active political process and the growth of threats and challenges to security and stability make it necessary for cooperation in order to prevent the negative consequences. In turn, Turkic Council has prospects for development and expansion by strengthening collaboration with member states and the outside world. The fundamental basis of cooperation are laid down in the Nakhchivan Agreement, according to which the activities of the Turkic Council are aimed at strengthening mutual trust, friendship, and good neighborhood, and maintaining peace and security. Taking into account the need for integration and development of national economies, the member states are focused on creating favorable conditions for trade and investment, simplifying customs and transit procedures in order to gradually implement the free movement of goods, capital, services, and technologies. Another important area of the cooperation is the expansion of cooperation in the fields of science and technology, education, healthcare, culture, sports, tourism, support of youth, popularization of the great cultural and historical heritage of the Turkic peoples, strengthening the strategic directions of cooperation among member states will undoubtedly make the Turkic Council an authoritative and prestigious organization. As a result of our active cooperation of the Turkic Council, will be able to change the shape of the collaboration in the Asian region. Dear participants, it should be emphasized that during the 12 years of the organization's existence, there hasn't been a single crisis moment, political or economic problems with the Turkic Council. I would like to brief on the results achieved by the Turkic Council since its establishment. First, cooperation has been strengthened in the areas of health, transport, economy, trade, tourism, energy, youth, sports, and culture. Second, the accession of Uzbekistan and obtaining observer status by Hungary expanded the Turkic Council and gave new impetus to the development. Now, new countries expressed their intention to obtain observer status in the organization. Third, during the pandemic, member states demonstrated strong solidarity, consistently provided technical and humanitarian assistance, and shared their best practices and experiences in the fight against COVID. Fourth, the return of the territories of Karabakh and the restoration of historical justice by Azerbaijan not only strengthened the Turkic Council, but influenced the entire Turkic world as a factor of unification. Currently, the concept document, vision, to 2040 and strategy 2025 and being negotiated now. Collaboration in the areas of political, security, and military technical cooperation is also included. These documents provide promoting peace and stability, facilitating structured, systemized, and sustainable cooperation, supporting economic, social, and institutional reforms, thus contributing to building a more prosperous and resilient Turkic world. In the field of security, the first consultations were held in October 2020. The next meeting is expected to be held in Bishkek or in Tashkent at the level of the heads of international relevant ministries and departments. The main task of our security policy is to make the Turkey Council region as one of the safest regions through various formats of cooperation, consultation, and dialogue. Another task, we determined and establishing security cooperation formats including defense industry and military cooperation to address the emerging security challenges and threats in our region and beyond. At the same time, we intend to establish a network for cooperation and information sharing to combat the threat of radicalization, terrorism, and transnational crime efficiently. Distinguished members of the conference, we welcome the holding of such conference with the participants of academic circles and experts in international relations as a useful platform. In conclusion, I would like to express the hope of the Secretariat of the Turkic Council that in the coming decades, the Turkic Council states will become more politically cohesive and secure, economically integrated, and more interconnected in transport and communications, as well as more intensive in the promotion and popularization of the great cultural, historical heritage of the Turkic peoples. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Babaye, for your speech. I would like to once again thank everyone for all our speakers and our president for their good wishes about the conference. Before we conclude the opening session, I would like to give some information regarding our mission and vision as ANKASAM, and I would then speak about the schedule of the conference and the topics that will be handled within these 2 days. As ANKASAM, our mission and vision is to follow closely the developments in the international order determined by the constantly changing and developing dynamics, to be able to foresee the current global threats and risks in time, to develop and suggest solution strategies to prevent them, to provide accurate, clear, and practical information in meticulously carried out studies, to carry out studies in order to develop and advance the cooperation with the countries supporting global peace, stability, and prosperity, especially with the Asian countries regarding Turkey's relations, to be a coordination center based on scientific approach and objectivity in the development of a common strategic mind for peace and stability regionally and globally. In this regard, to conduct all kinds of communications and academic activities in order to develop and strengthen the political, economical, commercial, and cultural-based relations between the peoples of the other countries, non-governmental organizations, universities, media, think tank, and our country in the international arena. In addition to regional studies, to make an important contribution to Turkey's policy-making process regionally and internationally with culture, ethnicity, religion, economy, society, security, politics, and democracy, functional studies such as law and human rights through a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach. Our schedule will have 2 sessions today. We'll have 6 sessions today and 5 sessions tomorrow. Our next session will begin at 11 p.m. Turkish Standard Time, where Professor Celalettin Sencer İmer, the Senior Advisor of ANKASAM, will moderate the session. Along our speakers will be Assistant Professor Harinda Dange, Associate Professor Huma Bakay, Professor Shambhuram Simkada, and Dr. Pramod Jaiswal. And the topic of the session will be on the rising Asian geopolitics Our second session will begin at 12:15 and end at 14:55 Turkish Standard Time. The topic will be on global power struggles in Asia, where the session will be moderated by Professor Sertif Demir, who is a retired colonel from the Turkish Army and a professor at the University of Turkish Aeronautical Association. The session speakers will be Gulshat Yusufova and Dr. Begenç Karayev, Niva Yu Zisan, Namrata Hajisa, Major General Muhammed Samrek Salik, Assistant Professor Mohammed Reyas, and Associate Professor Said Mohammed Abdullah Al Mamnun Chaudhry, Canan Mosai, and Tamara Kunanayakam. Our third session will begin at 4:15 and continue until 15:30 Turkish Standard Time on the topic of regional problems, threats, and instability factors in Asia. The session will be chaired by Professor Cem Karadeli, and the speakers will be Dr. Zhang Yuzu, Associate Professor Saifuddin Ahmed, Dr. Mohammed Sayroni Rofi, Dr. Yasmin Sattar Binti Hamid Khan, and Senator Sehar Kamran. Our last fourth session will begin on 15:30 and end at 16:55, again Turkish Standard Time. And the topic will be radicalization and terror issues in the region. The session will be moderated by Professor Tayyar Arı, and the speakers will be Assistant Professor Kuram Iqbal, Dr. Mohammed Attar Javed, Professor Arshihan, and Shaukat Piracha. Fifth session will begin at 16:55 and end at 17:45. And the topic will be global competition in Eurasian geopolitics and its regional reflections. The session will be moderated by Professor Arshihan, and the speakers will be Dr. Edward Lemon, Bruce Panier, Rich Odzen, Dr. Satur Nagao, and Assistant Professor Hadza Min Fadli Robi. Our last session of the day will begin at 7:45 and end at 18:30. And the topic will be Caucasia-Caspian region in regards to energy transit security in emerging Asian geopolitics. The session will be moderated by Babak Rezvani, and the speakers will be Dr. Intigam Mamedov, Elkam Mehdiev, Ferhan Oral, and Dr. Emre Ozan. On the next day, which is tomorrow, we'll have, as I stated before, 5 sessions. Our first session will begin at 10:30 in the morning on the topic of bleeding wounds of Asia, Afghanistan, and Afghan peace talks. The session will be moderated by Mr. Khalid Timur, and the speakers will be Professor Mehmet Şükrü Güzel, Assistant Professor Ali Bilgin Varlık, Dr. Smutri Sipatnaik, Associate Professor Aşkın İnci Sökmen, and Dr. Mehmudul Hasan Han. Tomorrow, our second session will begin at 12:30, and the topic will be Afghan peace talks and Central Asia. The session will start at 12:30 and be moderated by Associate Professor Oktay Bingöl. The speakers will be Professor Shabir Ahmed, Assistant Professor Omar Sadr, Dr. Oybek Maktumov, Omar Samad, and Professor Sertif Demir. Our third session will begin at 14:30, and the topic will be security and the search for cooperation in Central Asia. The session will be moderated by Bahtigul Kalembekova, and the speakers will be Professor Ariel Gonzalez Lavagi, Bora Iyat, Dr. Kadri Kurmanbekovic Malikov, Zumabek Sadrobekov, Viktor Kipiani, Dr. Mehmet Şahin, and Assistant Professor Muminova Nargis Yakubnova. Our fourth session will begin at 16:45, and the topic will be A Common Future in Asia, Regional Cooperation Opportunities. The session will be chaired by Aydın Nurhan, who is also the senior advisor to the president of ANKASAM and a retired ambassador. And the speakers of the session will be Said Abrar Hussein, Farhat Asif, Assistant Professor Ariada Progoneti, Raffaello Pantucci, Timur Rahim Raktimov, and Dr. Yakubov Ildar Karasovic. And our last session tomorrow will begin, which is the closing session, will begin at 18 and at 19:30, where Professor Sencer İmer, Dr. Bahtigul Kalembekova, Associate Professor Oktay Bingöl, Dr. Esmira Jafarova, Dr. Davut Moradyan, and retired ambassador Aydın Nurhan will deliver their closing speeches and remarks regarding the conference. Having said that, I would also, on behalf of our president, thank everyone who have participated in the opening session, and also thank all the participants who have shown a tremendous participation to our conference with their applications and their questions to us. We would now give a small break before we start our first session, which will be chaired by Professor Sencer İmer. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our first session of the day in 10 minutes. You could also, I would like to also remind that you could watch this conference live on our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. You can find more detailed information about ANKASAM by visiting www.ankasam.org. Our social media links are available on our website. We will now give a small break and our session will begin at 11.
Can I ask you, I'm from India.
Yes.
I think that you should introduce yourself to us because we are only looking your face, but we don't know you and your name and your specialization. That would be very nice if possible.
Sure. My name is Sami Burgaz. I am the IT coordinator of ANKASAM. I have a bachelor's degree in international relations as well as a bachelor's degree in computer science. I have been working in ANKASAM since its inception, which dates back to 2016. And I'm glad that I'm part of this conference and able to run everything smoothly.
And from where did you do your graduation in international relations?
From Gazi University, which is also the same university that our president is a lecturer at.
I see, yeah. Yes, I'm very happy to see this program. It's well organized and because I have also a session after a few hours.
Sure. Well, we're all happy to host you all.
Yes.
Since we wish it would be better that if the session was carried out personally vis-a-vis, but since we all are living in a difficult times,
Yes,
we have a pandemic, but hopefully in future we'll have the opportunity to meet each other.
Yeah, it's okay. It's very nice. So I think you are conducting the program from Ankara.
Yes, we are conducting that program from Ankara.
Excuse me.
Yes.
We are the participants from Turkmenistan, and I'm Gulshat Yusupova and the senior lecturer Bilanch Karay, who are here, and we would like to know the exact time, because we have many students who are taking part in these lectures. Would like to know about exact time. Will you repeat? We are at the second session. Не слышно нам. Нет, мы не слышим.
I think your audio is off, so you switch on your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Your session will begin at 12:15 Turkish Standard Time, which is GMT +3.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. If there are other questions, I would be glad to answer them before I give the microphone to Professor Sencer Ömer, who will chair the first session.
It's okay, go ahead.
Sure. Mr. Ömer, you can begin your session.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this interesting conference. As you know, that is the rise of Asian geopolitics and the terrorism at the threshold. This conference is, I think, very important. Two items are here in discussion. One is the rise of the Asia geopolitics, of course, combined with the rise of power in Asia. And the second point is the terrorism, which is waiting to enter. It is already entered in the area. In this session, we have four important and successful speakers. These speakers I will introduce shortly. First speaker will be the Assistant Professor Harinda Vidanaje from Sri Lanka. He is head of the Department, Defense and Strategic Studies at the General Sir John Katawala Defense University. And very interesting item, which is here in discussion, is the speed of the militarization in the Indian Ocean and its consequences on small powers. I think this point is very, very important during the rising Asian geopolitics, and at the other hand, the militarization of the zone, and of course, small powers like Sri Lanka and others, they are thinking about that. Second speaker is from Pakistan, Associated Professor Huma Bakai. She is in Social Sciences and Liberal Arts Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, in Pakistan. And she will speak about the Asian geopolitics, the new Cold War period. You can see at the title even what she is going to treat. I think the terrorism and the Cold War are combined with each other, as we can see, before the real war is starting, but we don't hope. The last two speakers are from Nepal, also an important country between India and China. It is also a medium country with roughly 30 million inhabitants, very important strategically. The third speaker is Professor Shambhuram Sinkata. He's the retired ambassador of Nepal in different countries and institutions. He had a lot of experience internationally, and also he has helped in his country's development politically. His item is Transforming 21st Century International Relations. East and West, is there a meeting point? The question is, can we solve the problem in the geopolitics between, say it clearly, United States-led West and United States, and China-led Asia? Can we solve this problem without any war? Is there a meeting point? I think this is also a very interesting contribution to the question of geopolitics and the politics internationally, which is coming in the future, next future. And the fourth speaker is Dr. Pramat Jaiswal, research director at the Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement. He is speaking also about South Asia in the rise of Asian geopolitics. With South Asia, we mean also the ASEAN countries, which are very important countries. Now, I am moderating this important session. That is an honor. And I think these four important speakers, they will contribute a lot to the questions what we are raising here. And these questions I can summarize in the following way. The world geopolitics is changing, or it is already changed. New power centers are becoming important. 19th century was a British century. The reason was clear, because this steam machine has been invented by the British, and also mass steel production. That means these two important instruments, which helped the industrialization of Great Britain and British Empire, become the world power, a power which was controlling whole world, starting from Canada, Australia, India, and South Asia. And the 20th century has become a United States-controlled world. The reason was United States has overtaken the industrialization from United Kingdom and developed. It is a big country, of course, used its natural resources and human resources, and become easily a second important country after Britain in the 19th century, and later this country became the dominating country in the 20th century. In between, of course, Germany in Europe has tried to get some role, but that was not successful, either in the First World War nor in the Second World War. Also, Japan, the ally of Germany at the time, was also not successful with this dominating theory. Now, 21st century has started. We are at the beginning of this 21st century, and China has become the second, at the moment, the second economical power in the world. But in reality, China is the first power, if you want. How I say this? The important term, national power, as you know, is a power to control the other countries, an hegemonial power. It is also, it is depending on different factors. For example, how big your area is, how much your population is, how developed your infrastructure is, roads and transformation and other possibilities. also economic structure of your country. In that case, how is the industry, how is the agriculture, how is the service sector, and your army, of course, with all the weapon types and nuclear or not nuclear, conventional, and also your leading system, and also the personalities who are leading these countries are also important, like people like leaders like Mustafa Kemal Atatürk or Gandhi or Mao. These are interesting, important examples. These persons have given to their countries also a national power. But there is a formula which is for me a dominant formula to see that. That is the formula of Wilhelm Fuchs. Wilhelm Fuchs have lived in Germany after the Second World War, 1967. He has developed a formula. He's originally a physics scientist, but he is also an international relations scientist. And he has overtaken these physical ideas to the international science. I think in the natural sciences and engineering sciences, we have the duty to make everything measurable. And if we cannot make something measurable, we say we know nothing about it. So in that case, Wilhelm Fuchs developed this interesting formula of national power. This formula is the following. National power is equal, like a physics scientist is formulating. Third power of the population times energy consumption of the country, total energy consumption of the country, times steel production of the country. That's all. You can ask me, of course, how it is possible. These a lot of factors which we have called before are given or demonstrated with these three important factors: population, energy consumption, and steel production. And I think if we make these calculations, we see that the 19th century, for the 19th century, this formula is valid, giving the reality. For the 20th century, it is giving also the reality. Now, in the 21st century, it is giving also the reality. Very interesting. And in that framework, we can say, for example, make a comparison, China is producing at circa 1 billion tons of steel. Comparable country, United States, as the power of the Western world, is producing only 80 million. That is less than 1/10. I tell you, the steel can be not eaten. You can use it for the infrastructure, for the building of the country, for the machines production, for weapons, and for everything. That means already China is an important industrial power in the world, number one. Second one in the steel production is Japan, but that is in other factors like population and like energy consumption, not in the same position. And if we look at the India, for example, India is also growing steel production. I think probably it can be at the moment more than Japan a little bit, but India's population is also growing. The third power is India, if you want, and is going to become probably overall even the United States, also like China has done it. In the energy consumption, that is, I think, very important factor, because what you produce in your factories and how you live is depending on the energy consumption, what you have. And in this point, China is consuming each year 3.3 black coal equivalent per capita and per year. and United States 10, that is the highest value. If you multiply it but with the population figures, you see China is consuming roughly 5 billion tons of coal units in 1 year, and United States, a second one, is only roughly 3 billion. You can see already after the formula of Fuchs, the position of China is over United States. And if we take the third root of the population, it is clear with 1.5 billion population of China and with only 330 million in United States. That means Wilhelm Fuchs formula says already China is the dominant country in the world. Second one is the United States. If we look at from the national income position, like the national income in netto values measured, not in the purchasing parity, we see it is roughly $21 billion in the United States and $17 billion in China. But China's growth of national income is much more than United States. That means we can calculate easily 2028 roughly. Also, the British Chatham House has calculated the same value. In 2028, China will have overruled this country. Now, after saying all them, look at the position of the terrorism in that case. Kissinger, Henry Kissinger, the famous international scientist and also previous foreign minister of United States, he said, we cannot stop the development of China as our competitor, but we can probably slow down. How we can slow down, that is the question. If you use terror as a weapon for the slowing down in different areas, especially in the Asian connection from China with the One Belt, One Road project, to stop it with every means, in that case, like the terror actions. I mean, this is a point. In that case, we have to see a rise at one side, and terror as a hybrid war means is a second aspect. That means that has to be calculated, that has to be discussed. And we, as the middle powers in the world, Turkey is also one of these middle powers, like the others. We are, of course, related with these terror activities. We see it around us, and these terror activities are also to see in Asia. That means that is a very big danger for all of us. In that case, this geopolitical discussion about which the speakers will speak, probably they will handle these points successively, also with the experience which they have from their country perspectives. So after this short introduction, I will, if the speakers are ready, to give them the word. Then the first speaker is Assistant Professor Harindra Vidanaje. He will speak from Sri Lanka. He will speak about the speed of militarization. That's one of the points, because the military powers are coming against each other. Speed of militarization in the Indian Ocean and its consequences on small powers, like I have raised the question now. If Professor Vidanaje is ready, he has the floor. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me clearly?
Please. Yes, please. I see you. Also, your nice flag behind you.
Right.
Behind you. I wish you success. You have, every speaker has 15 minutes.
Okay.
We have time, but if you allow me, I will warn you 5 minutes before, because you cannot probably follow the time. After 10 minutes, I will warn you, you have 5 minutes. Okay, Professor Vidanaje, you have the floor.
Right, thank you so much.
Militarization in the Indian Ocean and its consequences on small powers.
Right. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Chair. I should thank ANKASAM, Professor Mehmet, for the kind invitation. And it's good that small states or small powers, such as Sri Lanka and other South Asian countries, are represented in this forum. Because we have 15 minutes, I'll quickly go into the crux of the matter. So as the chair already pointed out, my topic is about military modernization, especially not the military modernization per se, but the speed of military modernization and its influence, impact on small states such as Sri Lanka in the context of the Indian Ocean. So to approach about the positionality of Sri Lanka, I take a dual approach. The dual approach is the fact that the external aspects as well as the internal aspects. So I'm talking about modern, current, contemporary Sri Lanka, which is a Sri Lanka which has emerged after the end of the brutal war on terrorism in 2009. So we are actually, this month of May is our commemoration of the end of the war. So it's our 12th anniversary this month. That's one fact. The other factor is that the external environment that Sri Lanka kind of engaged with while we were in the war has transformed dramatically in the last 10, 12 years. As the chair rightly pointed it out, among international relations scholars, there is still a debate and there is somewhat a confusion on what kind of a time, what kind of an era are we living in. So I remember in 2014, there was this idea of Professor Schweller saying we have entered the age of entropy. And there is, recently I saw an article which says we have reached an inflection point in the global order, as well as the time to reassess and recalibrate what kind of a timeline we are living in. So in that context, it shows that we are living in a timeline where the comfort of generational defining the time has gone, and we have entered a period where serious turbulence and transformations in global political and global political arena. So which means when there is a time of transformations, there is times of intense rivalries, competitions, and sometimes competitions increase to become rivalries, accelerate to become conflicts. So that is the time that we are living in. So that is a time that countries like small powers like Sri Lanka are very concerned about. And the second point, as I said, is a domestic point. Sri Lanka ended the war in 2009. One of the few countries in modern history to successfully defeat a very well organized terror outfit in the form of the LTT or the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, one of the most formidable fighting formations built around conventional as well as guerrilla war fighting capabilities. So for a small country like Sri Lanka, that was a great achievement. But I would say but 10 years, 12 years on from that point of view, I already feel we are feeling the heat of how the security, the threat environment has transformed domestically as well as in the globally. So this is the point I wanted to raise, because Sri Lanka 10, 12 years after the war, we faced certain internal political transformations as well. So, but the last 7 years, I would say from 2015 to 2019, and 2019 to 2021, there are two eras for me. That was the point where 2014, 2015 was the time where the region started changing, as well as there were certain global changes, mainly because the regional power, the regional hegemon, India's foreign policy, India's approach towards the world, to the region as well as the world changed pretty much with the rise of Prime Minister Modi and the political forces that brought Prime Minister Modi to power. So India's regional view also seriously changed. And I always say, with the emergence of the new administration, you saw you saw the breaking down of the Nehru-Gandhian glass wall that India always had. Irrespective of who was in power, India had a certain set of approaches towards the region as well as the world. But here you get a new prime minister who had a very different worldview, and who was very influential in trying to change India's neighborhood as well as India's interactions with the rest of the world, especially in Asia. And parallel to that, a year before that, you had in China the rise, the emergence of a new president, a chairman of the Communist Party who became the president, President Xi Jinping. So I think Sri Lanka is in a situation where we are, somewhat between the Modi and the Xi Jinping worldview, as well as then it's not just Modi, then you have the consistent interest of United States, actually, which has increased. You have the strategic interests of Australia, Japan, who have all kind of converged into the Indian Ocean. So Indian Ocean in the last 5 to 7 years has become one of the most intense early rival spaces of politics as well as spaces of global commons in the region. So Sri Lanka is sitting right in the middle of that. And we are, and for the first time after a long time, because we were more concerned about our internal security. We were addressing 30 years has been spent in fighting a guerrilla insurrection, not a terrorist organization. But when you succeeded, when you finish and started looking outward, suddenly we kind of have to confront a new reality of the regional and the global system. So for a small power like Sri Lanka, that is a significant challenge, because the way our policy outlook, the way we managed everything, it seems that already 12 years on, we seem to we are not as suited. The things that work for us may not be working for us in this particular context. So that is the policy, the ideological challenge. But the other part of the discussion I wanted to bring in is the fact that when such intense competitions arise among regional and great powers, one of the things that we always missed, because we always focused on things like maritime security, we focused on the big macro things, but I think what we really didn't kind of see coming was the fact that not just the competition, but the increased military modernization that followed it, right? So Sri Lanka, as a sovereign nation, after defeating terrorism, we needed to kind of really modernize, but there were certain economic challenges that we had to address. There were political challenges we have to address, but by that, when the time was passing, suddenly we are in a situation where India, if we just take the case of India has become one of the largest, one of the largest and fastest modernizing militaries in the region, right? So the defense acquisition, the defense agreements which India has entered into, and the acquisitions India has done, it's phenomenal. So for in a certain way, as a response to rising China, as a response to the strategic environment, we see countries like India spending so much of money on military modernization, and through that modernization, achieving capabilities that small states like Sri Lanka should be very worried about. I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing, but I'm trying to say it's a serious strategic challenge. So if you look at the numbers of defense agreements the India signed with the United States, the last the last of the four were completed early this year, which provides India with sensitive data, telemetry data, satellite data, which will make India's missile systems deadly accurate. It will provide India with serious pinpointing, targeting capabilities. And India's subsonic missile program, BrahMos program, has already come into fruition. India is looking at hypersonic weapons. There is automation across the board in the Indian military system. Already, Indian Air Force is looking at automated wingman systems, AI-based wingmans. So what I'm trying to tell you is, India is in that curve.
China is, investing so much of money and, research and developing weapons that would, the weaponization of the Indian Ocean would be, in the future, in about 10, 15 years, would be on weapon systems which will be based on stealth and speed, right? And for countries like Sri Lanka, we are still struggling, to modernize. Our military modernization has gone according to plan, but our modernization has been mostly towards the human resource factor. Our military, we have one of the most professional militaries on earth. We have developed our military professionalism, but when it comes to spending money on research and development and acquisition, right? Given the fact that we are a country recovering from a post-war scenario, we are seeing serious stalling, slowback. So we are so much depending on legacy platforms and legacy systems, which I feel is actually a major problem. Countries like it is not just limited to Sri Lanka, but in the context of this whole new geopolitical competition. Right, so it's a very interesting focus point when it comes to international relations studies and the analysis of powers of states, and especially capabilities of small states, because small state itself, the concept itself is a bit, it's controversial even among Sri Lankan scholars. When we say small states, some scholars take a huge offense towards the term. So what we basically means is about small powers, the asymmetry that we maintain with greater powers. So what I'm going to tell you is, with the increasing modernization and the speed of the modernization of regional powers, as well as the in the context of the ongoing rivalries in the Indian Ocean, is actually slowing us further down, and it's also creating serious spaces of dependencies, because already when you say a small power, it's an asymmetrical relationship. So I think, especially the last 2 years, I'm just trying to wrap up, coming towards the last part of my kind of presentation. The last 2 years for Sri Lanka, I call it the period of a strategic shock. Sri Lanka, after in 2019 we ended the war. 2009 we ended the war. 2019 we experienced a series of ISIL-inspired attacks, the so-called Easter Sunday attacks in Sri Lanka. No, nobody in Sri Lanka was expecting extremists to strike Sri Lanka, especially the radicalized extremes to strike Sri Lanka at that particular point, right? So that totally put us in shock. So I think that's the time, that's the particular year that the so-called strategic shock was, that we confronted with the strategic shock, and that continued with the bioshock of COVID-19. So in the last 2 years, the bioshock is generalized to most countries, but in combination, the last 2 years has further stalled our capabilities to kind of modernize, to project certain power capabilities, our maritime capabilities, our surveillance capabilities. But the contradiction is, despite COVID-19, right, the rivalry in the Indian Ocean is not slowing down. The expenditure is not slowing down, right? It's a puzzle, right? If you look at all the defense budgets and the acquisitions, countries from Japan to Australia, everybody who's involved in the Indian Ocean, the so-called Quad plus China, you see a massive increase in expenditure when countries like Sri Lanka, which was reeling from the war, rebuilding, re-hit by terrorism, re-hit by a bioshock of COVID-19, we are trying to survive, to stabilize, to kind of, so that's creating a massive strategic security deficit, right? So what I'm going to tell you is this whole conference is about rising Asian geopolitics. So I feel the rising Asian geopolitics is stifling small states, because the traditional mantra was that small states will benefit from the geopolitical contest. It will benefit if we choose a side, right? So which means the more it's more out of necessity rather than the norm.
So, for example, Sri Lanka's foreign policy since our new presidency came to power 2 years ago has been neutrality. We were part of the non-aligned bloc. We were a bedrock nation of non-alignment. The current president, he retrofitted that and brought out a new idea called neutrality, right? Neutrality is as a norm. But if you see the way things are going with Easter Sunday attacks, with COVID-19, the necessity would differ with the ideological premise of neutrality. So, but it's all because of the so-called Asian geopolitics. So that this speed, science, techno dimension. I want to. How many minutes do I have, Honorable Chair?
You have 3 minutes. Three minutes.
Yeah. So I would want to tie this up with what the chair actually mentioned at the beginning also about the change of leadership. So in the region, we have a change of leadership. All these leaders are also not slow people. They want things done fast. So that means India is changing very fast. China is changing very fast. Even countries like Japan, whose strategic orientation was subdued, you can see the acceleration. Even Indonesia, Australia. So for countries like Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka, maybe even Nepal, I think there are two honorable speakers from the country. They would reflect on that. We are we are not as benefiting as the theory says. Theoretically, yes, but because one major factor, because there are so many other factors, but I wanted in my presentation was about speed and technological transformation. So my point is, it's a little maybe in the periphery, but I thought it's important because we always bring out the other aspects of maritime security challenges. But technology, modernization, and speed is something we really need to consider when evaluating the consequences of the Asian geopolitical rivalry. So it will be a long-felt consequence for small states like Sri Lanka, where it will take a long time for us to adjust and to kind of, to stabilize. And when and I think the insecurity, as I said, I think I'm always saying we are trapped between the Brahmos and the Dongfengs. We are all so, and to make things more complicated, we have accelerated space programs, right? Space programs of both military and civil in nature, mostly which most of these countries are investing heavily on. And the final thing is automation, right? So automation. So where you have drone programs and I think Turkey is one of the is great is a great innovator in UAVs. So, but if you look at the Indian Ocean, in 10 to 20 years, it probably will be the test bed for all the more strategic UUVs, UAVs, and USVs. So I think if you look at all that calculus, countries like Sri Lanka would have to be very, very concerned about how we frame our defense, security, as well as maritime policies in the future, and how we do diplomacy as well, how we align that with our foreign policy. So, Chair, I think without going beyond my timeline, I tried to bring a very synthesized idea from the paper about what I wanted to present. So thank again, ANKASAM, Professor Mehmet, thank you for having me. Thanks for giving the island nation Sri Lanka the slot that it is, it deserves. Thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vidanaje. You have contributed a lot to the questions which have been raised before in my introduction. And I think small powers have their problems, of course. They must exist. And peace is very important. The question is how we can keep the peace and security in our countries. The main point. Thank you very much for your contribution. Our second speaker is coming from Pakistan, Professor Huma Bakai. If she is ready, She will speak also about the new Cold War period.
Miss Huma has informed us that due to some technical issues, she won't be able to participate in the session. We could proceed with our third speaker.
Okay. Then we come to the third speaker. These two speakers are coming from Nepal, and Professor Shambhu Ram Simkada, ambassador retired from Nepal. He will speak, I think, about the question, is there a meeting point? Transforming 21st century international relations, East and West, is there a meeting point? I think this is a question for which we are working, how peace can be held in these areas. I think his contribution will be very valuable because he's coming from the diplomatic practice. If he is there and available, Professor Simkada will have the floor. Is he there? Yes, Professor Simkada, welcome.
Yes,
welcome.
Yes.
Please, you have the floor
you.
with your interesting contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Transhuman contribution. Please.
Thank you, sir. Greetings from Nepal to all the participants and organizers. And I'm delighted to be participating in this conference. Now, I have taken a rather broader theme to try and focus on your very specific theme of the conference, partly because the rise of the Asian geopolitics, and of course this phenomena called terrorism, will partly depend on how what we understand in the proverbial East-West relations will move in the future. Because these are these byproducts of this set of relationships. So with this, let me begin to articulate what I mean by this topic, East and West, is there a meeting point? Mr. Chairman, Turkey, for me, is the most important crossroads of time and space, history, civilization, and today even ideologically and strategically in a very important place. And as a result, when you have taken this initiative, I chose this topic and start by this famous poem of Rudyard Kipling, where he says, "Oh, East is East, West is West, and never the twain shall meet." Because our understanding of international relation is partly based on our understanding of what this East-West relationship has been historically and is going to be in the future. But understanding Kipling, based on his often misquoted first line, without reading the other lines of the first stanza of the Ballad of East and West, is like concluding the inevitability of a war between two great nuclear powers of the 21st century based on what a scholar of contemporary international relations calls the Thucydides trap. Of course, we as students, scholars, and practitioners of international relations realize what Graham Allison, the former dean of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, is trying to convey by characterizing US-China relations today based on how two city-states of the 5th century BC found themselves going to war because they could not accommodate each other's national interests. And in the beginning, I heard you saying that for countries like ours, the most critical part of our discourse is how do we keep the peace. Mr. Chairman, history is important in understanding current international relations. But history's best part is its lessons. Forgetting it leads to what a historian so famously calls history repeats itself, first as a tragedy, then as a farce, unquote. This worry, repeating again and again what humanity keeps saying, keeps vowing, never again, examples of which are amidst us every day, has always motivated my own study, practice, teaching, and writing on international relations. Accordingly, at this seminar organized at the initiative of your good institution, I want to articulate these things. In doing so, I want to start by trying to enumerate 4 major global trends, or in fact, experiences and experiments, which have brought the world to this point and will shape the new world order. First is the rise of Europe after Westphalia and the Industrial Revolution, and the intellectual course they evolved based on values to regulate the acquisition and use of power, especially state power. Now, this helped sustain Europe's rise by exploiting the rest of the world. Europe's exercise of national power and wars within and exploitation of the rest of the world in turn resulted in 3 highly significant developments. 1, decline and subjugation of the 3 most ancient and advanced civilizations in Eurasia. 2nd, death and destructions of the 2 world wars as a result of violence within and beyond Europe, in turn created the conditions for Europe's own decline. And 3rd, these 2 phenomena transformed the European intellect primarily to move beyond the traditional exercise of national power, especially in the coming technological era. Now, that is what we see in the evolving European Union, trying to evolve a new paradigm in the acquisition and use of state power away from violence to a more rules and norm-based order, but under attack from power and state centrists on the one side, and Brussels under pressure of new developments. The EU today, in my view, is stuck in an intellectual traffic jam. Unless it can resolve the dilemma between what I call globalization of the physical aspects of the human enterprise, economics, environment, health, as we are seeing today in the pandemic, transborder trade and crime. But there is an opposite dynamics of what I call localization of politics and security along narrow ethno-cultural and territorial lines. Unless the European Union can resolve this dilemma, the European project of a vertical and horizontal evolution of the state system, and in some sense devolution, could stagnate and even retreat. Rising nationalism, populism, Brexit, are only examples. Now, the second global mega trend is the rise of the US, and this has been talked about a lot in this program, especially on the strength of its large size, favorable location, natural endowment, politics of individual liberty, contributing to innovation and advanced technology, and attraction and co-option of global talent. Especially in the post-Cold War world, the US has emerged as the unchallenged global superpower with dominance in virtually every aspect of the human endeavor: intellectual, ideological, economic, technological, and of course, military, like no other power in world history. This rise of the US is significant in many ways, but most notably in its zeal, in a way, the old European zeal to impose their will, to assert the superiority of its own political, economic, social, and strategic model on the power of its liberal democratic example when possible, but even with most illiberal use of its national and allied military power when Washington feels necessary. As an American scholar himself suggests, and I'm quoting him, the US will neither tolerate any challenger in its own region, nor allow the rise of a peer competitor elsewhere in the world. Now, the duality of the two approaches in dealing with what America sees as the other, combined with the national sense of exceptionalism, is reinforced and exacerbated by its powerful military industrial complexes. The culture of winning at any cost makes a paradoxical US. Liberal, progressive, tolerant, generous, dynamic, successful, inspiring, and globalist on one side, but fundamentalist, fearful, inward-looking, and divided on the other at the same time. Now, this duality creates an economic stress and political distress, vividly manifest in so many ways within as well as in its international relations. The post-Cold War, the post-World War, post-colonial resurgence of the exploited and subjugated parts of the world, primarily, as I mentioned, the three ancient and advanced civilizations all around Eurasia have woken up their past glory and comparative demographic advantages, but also frustrated by the relative underdevelopment and malgovernance. The Ottoman Arab Islamic world finds itself in the midst of the dilemma between its tradition and modernity. India is struggling among its secular, significant Islamic, and dominant Hindu culture to fit with liberal democratic politics. Modern China's socioeconomic transformation under the control of the Communist Party of China is the most consequential, not just for China, but the whole world. The reason being, some Western scholars were calling the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe and the fall of the former Soviet Union, the other superpower of the post-Cold War bipolar world, as the end of history. But some US scholars, Stanley Hoffman of Harvard as one of the most well-known, were warning not to celebrate prematurely, saying unless some of the distortions were corrected, the liberal democratic world too may encounter serious difficulties as the liberal internationalism is experiencing today. As this debate was going on in the rest of the world, communist China was starting to transform itself with Deng Xiaoping's socialism with Chinese characteristics, leading to where China is today, soon to be the largest economy in the world, and emerging as the other superpower. One may find many merits or faults in China today, but if right to life is the most important of all human rights, and poverty is the worst, its worst denials, China has moved forward a lot on both fronts. COVID-19 pandemic may have started in Wuhan, but China has been relatively more successful in preventing large numbers of its citizens from being its prey. Even the World Bank admits the Chinese miracle in lifting so many people out of poverty in such a short time. Now, is this experiment in economic and social transformation, in fact, a profound transformation, under the strict control of a centralized Communist Party, a sustainable proposition? This becomes even more relevant for two reasons. One is as China moves up the economic ladder from a traditionally agrarian manufacturing economy to a competitive service and knowledge-based economy. And secondly, China's earlier partners in progress.
Professor Simtada, you have probably some minutes. If you can come to a result, that will be fine.
Yes. Yeah, I thought we had 15 minutes, Mr. Chairman. Sustainable proposition. So, especially when some of its partners in progress, I mean China's partners in progress, now regard it their biggest technological and economic competitor, an ideological and strategic threat. Which way will the world move as these three mega trends converge and collide with each other in a globalized world? Inability to move beyond the old hegemonic and conflictual polarity as the only paradigm is reflected by the title of Graham Allison's book, Destined for War. But 21st century human mind with unlimited access to knowledge and communication can also learn from the past to evolve a new paradigm of cooperative but managed competitive plurality for the conduct of global interstate relations for the 20th century. How these three mega trends interface and interact will also depend on where major Eurasian powers decide to position themselves, take active sides, and in a way be collateral damages, be passive, or emerge as the meeting point of the East and the West. This, Mr. Chairman, will decide where the rise of geopolitics in Asian geopolitics, as well as this bizarre phenomena that we call terrorism. Of course, I have a completely different conceptualization of terrorism in the sense of its mind, money, and muscle, what I call the 3 M's of terrorism. But we don't have time for that. We can talk about it sometime later. So after this, let me conclude. After the death and devastations of the 2 world wars, to prevent the repeat of history, the UN was created. I've been very long time involved with it, and as a result, a great advocate of its ideals and principles, but a serious critique of its failings. So one of the things as part of the meeting point of the East and West is to strengthen, especially the major Eurasian powers, many representatives present here, to strengthen the UN. Talking of the 21st century, I'm reminded in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, of what Professor Edward O. Wilson, in the foreword of a book called Commonwealth by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, writes, and I'm quoting, "We, mankind, exist in a bizarre combination of Stone Age emotions, medieval beliefs and institutions, but God-like technology. That, in a nutshell, how we have lurched into the 21st century. This is what led me to start by reading Rudyard Kipling's first line, and I'd like to conclude by reading his 2 lines. But there is neither east nor west, border nor breed nor birth, when 2 strong men stand face to face, though they come from the ends of the earth. That, in a nutshell, is what challenges scholarship, leadership, and diplomacy of this era that we call the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and best wishes.
Thank you, Professor Simkada, for the interesting contribution, for all philosophical analysis also of the situation and what will come to us in the 21st century. Please let me also remember the important thinker of peace, Immanuel Kant of Germany. He has put in his famous work, How to Peace to Reach Forever, Perpetual Peace. This work is the basis also of the United Nations. But 150 years ago, it is explained by him. But I have to say, today, all the responsible people, including politicians, they are doing things against these principles, totally. That means we have to say that is the very important result of this contribution. The responsibility is parallel to the power of the country. The more you powerful, the more you are responsible for the keeping of peace. I think that is our main goal. That was and that will be even other centuries. Thank you. Now, our 4th speaker, also from Nepal, is Dr. Pramod Jaiswal. He will speak about South Asia in the rise of Asian geopolitics. He will especially treat the point South Asia in the Asian geopolitics. If he is available, Dr. Jaiswal, yes, he is available. Please, you have the floor, Dr. Jaiswal, with your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Aimer. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching us from, to all the distinguished speakers and participants of today's conference on the rise of Asian geopolitics and terrorism at a threshold. It is the first time I'm participating at a conference held in Ankara. Though it is virtual, I'm really excited and feel privileged. I'm very honored being with so many distinguished speakers. I just listened to Professor Samburam Simkada, Professor Harinda Bidanage, and many of my friends and seniors are participating. For example, I'll be listening to Nirmata, Dr. Satoru, Dr. Smriti, and many others. Hence, at the outset, I'd like to thank the organizer, ANKASAM, especially Professor Mehmet, President of ANKASAM, for the kind introduction, for the kind invitation. Before my remarks, I'd like to briefly introduce our institute, Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement, which is a think tank based in Kathmandu. Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement is an independent, apolitical, and non-partisan think tank which believes in freedom, democracy, and world free from conflict. We envision a world where sources of insecurity are identified and understood, conflicts are prevented or resolved, and peace is advocated. At NICE, we give a strong focus on research related to India and China, which are our immediate neighbors. We organize seminars, webinars these days, publish reports, books, commentaries, book reviews, and many others. We are organizing NICE Global Conclave on 25 to 27 June this year, which is our flagship event. I'd like to request all our distinguished speakers, experts, and scholars to contribute and engage with NICE. Today, I'll be speaking on South Asia in the Asian geopolitics. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all aware that the rise of Asia, like Asia ranks #1 among the region of the world in terms of size and population. It consists of around 60% population. The major economic powerhouse of the world are in Asia at the moment. With the Asian growth wave unfolding, Asia is stitching itself back together again. We can not only see the fundamental infrastructure connecting, but find countries truly integrating like never before in every corner of Asia, trading in energy, food, technology, and labor capital. Asians today trade much within the region than outside the region. With US-China trade war, it is going to further increase. In the 19th century, the world was Europeanized. In the 20th century, it was Americanized. And now it is very much in its way towards being Asianized. The global center of gravity is shifting towards Asia, relatively faster and instant than that of Europe and America. Within a single generation, the region's more than half of the world's population have climbed from low to middle income status. By 2040, it is likely to generate more than 50% world GDP and could account for nearly 40% of global consumption. Today, the region has an increasing global share of trade, capital, people knowledge, transport, culture, and resources. The issue of Asia's future potential has been a subject of discussion over many decades, but it is now that the assumptions have been realized. Parag Khanna, the author of the book, The Future is Asian, believes that we have entered an Asian century. The Asian century is far greater than just China or India or Japan, and the new Asian system taking shape in a multi-civilizational order, spanning Saudi Arabia to Japan, Russia to Australia, Turkey to Indonesia, linking 5 billion people through trade, finance, infrastructure, and diplomatic networks that together represent 40% of global GDP. Asia is rapidly returning to the centuries-old patterns of commerce, conflict, and cultural exchanges that thrived long before European colonization and American dominance as they seek to dominate in own future and collectively assert Asian interests around the world. Historian Agnes Madison believes that it is not the first Asian century. The region's growing cloud is a restoration, not a revolution. From a geographical point of view, the sub-region of Asia, South Asia, North Asia, Central Asia, East Asia, and West Asia have their own sphere in leading to this process of restoration. These sub-regions are an integral part of Asia transition as center of the international system. The size, vitality, economy, defense capabilities, political and security interests of the countries in Asia plays a major role. If you look at the economy and trade, Asia now accounts for around 1/3 of global trade in goods, up from about a quarter 10 years ago. Over roughly the same period, its share of global airline traveler has risen from 33% to 40%, and its share of capital flows has increased from 13% to 23%. These flows has fueled growth in Asian cities. The region is home to 21 of the world's 30 largest and the 4 of the 10 most visited cities of the world. And some of Asian lesser known cities like Yangon and Bikasai are now also on investors' radar. It is interesting to observe that it is not only the external FDI flows being channels into Asia, but the dynamic intra-regional network also driving process. Around 60% of Asian countries' total trade in goods occur within the region, facilitated by increasingly integrated Asian supply chains. Interregional funding and investment flows are also increasing, with more than 70% of Asian startup funded coming from within the region. Similarly, 74% Asian travel within Asia, which is helping to integrate the region as well. The economic dynamics has been changing, especially between the West Asia and East Asia, with a deeper integration between economies. There is a growing network of Middle Eastern and East Asian relationship. Trade between China and the Middle East increased by 600% from 2000 to 2014, within 14 years. largely driven by increasing energy demands. Similarly, Indian export to Gulf Cooperation Council countries has nearly doubled over the past decade. Going forward, it is clear both regions will increasingly look forward the other to achieve their strategic priorities. These relationships are now deepening and diversifying into new sectors, including technology, green energy, defense, and infrastructure development. The initiative with perhaps the most significant implication for East Asian Middle Eastern ties over the next decade, maybe China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. However, under the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India has also doubled down on engaging the Gulf region through its Think West policy. Asian multilateralism has also been a relatively recent development. However, the regional organization in Asia has played a vital role in bringing the region into the forefront in the international community. Some examples include BRICS, ASEAN, BIMSTEC, Mekong River Cooperation, Arab League, BBIM, IORA, and several others. If you look at security or military spending of Asia, which is a similar picture, the recent 2021 report of world military spending realized by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, shows that US followed by China and India make up to the total top three military spenders in the world. The military spending in Asia and Oceania is 22.5% higher in 2020 than in 2019, continuing on uninterrupted upward trend since 1989. This trend has been attributed primarily to increase in spending by China and India, which together account for 62% of total military expenditure in the region in 2020. Similarly, according to SIPRI, military expenditure database, China spent 252 billion, India 72.9 billion, Japan 49.1 billion, and South Korea 45.7 billion were among top 10 countries with the largest military spending in the world in 2020. Likewise, Singapore 10.9 billion, Indonesia 9.4 billion, and Thailand 7.3 billion were the largest spenders in Southeast Asia in 2020. They all increased their military spending in 2020. So we can see the recent change. In Southeast Asia too, the smaller powers are beginning to increase their military expenditures. Other countries such as Philippines and Indonesia have also increased their defense spending. Major portion of this expenditure is also spent on maintenance and modernization of nuclear weapons in these countries. Under the terms of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation, the region is a home of 2 nuclear states, that is Russia and China. Additionally, there are 5 nuclear arsenal producing countries: India, Pakistan, South Korea, Israel, and Iran. The presence of the nuclear weapons has made Asia a sensitive region and at the same time a center of many foreign policies. According to international campaign to abolish nuclear weapon in 2019, China spent 10.4 billion, India spent 2.3 billion, Israel spent 1 billion, North Korea spent 0.6 billion, Pakistan spent 1 billion, and Russia spent 8.5 billion on nuclear weapons. So Asia is the main region in the world where electricity generating capacity and significantly nuclear power are also being significantly used. As per the estimation of World Nuclear Association in Asia, there are about 135 operable nuclear power reactors, about 30 to 35 under construction, and a firm plan to build an additional 50 to 60. Many more are proposed. The greatest growth in nuclear generation is expected in China, followed by many Asian countries like Japan, India, South Korea, North Korea, Pakistan, Vietnam, and others. Similarly, in terms of technology, the rising tech trend in the region has changed Asia's technology market. Today, Asia is home of 50% of the world's internet users. Over the past decade, the region accounted for 52% of growth in global technology company revenues, 43% on startup funding, 51% on spending on research and development, and 87% on patent field, according to new research by the McKinsey Global Institute. The COVID-19 outbreak has accelerated many of the technological shifts that were already underway prior to the crisis. China, which homes to 26% of the world unicorns, startup values which are more than 1 billion or more, leads the way in tech entrepreneurship in Asia. though it still relies on foreign inputs in core technologies. Likewise, the advanced Asian countries like Japan and South Korea have large tech firms and a significant knowledge base, while other Asian nations provide growing market for the goods and services produced by Asian tech leaders. More than 90% of the world's smartphones are made in Asia. Similarly, Asian firms have capitalized on the region's well-developed infrastructure to establish themselves at the cutting edge of 5G development and deployment. Of the 5 countries that hold the majority of 5G plans, 4 are Asians. So we know where the future lies. Let me briefly talk about South Asia, which is a fulcrum to Asia. With the rise of Asia, South Asia...
Dr. Raiswal, you have 5 minutes more.
With the rise of Asia, South Asia has also emerged as a major player in international politics, and it is often mentioned as fulcrum to Asia or pivot to Asia. Its importance increased considerably after the end of the Cold War. South Asia amounts for 1/4 of the total population of the world. In a region which consists of Indian Ocean, the Himalayas, highest in the world, the Arabian Sea, and the Bay of Bengal. The region is also a nuclear flash zone, as it holds 2 of the nuclear countries, India and Pakistan, who are rival to each other. The people of the region, the people have all religions in the region: Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, Christianity, Sikh, and many others. As I come from Nepal, where we do not have, as I come from, let me briefly talk about where do Nepal situate itself in the Asian geopolitics. Well, Nepal, being a landlocked country between 2 Asian giants, India and China, has immense opportunities. On the contrary, Nepal also have to struggle a lot to face the complex geopolitical struggle, as both its neighbors have adversarial relations. Asia as a whole, and South Asia in particular, is engrossed with terrorism. Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, and Nepal in the past have heavily suffered. As per statistics from 2002 to 2019, the Middle East and North Africa suffered from the most terrorist attack, reaching more than 37,000 incidents as of 2019. Nearly the same number of attacks were recorded in South Asia, which amount to 37,154. The stop bombing in Sri Lanka is one of the recent acts. The transnational terrorism are equally rampant on the region, such as killing of journalists, hijacking of Indian Airlines, Flight 814, and many others. Firstly, Nepal has not suffered much like the other countries in the region from terrorism. We had a decade-long left-wing extremism raised by Maoists of Nepal, but it was some kind of political, so it was sorted out a decade ago. Saying that it is not true that Nepal is not vulnerable. Since India is vulnerable and we have open border with India, we're equally vulnerable to it. There have huge impact. These have huge impact on economies as well. The countries are working on national, regional, and global level. They raise these issues at regional and multilateral forums. The previous speaker have discussed in detail about South Asian terrorism, hence I'd like to end here and take questions if there are any. Once again, I'd like to thank the organizer for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaiswal, for your valuable informations about the development in South Asia, economically, defense industry, and in energy sector, especially the nuclear power stations, what you have dealt, and also about terrorism. The time was short, of course, for more explanations to go in the Nepal situation. Of course, the time was not enough for that. Thank you very much again for your valuable contribution. Now, I have a question to the organizers. We have a 4th speaker who could not participate from Pakistan, Professor Huma Bakai. Is she available, or can we finish our session with the last remarks? Can someone answer me from the
Yes,
organizers?
Mr. Professor Ömer. Sadly, she will not be able to participate today. We have reallocated her for tomorrow. We can proceed with closing remarks.
Okay. In that case, we have roughly some minutes before we finish this session. I will give for every speaker 1 minute probably about reflections about the other speakers probably. They will say something. Let us start with Professor Vidanaje. Can he say something as finishing remarks?
Are you not taking questions?
Yes, please.
Are you not taking questions from audience?
We don't take questions from the audience. There's no question and answers part of this session.
Okay.
Professor Vidanaje, can you say something as a closing remark?
Right. Thank you. I think I brought a policy perspective out for this particular presentation. I intentionally wanted to make it a little bit more policy heavy rather than take it as an academic route. So what I really wanted to bring out, as I think Dr. Jaiswal also kind of brought that out, how we imagine South Asia is quite transforming. And that's something that has happened parallel to the developments in the rise of Asian geopolitics. So this whole idea that this whole conference is about is actually locating the transformations of the region as well as the extra-regional space that makes up Asia. But for one major point that we always, as from a small state perspective, I always wanted to highlight is the fact that the thinking that we are South Asian is also transforming, is transcending actually. It's partly because one, the community of South Asia is not a strong identity. It's not, as well as some of the regional hegemons such as India. I think India does not want to feel South Asia. I mean, the strategic container called South Asia is expanding. So I think it's very fitting to bring South Asian countries into this conversation, but I think you have brought South Asian countries into this conversation when their own identities of being South Asia is in transition. So because of, and that is partly because of the rivalry is contributing to that as well. So I just want to bring that out as a summer point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vidanaje. Thank you. Now, Professor Simkada, if he's available for some closing remarks, if he wants to make, is he available? If not,
I think he has dropped from the connection.
He left. Okay, then Dr. Jaiswal, if he's available, he can make some closing remark also after Professor Vidanaje.
Professor, I have nothing to add. If you have any question, I'll be happy to address, but I don't have any.
There are no questions and answer session in this session. Okay, then we will close this session. But I will say, I think it was a successful session because the position of the small states and the position of the South Asia, especially also the philosophical analysis of the situation rising of Asia, and at the other hand, as the counterbalancing the terror actions, how we can keep the peace in that situation. That is our main goal. Developing is one area, but keeping peace is the most important thing. We do everything for the human beings, and important is the welfare distribution is not well. I think this is one of the important questions what we all have, not only the environmental policies, but also the wealth distribution among the people is, I think, very, very important point, including also in China. in that case, India. That is very important developments, what we can observe. And the centers of power are changing in the world. We have to see these change, and this change is bringing also some dangers with it. That means demilitarization and also the danger of wars, local wars, or a bigger war. And we have to try to hinder these. That is the main point, I think. Thank you very much for your participation and for your contributions. Thank you. We are closing this first session of this interesting conference.
Thank you, Professor Ömer. And we, on behalf of ANKASAM, I would also thank all the panelists in the first session. Now we will continue to our second session, which will be moderated by Professor Sertif Demir. Mr. Sertif, you have the floor, you have the microphone. The session is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much. Thanks for the head of the ANKASAM, Professor Mehmet Sebettin Erol, for his coordinating and conducting this international congress. So this is my first point. And secondly, I also would like to welcome all the guests and speakers attending this conference. I think that I got some input from the Professor Mehmet that the first, our session name is called Global Power Struggle in Asia. We are going to discuss this issue with 8 speakers. But I understand that the Gulshet Yusupova and Begenç Karaya, they are in hurry position and they want to present their topics. So are you there available, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I understand you are in some urgent issue. If you are ready, please go ahead with your presentation. We are going to listen to you.
So good day once again, dear participants of the conference. Thank you very much for invitation. We would like to express our sincere gratitude for taking a part at this conference. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that first session was very interesting and useful because our students also took part at the first session. And now my speech is about the Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality role in the Afghanistan peace process. So as we know, the neutral Turkmenistan, being an active participant in international formats for Afghanistan for a number of years, regularly takes steps to establish peace in Afghanistan. In this context, special attention was paid to the initiative for President of Turkmenistan about the readiness of our country to provide a political and diplomatic space to prepare for the establishment of peace process in neighboring Afghanistan. This offer needs to be considered seriously for a number of reasons. First, it's the inclusion of 8 countries: Afghanistan, Pakistan, Russia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Belgium. In the itinerary and tacit acknowledgement of the fact unipolarity in international politics is not a fully functional model. In order to create consensus, there is always the need to work together. Together with them, we also comprehend that in a complicated situation like Afghanistan, it's useful to create an incubator environment, a physical space where peace virtues can grow and mature without any interference. And the third reason is that Turkmenistan believes in the component parts of the economy and security cannot be treated in isolation. They are inseparable. Taking care of some aspects of economy or security while ignoring the others cannot lead to a satisfactory and long-lasting solution. Turkmenistan has demonstrated the adherence to this concept in particular terms, while repeatedly offering its physical space for Afghan dialogue, Turkmenistan has put into motion several processes for the economic uplift of Afghanistan. TAPI, gas pipeline, TAP electricity transmission network, Lapis Lazuli corridor, TAT railway line, and TAP fiber optic link, provision of energy and goods to Afghanistan at subsidized rates. The fourth reason is the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy in Central Asia is based in Ashgabat. This unique outpost of the United Nations has the capacity and resources to provide the technical and legal support if the inter-Afghan dialogue takes place in Turkmenistan. Peace in Afghanistan will benefit everyone. In fact, that it will unlock the development channels in the entire region. Diplomatic relations between Turkmenistan and neighboring Afghanistan was established on February 1992. Bilateral relations with Afghanistan, country which among the first countries recognized the independence and neutrality of Turkmenistan, had been enriched by extensive experience. Turkmenistan have a positive attitude to any news on conduct of several successive rounds of inter-Afghan negotiations. A number of negotiations which resulted in important agreements had been hosted in Turkmenistan. Within its neutral status has undertaken a number of efforts to promote peace in Afghanistan. And I would like to say that social and economic system in our country, that political relations between the two countries have been actively developing. As part of these activities, vital projects in oil and gas, transport, power and other fields have been implemented. So, and TAPI, which I already mentioned, gas pipeline is one of them. In Turkmenistan, the construction of TAPI gas pipeline is carried out rapidly. Now, in these days, Kabul hosts events dedicated to the launch of technical work on construction of TAPI pipeline segment within the territory of Afghanistan. On November 2017, Ashgabat, in Ashgabat had several international conferences connected with that. And I would like to say that this is the extensive of the Imam Nazar Akina railway connection that was also built by Turkmenistan. And Imam Nazar is the border on Turkmen side of the border between Turkmenistan and Afghanistan. The fiber optic link between Imam Nazar town of Turkmenistan to Akina town of Afghanistan, and the fiber optic link between Serhedabad city of Turkmenistan and Toronto city of Afghanistan. Power transmission line between the Turkmen city Kerki and the Afghan city Sheberan. All three projects that have been completed in short time are united by a common meaning and goal to give strong impulse and ensure long-term development of our countries, well-being and prosperity of Turkmen and Afghan people, assist expanded international cooperation, that mutual understanding, political and social stability. The implementation of given projects was the result of multi-year close and constructive Turkmen-Afghan cooperation. It's important not only from the perspective of socio-economic reestablishment of the country, but also from the prospect of regional economic integration. The railway line through almost 30 kilometers in length is important in several ways. It brings the physical presence of railway structure closer to the road of the proposed Pakistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan railway line. This is also the point for Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan railway line to veer upward toward Tajikistan. Additionally, it adds to the potential of the Lapis Lazuli corridor. It's a short railway line with enormous possibilities. And Turkmen-Afghanistan-Pakistan route aimed at the creation of infrastructure for the export and import of the electric power between the three countries. Thus, the electricity from Turkmenistan will be supplied to the number of cities of Afghanistan, in particular Mazar-e-Sharif, with further access to the cities of Pakistan. In order to increase the volume of electricity exports to Afghanistan, Turkmenistan carries out construction in additional power plants and facilities in Mari and Levab regions. On December 2015, it's important to mention that Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan had signed a memorandum on power energy. According to this document, the parties agreed on the promotion of transit exports of Turkmen electricity to Pakistan via Afghanistan, and some technical works are underway in this field. These two countries is a favorable geographical location can play essential role in the establishment of the trade and economic interrelations, and transport communication projects aimed at the creation of the transport corridors on direction north, south, east, west of the special importance. In this aspect, we can mention commissioning of the railway Atamrat Imam Nazar Akina on November 2016, which is a segment of the Asian International Railway Corridor. The partnership aimed at the developing transport and transit corridors, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, and also Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan. Has long-term nature that Turkmenistan and Afghanistan realized the fruitful cooperation in culture, education, and of course, healthcare within the framework of bilateral agreements. Hundreds of Afghan citizens study at the universities and secondary schools of Turkmenistan. That Turkmenistan sent another humanitarian aid to the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan in the form of sets of medical equipment to combat the coronavirus pandemic. As is known, Turkmenistan actively participates in international actions aimed at maintaining peace, stability, and security in the region, committed to enduring the humanistic ideals, principles of good neighborliness and mutual assistance, and universal values. Turkmenistan is always ready to lend a helping hand to other states, in particular neighboring states, making an important contribution to the social economic development of fraternal Afghanistan through the regular comprehensive humanitarian assistance. This humanitarian act has become another vivid example of the inviolability of the traditions of friendship and good neighborliness. And here I would like to give the floor to our senior lecturer, to the candidate of philosophical sciences, to Mr. Bilen Saparch Karayev of the Institute of International Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So please, thank you very much, dear participants. Now, Mr. Bilen Karayev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome. I just want to highlight that we have the 10 minutes more to speak, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and dear friends. Let me greet you and present my report about neutrality foreign policy of Turkmenistan in the context of peace and regional security regarding to our region, especially positive role in the Afghanistan peace process. As now, the Central Asia region is rapidly drawn into the orbit of world processes. At the same time, it should be noted that the countries of the region are becoming not just participants, but also active subjects in the formation of the new format of dialogue. It should be emphasized that the very concept of Central Asia has several dimensions, especially highlighted in historical, political, and economic dimensions. Central Asia has historically always been associated with nomadic peoples inhabiting in its vast expanses and the Great Silk Road that acted as a place where convergent peoples, cultures, and ideas from the different parts of the Eurasian continent, Europe, the Middle East, South and East Asia. At the same time, Central Asia is known in the history of civilization as a space where large empires arose, which formed the political order and the dynamics of the geopolitical map of the world in the Middle Ages. In the political dimension of the region, the starting point is a historical fact that 1992, at the summit of Central Asian new independent states, proposed to abandon the definition of Central Asia and Kazakhstan in favor of the concept of Central Asia, covering all the 5 independent states of this region. The remaining of the former under Soviet region was a political decision which coincided with the concept of Central Asia adopted in the Western political science. In the economical dimension, Central Asia, a unique region of the planet, have a good prospects for the development, rich gas, natural resources, tourism, and other kinds of business. Also is a strategic link of on development of intercontinental transport and the communications corridors. Turkmenistan actively participates in consolidating joint efforts aimed at constructively solving regional problems. As the president of Turkmenistan notes, one of the main priorities of Turkmenistan foreign policy is to ensure regional peace, security, and sustainable development. Only two words about Afghanistan, because before reporter was very full explained that. I want to add some words. In that context, Turkmenistan pays special attention to Afghanistan, where its key importance is attached to achieving peace. Under the auspices of the United Nations, our country continue to act in favor of stabilizing the situation in the country through the political settlement to assist in the socio-economic reconstruction of Afghanistan. More than 10 years ago, President of Turkmenistan in the address at the 65th session of the United Nations General Assembly declared 5 priority positions respected Afghanistan that is still relevant today. Number 1, Turkmenistan directed us a settlement of the situation by negotiations and creating an atmosphere of national concord and reconciliation in the world. Number 2, Turkmenistan offered his help in training is under United Nations patronage and the programs of the Afghan personnel for management structures in the various sectors. Number 3, the paramount task is assisting Afghanistan in developing transport infrastructure, including automobile roads and the railway from Turkmenistan to Afghanistan, within a possibility in future extension on the Afghan territory. Number 4, Turkmenistan successfully developing energy projects, first directed at the construction of the Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India natural gas pipeline. That can have a great impact on development of Afghan economy. Number 5, Turkmenistan gradually increasing electric power supply to Afghanistan, as well as expanding our own energy infrastructure for the purpose of future installation and the networking on the Afghanistan. Today, Turkmenistan takes part in 75th session United Nations as Deputy Chairman of the United Nations General Assembly. Maintenance and the strengthening of universal and regional levels, peace, stability, and security are acquiring special importance in modern conditions and continues to remain the main issue of international agenda for the foreseeable future. Thank you for attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Karayev. I think I would like to thank for the Turkmenistan Minister of Affairs to send two distinctive persons to express their view about the Turkmenistan role in with Afghanistan and also in their role in the Central Asia. I also would like to highlight really, I'm very astonished with your presentation, how you want to improve your relation with Afghanistan and also the other region countries. I just would like to ask one small question, if possible. I do not want to question, I just want to make your comment. What do you think withdrawal of American forces and NATO forces from Afghanistan? What do you think about their withdrawal? Will it bring a stable situation in Afghanistan or more unstable situation in Afghanistan? I just want to hear some comment from your side, if possible.
As you know, this question is discussing now. And
no,
so all countries, first of all, neighbors, very interested the process of stabilization, the peacemaking in Afghanistan.
Yes.
And we will look what will be possibilities for strengthening a peace situation in Afghanistan.
Okay, thank you very much. I just would like to express that your national Jarmusch national clothes, they are very beautiful. I think your traditional clothes, the former speaker word.
She says thanks. That moment.
Yes, we are here. So thank you very much. So we are looking forward for your next conferences and other lectures. Well, with a great pleasure, we'll take part.
Okay, thank you very much for your attendance. We are very pleasure to host you in our conference.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much now for everything. Okay, as you know that we didn't discuss anything about the situation in Central Asia, in Asia also. As you know that the Asia is rising as a new hegemon. I think not new, China is rising as a new hegemon in the world, but the other countries, especially big countries, also participate in this dominance or this rising in the world. But the current issue that we are in the process of shifting power transformation, but we don't know at which phase of the shifting. This is the issue. Currently, America is still the most powerful country in economic, military, and also disposal of forces around the world. It has more than 100 military bases in the world, and no country has such capability to disperse forces in the world. So America still has the huge nuclear capacity, and America still has the country has the most innovation and technological innovation or producing technological innovation in the world in a 1 year. So thinking all of them, what we can see that the Asia is rising, but America is in declining position in currently. So according to the hegemonic stability theories, that when there is a power change, power shifting, there will be kind of the war or rivalry competitions. So, but what I can say in my opinion that in our world, the nations, in decline and nation or ascending, they are not able to conduct kind of war because this will be a detrimental issue for their national, I think, concern. Because currently nuclear powers can prevent such like the First World War or Second World War, a global war period. So this is my view, but I can say that Asia is rising. So we are going to see the other topics from the second speaker. If I mistakenly mispronounce your name, please correct me. I don't know speak your language. Nivayu Tuzyan. I think she is associate professor. Are you available, please? Yes, you are available.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, you are going to express as China and Russia's interests, convergence, and competition in Central Asia. Ma'am, floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you, organizer. Hello, colleagues. Today, it's lovely to join this conference to talk about Central Asia, because usually when you talk about Asia, we focus on East Asia and Southeast Asia, but not really looking at, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, these countries that some scholars refer to as the shadow of, the middle of the Eurasia continent. So I'm very happy to see colleagues from Turkmenistan who already gave wonderful details about the role of Turkmenistan in Afghanistan. Very happy to hear all the regional integration efforts that Turkmenistan has done. I am a resident researcher at the OSCE Academy since 2018. We are a education institute and research institute under the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. I myself work exclusively on China affairs in Central Asia and Afghanistan. And today I would like to discuss briefly about China and Russia's interest, convergence, and competition in this region. Well, first of all, we all know that Russia has a very strong presence and legacy in Central Asia, as these 5 countries were former Soviet states. But China's influence in this region is much more recent, only really in the past 30 years or so. Now, China's short-term interest in this region is quite straightforward. It is to contain the security problem in Xinjiang, which China calls it a 3 evils of the separatists led by ethnic minorities in Xinjiang. So China's short-term security interest towards Central Asia is to make sure that Central Asian countries are all supporting China in combating this effort. And this means disintegrating groups within Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, which have a large population of Uyghur and Dongan minorities. And this has been very successful, as we know, developments today. And China also has a long-term interest in Central Asia in the sense that the overall Chinese foreign policy is aimed at creating resilience when it comes to militarization against Taiwan. This is, as we know it, the core of Chinese foreign policy. Now, Central Asia comes into the picture because Central Asia as a landmass allowed China to build a land-based trade route so that China will no longer have to rely on the sea route for trade and energy. This land-based trade route currently goes through Kazakhstan towards Russia and reaching towards Northern and Central Europe. But China is also eyeing for a trade route through Kazakhstan and Caspian Sea, reaching Baku. And this development has been quite positive in the past few years, reaching towards the eastern side of Turkey as well, with the Baku, Tbilisi, and Kars railway. Now, in this past 30 years, China in Central Asia has undergone many initiatives to reorientate the region towards China instead of Russia. And these initiatives are from many angles. I already talked about the trade route that has been going on. This trade route is most supported by the railway. That is the China-Europe railway that goes through Kazakhstan and Russia at the moment. But like I said, it is currently underdeveloped through the Caspian Sea by ferry. Trade also is, China has also now become the main trade partner in Central Asia, taking over Russia, in the past decade. And trade, China has successfully reorientated Central Asian economies towards China, mainly through the plans of industrial transfer. And this means giving away older Chinese technology or targeted technologies in certain areas that Central Asian countries do not have. For example, Kazakhstan did not have plastic production factories until China brought it over. Same with aluminium processing. All of these industrial transfers allowed Central Asian economies to trade a lot more with China than Russia. Of course, apart from these industrial transfer in the sector of oil and gas, in the case of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, we can see that all of these countries transfer oil and gas to China more than Russia. Also, at the same time, this reorientation from Russia to China is also in the area of security. Ever since Chinese President Xi Jinping came to power in 2012, we have seen for the first time that Central Asia is now purchasing military weapons from China and not just Russia. Also, at the same time, the Chinese military has been conducting many trainings, many exchanges, and many levels of military exercises with the militaries of Central Asian states without the presence of Russia. Whereas before, these military exchanges with China were under the presence of Russia through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, these military trainings exercises now are done bilaterally. As well, in every single one of the Central Asian capitals, we see the presence of Chinese technologies. So the so-called smart city video cameras traffic system is all over Central Asian capitals. As well, on the social side, China gives many scholarships to Central Asian youth who find opportunities in China more attractive than Russia these days. Learning Chinese has become one of the most attractive options for younger Central Asians. These efforts have meant that many Central Asians who can consume media in Chinese language are also consuming China's narratives. And this also helps China to create a public support for its policies in Xinjiang. Now, China and Russia both have many interests that converge towards Central Asia. For example, most immediately, both China and Russia want stability for Central Asia. And the stability, regionally speaking, one of the most common mutual area where China and Russia cooperates in this region is tackling cybersecurity. Tackling cybersecurity here for China and Central Asia and Russia is aimed at targeting extreme Islam related terrorist activities. And this includes mutually targeting websites that operate in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And these are the areas that Russia and China both take very seriously and active through different multilateral and bilateral mechanisms. China and Russia also take non-traditional security issues very seriously in this region, primarily economic instability. Now, the economies of the Central Asian states are very sensitive to international issues, gas prices, and the stability of the Russian currency. And both China and Russia do economic initiatives through the different multilateral organizations that China and Russia led independently through the SCO and the Eurasian Economic Union. Economics is also one area where China and Russia, while work together to ensure economic stability for the region, is also an area where they compete. China and Russia compete in economics in this region to draw their own rules. Most immediately, Russia, through the Eurasian Economic Union, is establishing a tariffs union where all the products within this Eurasian Economic Union will have to go by Russia's set tariffs. And this initiative is to encourage Central Asian countries who are members of Eurasian Economic Union to not import so many Chinese products. And this has been rather effective in undermining the import-export industry of Kyrgyzstan, which it has relied on in the past 20 years. Russia and China also compete in the area of technology dominance. In the past 30 years, China's core technologies led by companies such as Huawei or TCE has gained large market share in the markets of Central Asian economies, in optic fiber, in basic telecommunication companies. All Chinese technology companies have very large stakes in the telecommunication and basic technology companies of these Central Asian countries. Apart from information technology, on technologies at the border is also an area that Russia and Chinese tech companies are competing. And also as well in the area of e-commerce, Chinese and Russian e-commerce companies are also highly competing for market share in Central Asia. Just 2 weeks ago, China's Uber killer, Didi, has entered Kazakhstan as steps to enter into the post-Soviet market. As well, China and Russia are also competing in the military realm. For many years, when China engaged in military exchanges and exercises with Central Asian countries, it is conducted in Russian. So many Chinese commanders used translators, but now China has set up many Confucius classrooms and Chinese language teaching within Kyrgyz military and Uzbek military to make sure that Central Asian commanders, some of them can also communicate in Chinese with Chinese commanders. As well, China in the past 5 years have been increasing military postures on its border with Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan as steps to ensure some presence along the border as America withdraw from Afghanistan. Overall, Russia and China have a very broad interest in this region. Many of them do align and they do cooperate. However, when it comes to setting the norms and setting the rules, China is actively competing with Russia in economics and also in language. This language diplomacy is thought in Beijing to be a very important tool in shifting the region more towards China and less dependence on Russia. Thank you for organizers today, and I look forward to learning from the rest of the speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that you timely finished your presentation. Still we have 2-3 minutes, I think, because I have time. I just want one comment issue. You told that Turkmenistan has started to teach their military people the language course. I think that, as you know, that China established one of the earliest civilizations in the world around the Yellow River, and this thing and China's ability is there is a huge ability of culture to merge other culture in itself. As you know, the Turkish threat or Turkish forces ruled China almost a millennium, mostly, generally. But China has, I think, melted all of them in their culture. So I think that this is one of the promising side of the Chinese culture to extend their culture in the world. I think this is the one issue. I also thank you very much for you because it is very, very fruitful and very important. You expressed some major points between the competition and also convergent issue between China and Russia in the regions. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very fruitful. I don't know, I can take from the other guests one question. If you want to ask, please, from other guests, you can ask one question to the guest.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course, please. I just can get one question.
Yes, the one question is that the presenter is working in the OSCE Institute. I just want to know what are the stakes of the Western European countries, especially Euro-Atlantic forces in Central Asia, vis-a-vis the interest of Russia and China. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Please, Ms. Ms. Yanhu?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Mr. Khan. First of all, I have to say that my views do not represent those of my employers. The stakes of Western organizations are a very clear. US is a member of my organization, the OSCE, and US for many years have bases in Central Asia, and currently is just moving out of Afghanistan. The stakes of Western institutions such as the OSCE, a European organization, is quite simple. The OSCE and European Union consider Central Asia as the broader neighborhood of Europe, and therefore the developments in these countries are of course of concern. Overall, the US right now and many of the Western-led economic initiatives in this region is focused on connecting to Central Asia and South Asia. So many transport initiatives are underway to allow cargo trucks to smoothly go between from Kazakhstan all the way through Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India, so that Central Asia can have easy access to the global trade via the ocean. So economic initiatives are important. And then of course, Central Asia is largely considered as an avenue for which to project stability towards Afghanistan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answering. Again, thank you. I will again repeat my thankful to you for your presentation. Now I'm coming to the next speaker, please. Namrata Hajia, available now, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Namrata Hajia will express China-Pakistan strategic nexus implication for India, and she is also working at research fellow with the Center for Chinese Analysis and Strategy. You have the 15 minutes. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Emir, for giving me this opportunity to speak at this international conference. And as you have already mentioned, I work for the Center for China Analysis and Strategy, which is based in New Delhi. And my main areas of focus is Chinese foreign policy, with particular interest to the China-Pakistan economic corridor. And I also work on the India-Taiwan relations. Thank you. So I'll start this is a working paper, and I would like to give a brief summary of what I'm going to write in the paper. So this paper basically analyzes the growing China-Pakistan nexus and the threats that India, how it raises threats to India. So their strategic and territorial interest have been cemented, of course, by the China-Pakistan economic corridor. With the flow of Chinese military power into Pakistan, China can straddle India with its armed forces present on our northern, eastern, and western borders. This not only raises, a probability of a two-front war for India, but it also positions China to actually play a role in Kashmir and the South Asian region. Both countries, therefore, when it comes to India, can be viewed as potential threats. And we need to keep in mind, especially, that since 2010, Pakistan is the only country with China has an all-weather strategic partnership. The relationship is also the only one described as the higher than the highest mountains, deeper than the deepest ocean, and sweeter than honey. The other country with which China has a special category of strategic partnership is, of course, Russia. And since 2015, the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, has actually brought China and Pakistan even closer. It was the first leg of Chinese President Xi Jinping's flagship project, which is the Belt and Road Initiative. And this is the first leg which actually started, which was operationalized, and it kind of knits China's economic development, and they also kind of fuse China and Pakistan's military capabilities. In this context, especially we have to look that since April 2015, when CPEC was announced, China's and especially its strategy towards India became more aggressive. And this newfound assertiveness of President Xi Jinping's foreign policy has meant that China's earlier practice of managing issues or setting them aside for being dealt with later has been discarded. So this assertiveness is apparent, especially as China's comprehensive and national strength grows. And from the onset of the Sino-US tensions, especially in 2018, we have seen that a visible, confident and willingly, China has become more confident and willing to actually confront the United States in pursuit of its national agenda. President Xi Jinping has called for rejuvenation of the great Chinese nation, and he has put this in his China dream. And I think that is very important, specifically when it comes to India, because the rejuvenation of the great Chinese nation actually impacts India more, and it impacts it directly because we have to understand that what it means. It means the recovery of territories that China lost through the imposition of unequal treaties by hostile foreign powers. So China has constantly refrained when it comes to commenting on India and China's border issues. And they always say that these are residual things that are left behind from history. And this is the narrative that they have always presented. But for India, the implication is that China is negotiating to recover Indian territories that it claims, namely Aksai Chin, Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim. And we have seen a growing rhetoric, especially coming from China when, we had the Doklam crisis in 2017. The Chinese language media, they, constantly wrote about that China can actually withdraw its support to the so-called state of Sikkim within India. And they have also said that they are going to restart supplying arms and armaments to the northeastern regions of India. So these things are very important. I feel as its national strength grows, China is becoming more aggressive on the border issues, and which are, of course, potential areas of conflict. So I think had India been alert to this, China's military aggression and the pressure it has put on India since May 2020 could have been avoided by India. So at China's 18th and 19th Party Congresses in 2012 and 2017, President Xi Jinping announced very ambitious goals for his countries. His declaration that by 2035, it would be made in China, and by 2049, China would actually either surpass the US or be at the same level as the US, and it will be a global pioneering power. I think but despite the mounting US pressure, especially after this announcement that he made in 2017, President Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party, they remain undeterred. Successive nationwide campaigns, of course, have been launched in China to infuse the people with nationalism, and reinforce party ideology and self-confidence to ensure CCP's monopoly on power. China's, of course, stress on self-reliance in the technology sector is well pronounced, and we all know it. And especially the 14th five-year plan and the 2035 documents that were released in March this year make it very obvious as to what China dream is. And of course, we can clearly see that China's ambitions, they far outweigh those of Pakistan's. Pakistan's interests are comparatively narrow when it comes to CPEC, because Pakistan looks at CPEC as an economic relief. But when it comes to China, China sees CPEC as a very strategic thing that they have under their armor. Pakistan's army, of course, has supported CPEC, and it indicates a very close collaboration with China's security and military establishment, which is why the opposition has been unable to dent it. It is because of the Pakistan's army's direct support to CPEC. Most of these projects are located in the Pakistani heartland, where the more conservative elements of the friction has been contained because of this constant support that the Pakistani army has given to the Chinese projects. But little enclaves of Chinese workers this is my personal opinion through my research, because In South Asia, all of us are very, when it comes to our religion, when it comes to the way we live, we are very conservative still. So the way we see, there have been incidents reported where there have been frictions between the Chinese workers who have been staying in China and with the conservative elements of Pakistan society. But it is also very clear that it is China that is setting the agenda for CPEC. It probably...
I'm sorry, you have the last 3 or 4 minutes, please.
Okay, so I'll basically try and conclude. Whatever I'm trying to say is that I think with close Sino-Pakistan ties in its diplomatic, economic, military, and nuclear fields, and the development of weapons system, which is fairly well documented. And there is also very clearly in the Chinese military literature, they have written that they are going to probably give their first aircraft carrier Liaoning to Pakistan. And they have started mentioning Gwadar as a logistic base. And Karachi, of course, has been a naval base for China for a long time. So if China mention of collaboration on submarines and unmanned underwater vessels, if China supplies these to Pakistan, they will be, of course, based in Gwadar, Karachi, and Jiwani. And this will increase India's vulnerability, especially the Western coast and the Arabian Sea. I think reflecting on official level thinking, China's military media in 2019 mentioned that China, like I mentioned, that it might sell its aircraft carrier Liaoning to Pakistan once it reaches the 4th aircraft carrier, which China has already started building. So I think China's efforts to isolate India, restrict its rise, and expand Chinese influence in the neighborhood will continue. India must, I think, expect to see an increased Sino-Pakistan collusion on issues like Kashmir, blocking its demand for the designation of persons like Masood Azhar, and the convergence of Sino-Pakistan interest on strategic and territorial issues. They point to an increased and enduring Chinese military pressure on India, as presently seen in Ladakh. I think China would well open hostilities to Pakistan, creating a true two-front war situation for India. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I just would like to highlight just one comment that thinking about all the neighboring area, every country has some problem with their neighborhoods. I think I am thinking that the best way all the countries to converge their disagreements. This is the essential, in my opinion. And by this way, we can establish a peace throughout the world. Thank you very much for your presentation, for a very fruitful, speaking. Now, I want to give the floor the Major General Mohammed Samre Salik. Please, sir, are you available there?
Mr. Demir, sadly, Major General Mohammed Samre Salik cannot attend the session. We could move on with the next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm coming to Assistant Professor Mohammed Reyes. Are you available? Yeah, you are available.
Yes,
I can see you. I think the Professor Reyes is from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at Alia University in India, and he's going to express his role of the soft power in the rise of Asian powerhouses, India and Afghanistan. Floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you can go ahead, please.
Before I start, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I am going to share a PPT presentation, so I'll just start the presentation in a few seconds.
Do you want to present your presentation?
Yes.
Please open it first. Open your presentation on the desktop, on the then later connect it. First, open your presentation.
Okay, there seems to be some issue, so I'll just read from my presentation, no problem.
So I think if you open first your presentation, then you can say that the join with there is a chat share screen. Press the share screen.
Yes, I am sharing the screen.
But do not forget, firstly open the your files at the desk or from the open it before share screen.
It's okay. I'm not using the PPT. I'll just
go ahead, please. Okay.
Yeah. So sorry for the confusion. Good afternoon and salam from India. As the chair introduced me, I'm Mohammad Riaz and I teach at Alia University. I'm currently also working at an ICSR sponsored project on stakes of India's soft power. And this presentation is part of that project. So this is the first time actually that I'll be speaking and presenting part of my project. And the topic of my presentation is role of soft power in the rise of Asian powerhouses, India in Afghanistan. As I am among the esteemed panel of speakers and also because of the paucity of time, I'm not going into theoretical definitions of power and soft power. Suffice it to say that the soft power of a state is defined by its ability to get preferred outcomes through the cooperative means of agenda setting, persuasion, and attraction, as distinct from hard power, which emanates from coercion and economic inducements. Now, we drive the common instruments of soft power for nation branding, include economic diplomacy, foreign development assistance, diaspora, public diplomacy, scholarships, academic exchanges, religious tourism, sports, cultural promotion, cinema, media broadcasting, and increasingly now in present world, social media. It needs to be pointed here that the use of cultural forms as a tool of soft power, or what is referred to as cultural diplomacy, to influence public opinions and to build goodwill among foreign nations is not a new phenomenon. What the Greeks were doing thousands of years ago, or when Mauryan rulers in India sent Buddhist sages to countries far and wide, the aim was very similar. Thus, although it was Joseph Nye who coined the term soft power at almost at the end of the Cold War, the use of social cultural capitals in diplomacy is an innate part of foreign relations for the time immemorial. Now, the dynamics of India's soft power, India has historical and cultural advantages when it comes to its relations and influences in foreign countries. Legacies of Hinduism and Buddhism bind India with its neighbors like Nepal, China, Bhutan, Tibet, countries in East Asia, and so on. Buddhism that way has been the biggest project of dissemination of Indian ideas. India's cultural linkages, hence, and its soft power assets are strongest among its neighbors, although there are some frictions, like say the China, as previous speaker was mentioning, and also with Pakistan, of course. India's unique syncretic culture also, and its Indian unique Islam have historical linkages with not just Pakistan, which was like part of one South Asia till 47, but also with Turkic Persian culture, and among countries on its west, from Pakistan to Persia, to Central Asia, till Morocco, we can say, and also in Europe and America, India generally enjoys a goodwill. Yoga, of course, has become a global phenomenon. So has Ayurvedic as an alternative form of medicine. Classical Indian music, dances like Bharatanatyam and Kathak have their own niche audience. UNESCO has declared more than 38 World Heritage Sites in India. This is like 6th in the world in terms of the maximum number of heritage sites in one country. Bollywood and Indian films in general, and Bollywood in particular, have been one of the single largest source of soft power. Bollywood, Indian films, Indian stars like Shah Rukh Khan, Amir Khan, Akshay Kumar, and many others have had their own audience and popularity in many countries, including in Turkey. In fact, when 2018 I visited Turkey, I was surprised to know how popular Amir Khan was there among a section of the people. In fact, films like PK, Dangal, Three Idiots appeal to the young people even in Turkey. In fact, when I visited Ankara, I saw a young couple getting pre-wedding shoot done in traditional Indian bridal dress. While India and Indians enjoy goodwill in most countries for a variety of reasons, as I mentioned, it cannot be, however, denied that the sudden interest in India among the policymakers, businessmen, and politicians have largely been after the 1992 economic liberalization, which opened Indian market to foreign investments and also provided a huge market and cheap labor, of course, to their goods. And now, besides films and culture, I mentioned earlier, if other tools of soft power of India, we can talk in the field of, say, education, institutes like IITs, IIMs, Indian Institute of Management, universities like Jawaharlal Nehru University, Jamia Millia, Vishwabharati University, which was started by Rabindranath Tagore, the Nobel laureate, and several other such educational institutions attract large number of foreign students. In the field of sports, similarly, particularly cricket and the Indian Premier League, one of the most, Indian Premier League can be compared to, say, English Premier League, one of the most famous Premier League of 2020 matches. Literature, similarly, Indian diaspora, and several others such in fields, India has generated a lot of positive talks across the world. It's largely non-interfering nature of foreign policy and practically no territorial ambitions beyond its borders. Of course, there are with our neighbors there are some territorial conflicts, but otherwise practically no territorial ambition beyond its border. India has maintained a non-interfering policy and a non-alignment policy, particularly during the Cold War, also helped India generate a lot of goodwill among many of these so-called third world countries or former colonies of Western powers. Interestingly, when it comes to foreign aids, instead of using the term foreign aid, India, foreign aid in a way denotes a kind of asymmetry, which India avoids generally and talks about development partnership. These also create a kind of level playing field. ICCR or Indian Council of Relations, something what Confucius Institute does for China or Yunus Emre Institute does for Turkey, ICCR has been doing same for India. Now, India and Afghanistan in particular, when we talk about India and Afghanistan, we need to remember that till 1947, India and Afghanistan shared borders. We were like neighbors. And that is why imagining India without Pakistan would be very difficult. It's like we share history, culture, civilization, almost everything. As the former President Hamid Karzai once mentioned, that India is a special friend. India, in fact, signed the Treaty of Peace and Friendship way back in 1950. I'm not going into details of India-Afghanistan relations, but suffice it to say that India has, New Delhi in particular, has always supported and had very cordial relations with whoever was in power in Kabul, whether it was monarchy under King Zahir Shah, after the coup, Daud Khan, or later the communist regime, or even the Mujahideen government. Only exception to this was 90s when Taliban was ruling, which India didn't recognize. Instead, they recognized the Northern Alliance government, like most countries in the world. Since 2002, India has been one of the first countries which opened diplomatic relations with Afghanistan. And since 2002, India promised $2 billion, which has now extended to $3 billion US development assistance program. More than 200 small and mega projects India has completed, which includes highways, transmission line, new parliament building, Salma Dam in Herat, a cricket stadium in Kandahar, medical centers, and so on and so forth. India, of course, has signed a strategic partnership also in 2011, but there have been some shortcomings to this particular treaty. I'll come to this in a bit. And also India gives a lot of scholarships, like the highest number of foreign students which comes to India are from Afghanistan. In fact, India gives 1,000 scholarships through ICCR and another 1,000 through different other schemes. And also there are several thousand students who come on self-financing or other schemes to study in India every year. All these have, of course, generated goodwill. There is medical tourism, there is cooperation in sports. As Afghanistan has started playing cricket, they don't still have the adequate sports infrastructure, and so India provides them ground to practice and all. So this is like the larger background on which I started this project. I wanted to understand how Afghans perceive. Generally, we talk that India and Afghanistan are friends, but we hardly have much data to talk or quantitative data to support this. So in 2019, under this project, I went to Afghanistan and I did a field study there, which is a mix of quantitative and qualitative study. But here I'm presenting the some of the data based on the survey I did. My sample was 321 people, and the survey questionnaire comprised 65 questions. Of these, in the map is not visible, but like say in 321 samples, 212 samples were collected from provinces in Balkh, Laghman, Kabul and Sagman, and then there were a few from different provinces. Of these 321 samples, 60% of the respondents were male and 40% of the respondents were female. Now, the graphs are not visible. I apologize for that, but when we compare, like say one of the questions which I asked was, how has been your experience when you visit India? And I must say that because of films and because they read and the kind of stories they hear, most people, like almost half of them, say that when they go to India, their expectations are never met, because the imagination they have of India is, of course, reality will never be the same as say what they see in films. They expect Indians to be dancing, to be to meet the film stars and all, which of course is not possible all the time. But when I ask them how has been their experience when you compare your visit to India to say other countries, and almost half of them have very positive rating for India. Bollywood, as I mentioned, has been a single biggest source of their entertainment. In Indian serials, just not the films, but Indian serials have been traditionally very popular. In recent years, Turkish Dezis are becoming popular, but they still have not been able to surpass the Indian serials. Interestingly, in India, Indian serials mainly cater to women. Like most of these serials are focused on their target audience is women. But same set of serials are popular even among men in Afghanistan. Because of the Indian films, many Afghans pick up the Hindustani or Urdu or Hindi, whatever language you say. They can, many of them can speak. At least they understand. About 60% of them have very positive view, of course, about India, and they understand the language. And many of them can even speak, and they agree that they picked up this language because through watching films. So what say a language course, more than a language course, the films are teaching them the Indian language. Because of the films, Indian, like I mentioned about Turkey, Indian dresses, especially among women, young girls, and Indian food are also becoming very popular among Afghans. Another question which I during my survey I asked was, USA or some of these Western countries also does a lot of investments, but generally they get a very negative approval.
Dear Mohammed, your microphone was muted. Could you please open it again?
Mohammed, we are not able to hear you, please.
Yeah.
Okay, now okay.
Okay, so I was saying that during my survey, one of the questions I asked was, if you compare say $2 billion foreign aid compared to say what US or many of these Western, Germany and other Western countries are investing in Afghanistan, it's a very minuscule amount. Still, the kind of positive rating that India gets is not even comparable to what, say, that kind of negative rating the USA or Western countries, so some of these Western countries get. And the responses were very interesting. 38% of the people say that India does not interfere in our politics. About 40% of them say that India does not have military presence there. So soft power clearly is winning there. And then, of course, there are people who say that we share history and we share culture and all those stuff. Besides films and cricket, they're like the fact that most of South Asians follow the Hanafi fiqh of Islam, particularly the Devandi school. The Sufi and Khanka culture is also something which binds Afghans and all of South Asian, but Afghans and Indians, of course. These are some of the positives which help build a goodwill. And in that way, we can say that Afghanistan is clearly a soft power victory for India. Again, I'm not able to show you the graphs, but almost 77% of respondents view India as view India-Afghanistan relation very positively, 77%. About 55% of the Afghans see India as a friend, and only about 2.5% of Afghans see India as an enemy or as a spoiler, only 2.5%. Now, there are, however, limitations to this soft power. The 2011 strategic alliance, which I mentioned, India has been, although it signed the treaty, India has been reluctant to provide military aid. Although there have been several rounds of negotiations, the expectations that Kabul had, India couldn't fill those expectations when it came to military aid in particular, especially till 2014 when the former government was there in power. They were not very like forthcoming in providing military aid. After the change of power in 2014 in India, the present government has been more forthcoming and has provided few helicopters and other military aids. Of course, some of the Afghan soldiers and police forces are trained, have been getting training in India for very long. But in terms of, say, hardwares, in terms of, say, weapons, India has not really been forthcoming, the kind of expectations generally Afghan or Kabul administration had with India. So India there, while in Afghanistan is clearly a soft power victory. When it came to, say, hard power, India sort of was not very forthcoming in Kabul. And that had its also, in, say, strategic and political share of influence when it comes to negotiation with Taliban or the intra-Afghan peace talks, which is supposed to start in Istanbul, and earlier it has been going on in Qatar. India is somewhere in the margin. India is not really playing active role on the table. And one of the reasons being that India does not have direct channel of communication with Taliban. Taliban leaders have in past few years visited almost all the countries in surrounding Afghanistan except India, at least officially. India, when it comes to limitations of soft power, India in Afghanistan offers one of the best example. Soft power can help you generate a lot of goodwill and build a very positive image about your country. But if you continue with
Dr. Mohammed,
power,
we have 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
I'm just in my last slide. So, but when it comes to your soft power behavior, if without effective use of hard power, it can damage your otherwise very positive image, or you fail to get the aim of the soft power is to get decisions and to get positive influences. But if you don't have hard power in place as well, then you fail to get or yield the positive outcome. And hence one needs to have a right balance between what is termed as hard power and soft power, and what Joseph Nye termed as a smart power. I wanted to show you, end my presentation with the photograph of the house where Maulana Rumi was born, and which I visited in 2019, but unfortunately I couldn't share the presentation. So I thank once again the organizers and end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Reyes. We are very grateful to hear you from your, I think, the points about your soft power in Indian soft power in Afghanistan and in general. So I think that I just want to comment two issues. I have been in Afghanistan almost 10 years ago, between 2008 and 2009 in the ISAF headquarters. I was dealing with the training of the Afghan security forces. At that time, I saw the soft power, the countries, soft power of the countries in the region, in the country. I just want to highlight that I saw that especially the Japanese car, Toyota, was, I think, the famous car in Afghanistan because it's, I think, the durability and it's, I think, the no maintenance problem, I think, because of this issue. So I think that this is I saw that the Japanese was very strongful, I think, at their soft power, selling the Toyota cars in its cars. It can be van, truck, a huge car, taxi. It doesn't make any difference. All cars were Toyotas in this country. So I am saying that coming to your country in the soft power in the Afghanistan, when I was there, your country supported many projects, development project in Afghanistan, part of the assistance program designed by the United Nations. And I also add one more issue. You have also soft power in Turkey. When I was a child, we have many Indian films in Turkey. I just wanted to. So thank you very much for your presentation. And now I would like to pass another presentation. So Professor Abdullah Al-Mamun Şavdurki, I'm sorry for this pronunciation. Are you available, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm available.
Thank you very much. You are going to, I think, they express the Chinese hegemony in Asia, potential bargaining opportunity for Bangladesh, and you are working as a chairperson in the Department of International Relations, University of the Raji Hai in Bangladesh. Okay, floor is yours, please, sir. We are listening to you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chair of the session, Colonel Sertip Demir, and
just we have the two. No, we have two more. I think that including you, two more speakers. You have time up to 20 minutes.
Oh yeah. So due to the paucity of time, so I am going to start my thought sharing directly. It is approximately 4 hours. I am listening this program, and there are lots of diversified thoughts sharing here, and all of those thoughts are only based on the relation between India, Pakistan, and the Central Asia-centric thoughts, as well as the world across the USA and others, European nations. But now I would like to draw your attention on to a different region, South Asia and East Asia. And the new thought I will share with you that a small power, Bangladesh, how Bangladesh is now trying to pick to the world relations. And in my article, the hegemony, Chinese hegemony in Asia, bargaining opportunity for Bangladesh. So I am giving a brief discussion on this. So you see, so it is seemed to everybody from the historical point of view that the age of the world is now going towards the Asian century. You see, the Second World War was exhausted the European colonial powers and paved the way of American hegemony. Obviously, American century began with its booming economy as well as supremacy in the seas. However, the communist USSR challenged the capitalism but eventually lost its way in the 90s. One of the reasons of this success in Western world is the way NATO and Warsaw War was different. The deal between the US and other NATO members was flexible rather than that of Warsaw. It seems the forthcoming Asian century will be led by China, which is going to surpass the US economy by the next decade. Along with other internal and external challenges, China has already posed similar characteristics like Stalinized Russia. Therefore, the cases of Sri Lanka and Malaysia raised a distrust among the East Asian nations, which might change the Chinese policy to sustain its hegemony. It may exert opportunities for the smaller countries. In Asia, you see, China's major challenger is India. India needs the friendship of Bangladesh for the security of eastern border, the success of Millennium Development Goals, the smooth running of Sustainable Development Goal programs, a successful completion of Vision 2021, strong confidence over Vision 2041, as well as Delta Plan prescribed by Bangladesh, gained the strength of ignoring the influences of World Bank and other world actors, as well as other external actors. So you see, from the statistics I have shown in my main paper, here I am giving the conception that Bangladesh has already surpassed India and Pakistan in all socio-economic indicators. So Bangladesh is a small country having limited resources, but in comparison to the development of social and economic sector, Bangladesh is not similar to the giant economy, but within its limited economy, Bangladesh has already proved is a positive development towards the sustainable economy. And you see women empowerment in the socio-economic condition, in the communal harmony, and other social and economic sectors in the South Asia. So Bangladesh has proved already that Bangladesh is booming. So it is from the thought of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. You see everybody that in 1971, Bangladesh emerged as a new country in the world, and the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, then visioned that Bangladesh should be a country like the Switzerland of Asia. Switzerland of Asia. So in the constitution of Bangladesh, I added the foreign policy, friendship to all, malice to none. And long years we have practiced this foreign policy, and the recent development in the socio-economic sectors of Bangladesh. Bangladesh has proved that Bangladesh is a nice place for FDI and other investment. As you see, the next century is seemed as the Asian century. And if you think over like this way, that the next heartland of the world politics will be in the Asia, and then you will see that Bangladesh can be a buffer state between East and South Asia. So while the Bangladesh has already surpassed India and Pakistan in all socio-economic indicators I have already informed. With the PP economy, the plan for transforming land-based economy to blue economy with a larger number of young people are going to reduce Indian dominance over Bangladesh. So Bangladesh has potentials to become a bargaining agent as a buffer between South and East Asia. Let us analyze some factors, and I am sharing it just a bit. Let me share it. So, sir, you see, before explaining how Bangladesh is going to be a buffer country between East and South Asia, we just discuss on the challenges of China. You see, the China has potentials to be a hegemon in Asia, but it has internal and external challenges. And the most important internal challenges of China is a massive infrastructural challenges, aging population, environmental degradation, economic imbalance in domestic banking and real estate business. All these demerits has led to China to become hegemon in Asia, as well as the fight against or battle against other external actors in Asia. And as well as you see, external challenges, the Quad, UNCLOS, South China Sea conflict, rising distrust of Asian nations. You see, it is observed that the Quad, the forthcoming, it is not already have fully shaped what is going to become the Quad. but it is seen that the Quad is taking place like the NATO in the Pacific area. And NATO started from the North Atlantic, but now is the time the American is the allies try to make such kind of allies in the Pacific areas and Quad, and it is a great concern for China. And you see, the previous month, the Chinese foreign minister said that Bangladesh is asked to Bangladesh directly that Bangladesh might not join the Quad. And the Bangladesh foreign minister of Bangladesh already responded unofficially that Bangladesh has no desire to join the Quad or any other discussion yet not held. So intentionally China said this. This means that China also considered Bangladesh and has a concern that if Bangladesh join or other small countries joins or rally under Quad, the balance of power in South and East Asia will be hampered, and China will be threatened or feel insecure in this area to sustain its hegemony. And you see also China's initiative BRI, and it is seen that China is trying to shape its influence like Warsaw, and the BRI project is like that kind of focus. And the China ASEAN Framework Networks, United Front Work Department, and you also see the China has a different outlook, different from Russian, when the Russia engaged in Cold War against the USA. So United Front Work Department is a great concern for the world actors that China is trying to raise its pan-Chinese ethnic fraternity, and it would be a greater concern for not only the Asian phenomena but also the world security system. So now we want to discuss on India. What is the internal challenges of India? Mass poverty and weak healthcare, huge unemployment problem, rise of Hinduism and political division, massive infrastructural challenges. These are internal challenges of India. And external challenges, risk of BRI, border conflict with China, Pakistan, crisis in Kashmir and Nepal's China connection. So overcome these internal and external challenges, India has taken some initiatives and joined Quad. You see, after the Second World War in the Indian subcontinent, India and Pakistan locked in clash several times. And desperately, Pakistan tried to achieve parity with India by joining USA and its allies. But at that time, under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, India kept apart from any alliance, both from Warsaw or NATO. They followed the name. So India is now seemingly joined the Quad, and by enhancing the power of this Quad, he is trying to balance the power or reduce the strength of hegemon of China. And also India has Indo-Iran friendship, Indo-Afghanistan friendship, Indo-US friendship, Indo-Bangladesh war relations, which is giving it safety in the eastern borders. So all of this India's reaction, India's initiatives to withstand against Chinese hegemony. And you see, in my paper I have shown there is a bargaining opportunity for Bangladesh to take opportunity from India and from China to become a buffer state between the South Asia and East Asia. How Bangladesh can achieve this? In this picture you see, I have seen here the Bangladesh has the comparatively larger dominance from India, and you see the Bangladesh has already overcome the influences of the EU, World Bank, SARC, Quad, ASEAN, NAM. You see, when the Bangladesh is trying to wake up peep from his miserable economic condition, and the main strength of Bangladesh is service sector and R&D sector and the foreign remittance. The cheap labor of Bangladeshi people, and you see one most important thing for Bangladesh is that Bangladesh has a huge number of young people, and this human capital can be a greater asset for Bangladesh. And Bangladesh is actually a land-based economy, and now by resolving disputes with Myanmar and India in the Bay of Bengal, Bangladesh has achieved a huge area of blue sector, and Bangladesh is turning to the blue economy. And Bangladesh has already mastered in shipbuilding sector, and Bangladesh is trying to export in this sector. So, and you see, Bay of Bengal may be the alternative route of transit between east and west for the external actors to export, import energy through this way. So all the situation seems that Bangladesh has now become a country of communal harmony, a country of secularism, a country of sustainable democracy, and a country of systematic lucrative environment for the foreign investment. So all these shaped Bangladesh, appeal to the international community that Bangladesh can be a Switzerland of Asia. So that's why I want to draw your attention about the strength of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a foreign policy, is a friendship to all, malice to none. It is a strength of Bangladesh. And communal harmony. Bangladesh has a pluralistic society, and we have proved that we can control the terrorism here. You see, when Iraq war, Afghanistan war, Libya one were held, as a Muslim country, Bangladesh was also burdened with some terrorism. But the government of Bangladesh tactically reduced the possibility of terrorism, and Bangladesh has resolved the border disputes with India, and now Bangladesh is actually burdened with the Rohingya crisis. And it is not for Bangladesh to solve this problem. It is the duty of the international community to help Bangladesh come out from this Rohingya crisis. So Bangladesh has a policy of women empowerment. Bangladesh has RMG sector. We stand with USA's GSP withdrawal. Bangladesh has succeeded to build Podda Bridge and other internal infrastructural development without the help of international community. So Bangladesh economy has now the strength to withstand against the lack of international help. And Bangladesh now adopted a look-east and act-east policy to tame Indian and other dominance. Bangladesh developed relations with the Middle East countries against Pakistani propaganda. Japan has become Bangladesh's trusted development partners, and most lucrative thing is that Bangladesh has successfully held its GDP up to 7% for the last few years against the world's economic depression. So Bangladesh has become a model of controlling terrorism.
So you have less 4 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So you have seen the correlation, triangle correlation among Bangladesh, India, and China. You see Bangladesh and India relation. Bangladesh-India relation has historical connectivity, geographical position, economic necessity. And what is the Bangladesh-China connectivity? China needs Bangladesh for the balance of power, for the geopolitics, obviously also the economic necessity. And what is the relation between China and India? India always trying to ensure parity with China. On the other hand, China tries to ensure or sustain hegemonic competition. So this is the brief discussion about. So this is the brief discussion about. I share some data through which we can conclude on that. In the future, the heartland of the policy is shifting from Europe to Asia, and in the power struggle or other struggle within the Asia, you see within the next decade, China is going to be a hegemony power here, and his main rival is India. And as a adjacent country of the Bay of Bengal and the emerging importance of the Bay of Bengal, Bangladesh can be pipped and become buffer peaceful state between the hegemony competition between India and Pakistan, and that's all. And thank you very much to give me some time, valuable time to share my views with you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah. This is, I think, very important and very interesting topic for us. And you are explaining your country position between two powers, especially the China's position toward your country. Yeah, I understand your country is following the balance of power in the region between the big powers or major powers surrounding your country. Yeah, just I want to, I think this is the, I'm saying the medium scale countries policies generally, policy of this medium scale countries to follow against the big powers in an anarchic international environment. Because in a medium scale country, it's very hard for such country to compete with big power, major power, because its capacity, its resources, its power cannot be enough to compete with the big power. In my opinion, as expressed by the international relations scholars, that the best way to follow the balance of power in anarchic structure. So thank you very much for your presentations. And Professor Abdullah, I wish also success to your next academic career.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we have the last speaker, Canan Mozazzai. Okay, are you available, please?
Yes, Mr. Demir.
Thank you very much for having you in our conference. And you are as I am ambassador or co-founder and vice president, Heart of Asia Society, Afghanistan. And I also would like to thank you for you attending from Afghanistan, because I also stayed there 1 year in Afghanistan. And we are all together waiting to listen to you on the Afghan-Turkish relation, the Afghan peace process, and the Turkey's role in it. Sir, the floor is yours, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Demir, fellow participants. I'm grateful to this invitation from ANKASAM to participate in this august gathering and to say a few words about Afghan-Turkish relations. But to focus.
Sorry, just your time is 20 minutes. Do not. This is it. I just want to.
I can assure you that I will finish before 20 minutes.
Okay.
So thank you for that note. But I will mainly focus my remarks today, if I can, on the Afghan peace process and what role I believe Turkey can play in support to that process. Afghan-Turkish relations, as we all know, are historic, deep, and immensely close. And we can confidently call the Afghan-Turkish friendship a genuine friendship, where Afghans and Turks enjoy close affinity for each other and where they have literally fought for one another. Many Afghans shedding their blood at the Battle of Çanakkale, and thousands of Turkish soldiers and civilians contributing to the stability and development of Afghanistan over the past 20 years are just examples. Turkey continues to have a significant contingent of its armed forces in Afghanistan, providing security at Kabul International Airport and elsewhere. Turkish Airlines is one of a small number of international airlines with regular flights to Kabul, and Istanbul has now become a major hub for travel into and outside Afghanistan. Turkey has become a top destination for Afghan business people and investors over the past few years as well. And Turkey continues to provide important development assistance to the Afghan people. And obviously, we should not forget that Mevlana Rumi is a figure that binds the people of Afghanistan and Turkey in spirituality and also in culture and civilization. Given the time today, as I noted, I'll focus my remarks on the current situation in Afghanistan and the pursuit of a negotiated peace settlement and Turkey's role in that peace process. Afghanistan is going through a historic transition filled with significant risks and opportunities, all of it precipitated by the recent Biden administration decision in the US to withdraw from Afghanistan by September this year. Apart from the Afghan people, whose aspirations and needs must come first, but who continue to pay the highest cost in the ongoing war in Afghanistan, there are several key parties and sides to the war, as well as the efforts to make a parallel political process aimed at a negotiated settlement of the conflict work. These multiple sides are: one, the legitimate, internationally recognized Islamic Republic of Afghanistan government; two, the Taliban anti-government insurgent forces; three, countries in the region; four, and countries in the region include obviously Afghanistan's next door neighbors and extended neighbors; four, the US and its allies; and finally, five, the United Nations, which also has a key role to play. After 20 years of expensive military engagement in Afghanistan, which can be at best described, in my view, as inconclusive, the US has finally made the decision to completely withdraw its military from the country. And the United States, towards that end, signed the withdrawal agreement, which was masqueraded as a peace agreement with the Taliban in February 2020. In the process, not only sidelining the Afghan government, but also pressuring the government of Afghanistan into giving major one-sided concessions to the Taliban, including the release of thousands of Taliban prisoners held in the government prison system. The Afghan government is still struggling to make sense of the implications of the new scenario. It's making plans to prevent a new civil war and protect hard-built state institutions, including the Afghan armed forces, civilian and development institutions that have been built over the past 20 years. At the same time, it seems genuine, the Afghan government seems genuine in its intention to seek a negotiated peace agreement with the Taliban, including power sharing arrangements. On its part, the Taliban, who have tried to create regional and international legitimacy for itself following their February 2020 agreement with the US, feel particularly emboldened. By all accounts, while the group continues to display a facade of negotiating with the Afghan government, removing the current Afghan state system by force and replacing it with their emirate looks like their plan A. The fourth side, that is Afghanistan's immediate and near neighbors, many of whom have also had direct or indirect roles in the Afghan war, will all be affected by how the situation in Afghanistan turns out over the coming months and years. Especially with the looming US withdrawal, the region has a much more significant role to play in determining which direction Afghanistan will take in the months and years ahead. There is broad consensus across the region that a peaceful Afghanistan is in the interest of the entire region, both in terms of tackling the threats of terrorism, narcotics, and violent extremism, as well as many other threats, but also in the promotion of the shared vision of greater regional connectivity and economic integration. Many countries within the two non-Afghan sides, that is to say the region and the US and its allies, which are sometimes referred to as the international community, back different sides in Afghanistan. Sadly, the common thread that ties these sides today is discord and lack of consensus on the framework and manner of supporting the peace process. And obviously, this is at a time when these countries individually all voice strong support for the peace process in Afghanistan. But this is mainly because these various actors don't sufficiently trust each other. And the US efforts to rally regional consensus have so far not borne fruit. I see two main reasons why this US-led approach has not resulted in a successful outcome so far, at least on building regional consensus and support for peace in Afghanistan. First, the US chose to pursue a narrow, limited, so-called major power diplomatic approach on Afghanistan, mainly engaging Russia and China, plus Pakistan on its withdrawal and support to the intra-Afghan peace process. This so-called Troika Plus framework has not yet delivered any concrete results. Violence levels are steadily increasing across Afghanistan, and intra-Afghan talks remain stagnant. And one reason why this framework hasn't worked is because China and Russia never trusted the US and are still skeptical about long-term US intentions in and around Afghanistan. Secondly, the limited approach left out Afghanistan's other near and extended neighbors, with whom the US or other members of its Troika Plus framework didn't even talk about Afghanistan. Without the direct engagement of these other countries in the peace process through an inclusive and transparent regional framework, the idea of the region coalescing around a unified position in support of the peace process will most likely not work, and the region will continue to either enter a worsening proxy war or try to stay neutral. So given the sobering picture of the situation, the question is there any solution? The United Nations has an incredibly important role to play in identifying the principles and common denominators of a regional and international consensus in support for an Afghan peace settlement. The UN has recently been asked in this connection to play this role through potential mediation between the Afghan government and the Taliban to help jumpstart the intra-Afghan track. In addition, the UN has also been asked to take the lead on the international diplomatic effort aimed at regional consensus building. However, in my view, despite deep expertise and technical knowledge, the UN mission on Afghan peace right now is in its early stages, remains largely undefined, and has already fallen victim to big power mutual recriminations. Russia's and China's recent complaints about not getting consulted on the appointment of the exceptionally skilled and suitable personal envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations for Afghan peace is a case in point. The idea I want to propose here today, very briefly, which we have been promoting through our think tank, or at least discussing through our think tank, the Heart of Asia Society, based in Kabul, is that this critical element of the Afghan peace process, which is to say a unified regional consensus on support to an Afghan negotiated settlement, requires a regional champion that can work with all the diverse sides that have found it difficult to work with each other or are often at odds with one another. Obviously, Pakistan could have been that champion, given its outside role in the war in Afghanistan. However, the government of Pakistan, or more precisely, its military establishment, has decided to continue its policy of being a direct party to the war by continuing to host and support the Taliban position. The country that, in my view, meets the requirements for taking on this heavy task of helping build regional consensus, therefore, is Turkey. Turkey has excellent relations with the Afghan government. It can talk directly to the Taliban. It has a special relationship with Pakistan. Turkey has existing high-level diplomatic channels to Russia and China on regional matters, on important regional matters, including questions of peace and war. Turkey is taken seriously by Iran as a neighbor and regional power. Turkey is close to the Central Asian republics, which also have important roles in the peace process in Afghanistan. And Turkey is in the process of reviving or rebuilding or re-expanding its ties with major Arab powers, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and Turkey is a major Muslim power. In addition to all these attributes, Turkey also has the unique distinction of being a NATO member state, and therefore can lead and coordinate the alliance's support to the peace process. This is all to say that Turkey, reflecting its unparalleled role as a bridge between East and West, is perfectly placed to take the lead, the regional lead on the Afghan peace process. Other countries have played their roles and will continue to have important contributions to make in this still unfolding process. So I emphasize this point to say that no one country can monopolize or aim to dominate the peace process. Different countries have different roles. For example, the state of Qatar has already played a key role by hosting US Taliban talks, facilitating the launch of intra-Afghan negotiations last September, and continuing to host the negotiation teams of the Afghan government and the Taliban political office. The planned Afghan Peace Conference in Turkey, anticipated to take place in June this year, will be a rare opportunity to kickstart both currently stagnant tracks in the Afghan peace process, namely the intra-Afghan negotiations, and also regional consensus building. This conference is a major test and opportunity. It's a test of both the Taliban's sincerity to seek a negotiated settlement now that the Americans are on their way out. It will also be a test of the Afghan government's coherence and of the region's genuine support to the process. It's a significant opportunity for Turkey in particular to try to take a leading role in the peace process. Turkey fully supports peace in Afghanistan. This is evident to the people of Afghanistan, to the government of Afghanistan, even to the Taliban, has the convening power to bring the region and the international community together, and has shown this in action. Turkey, as many of us I'm sure remember, hosted the Istanbul conference or the Istanbul process in November of 2011 that brings together all of Afghanistan's neighbors and key regional countries as well as international stakeholders, including the United States, the European Union, the United Nations, and major regional organizations. That framework could easily be repurposed for the ongoing peace process. Lastly, I would be remiss if I don't point out the risk that the US withdrawal, which by all accounts should be completed by September this year at the latest, could be followed by a collapse of the political process, an intensification of the war, and an ascending danger of the spillover of the instability and insecurity in Afghanistan to the rest of the region. There is a historic legacy here as well that we have to remember. The last time a superpower disengaged from Afghanistan after a prolonged military intervention was when the Soviet Union withdrew in 1989, following 10 years of military engagement in Afghanistan. That transition failed for various reasons, resulting in a civil war and regional proxy war that devastated Afghanistan and gave rise to the Taliban movement, and that has played a role in blocking the implementation of the shared vision of regional connectivity through Afghanistan between Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and West Asia. We don't have time to go into that in any detail, obviously, in our session today. The context today also inside Afghanistan, around the region, and on the world stage is vastly different from that end of Cold War environment. So although the risk of a collapse of the political process is there, I continue to believe that a peaceful solution to the war in Afghanistan can start to be put together in the months ahead. The conditions are right. It requires intensive diplomatic engagement at the regional stage. And I believe that Turkey has a leading role to play in this effort. So I'll leave it there with those broad points, and I look forward to receiving feedback and comments and any questions from fellow conference participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation. Really, no one except you can praise Turkey in a such way. Really, I impressed by your presentation. Thank you very much. And also, I also be very happy that your understanding of the establishing peace in Afghanistan. I think that the peace is at your Afghan hands. When you are going to sustain peace by yourself, this will be your future of your country. You are going to keep the future of your country. So I just highlight that. So I am also working some papers about the Afghan peace and also NATO and American operation on the in Afghanistan, because I wrote some papers about this. In the future, I also will take some of your points in my papers. So,
I'll just briefly, Mr. Demir, because I think you're underlining an extremely important point, which is obviously the primary responsibility for the peace process lying with Afghans, both on the government side, but also on the Taliban side. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that, yeah.
If the government, as I mentioned, fails to cohere the different political forces under the umbrella of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, if they fail to cohere around a unified, united position on peace, to which they're getting very close, we must say, it will be very difficult to make the peace process work. Also, if the Taliban continue to be intransigent and don't engage the government in result-oriented negotiations, the peace process will not work. But there's also another reality, which is that countries in the region, including some of Afghanistan's neighbors, have a direct role in the war in Afghanistan. And so without the region, the entire region, coming together around a unified position of support to the political process, in other words, to the peace process, the war will likely escalate, and the spillover will not only bring increasing suffering and misery to the people of Afghanistan, because the war will be fought on Afghan territory, but it will also pose increasing dangers, real dangers to Afghanistan's next door and extended neighbors, from the flow of refugees, to the flow of drugs, to the proliferation of terrorist and extremist groups, and that will be in nobody's interest. So that's why the regional element is absolutely essential, and I believe that Turkey is probably the one country that's best placed to talk to and work with all the different countries in the region. And just one example is the United States is talking to China and Russia, and Pakistan, but it's not talking to Iran and India, for example. Saudi Arabia is not part of it. Turkey is not part of it. So you need a regional champion to bring everyone on the same page so that they can share their concerns, they can outline their red lines, they can share their views on the end state of the peace process, and hopefully reach a region-wide consensus on the common denominators and the principles of regional support for Afghan peace. So that's a critical element.
Excellence, thank you very much for your the last remarks. So I'm now again, we have the one more speaker, but unfortunately she was not able to attend because her, I think because of the internet connection problem in Sri Lanka, where she is currently located now. That's the problem. She was not attending. She is too sorry, and she still sent a message to us that she is too sorry, not able to hear, discuss the most important topics about the region. And she's going to send her papers for the final version in the proceedings that's going to be published by the Congress coordinators. So again, we also thank you for her for this kind of the message. Now, I think we discussed, I think a very important issue today in our sessions. We discussed the global power issues, I think in Asia. And I see that we have the representative from every country around in the regions, and they present their concern, their prospect, their challenge, and their position in the among the big powers or their internal problems like the Afghanistan and also their relation with Turkey. I think this was very fruitful international Congress that with attending very, I think, the distinguished academicians, scholars, and also the diplomats. I think this is very important. Now we have 4 more minutes. I would like to, I think, ask a question, not question. We have final remarks, final points of concern about your presentation, your general topics. So then we are going to finish our session. I think the guys from the Turkmenistan are not available. I understand. Jan and Tuda, Jan, do you have any comments, please? If you are available. Niba, Jan, I think she is not available. Namrata, are you there, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have final comments, please?
No, sir, not really.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Reyes, do you have any final comments, please? He's not available, I think. Are you there, please? Yeah, do you have final remarks or comments, please?
So not really final comments on my own presentation, but I wanted to just comment on Ambassador Mosazai, what he said. It was very interesting actually and related to the argument I was making that how India failed, while India built a lot of soft power, it failed to have the kind of relationship Turkey has, the special relation where it can influence not just Afghanistan, but have very positive, very good, healthy relations with, say, even Pakistan, and so can play larger political role compared to, say, India when it comes to political dynamics in Kabul. So I agree, and I don't know if he remembers, but in 2019 ACQ seminar, we met briefly.
Thank you very much for your final remarks. Professor Abdullah, do you have final remarks, please?
Yes, sir. I have to share one more thing that when we set for discussion to resolve the problems among the countries, we generally ignore the importance of the general people. So every talk, I think, I appeal to all, when we think of every negotiation, we just give stress, the better welfare for the huge population of that country. How can we ensure benefit or security or other facilities for the huge number of people, not the people of establishment? And thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Dear Ambassador, do you have any kind of remarks, please? Final remark.
I would just like to emphasize the sense of urgency that that has to be there around efforts related to the Afghan peace process, because the American withdrawal, delayed already from the 1st of May to the 11th of September of this year, is going to be completed in short order. And we have the next 3 months or so as an extremely important opportunity to try to put together the pieces of a peace process that will need more time, obviously, but that will change the momentum away from escalating violence, which is what is taking place right now in Afghanistan, to a momentum on the part of the political process, which will take us closer to a negotiated settlement between the Afghan government and the Taliban, but which will be fully supported by the region around Afghanistan. Because even if Afghans reach the perfect peace agreement between themselves, the government and the Taliban, but there's no regional consensus and support, it will not last a long time. So I would just underline the limited time that's there and the need for a real sense of urgency on the part of regional players.
Okay, thank you very much for, sir. So this is we have finished almost 2 hours about our topic. Seeing this opportunity, I would like to also thank for the conference coordinator and the head of the conference, Professor Mehmet Sebettin Erol, because his huge effort to allow us to come together and to give an opportunity, all of us, and to speak about the global all regional problems. So I am leaving now finishing our session. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Professor Demir. And we also thank all the panelists who gave comprehensive knowledge regarding power struggles in Asia. And that marks the end of our second session. We will begin now to our third session, which will be chaired by Professor Cem Karadeli. And the topic would be regional problems, threats, and instability in factors in Asia. Professor Karadeli, you have the floor. The mic is yours.
Okay, thank you kindly, Mr. Bugaz. Now, welcome to the meeting, which we'll have 5 very distinguished speakers, and I'll be chairing it. I'm Professor Cem Karadeli, as was told by my colleague from ANKASAM, and I'll be chairing the meeting with Dr. Jangui Zhao, Associate Professor Saifuddin Ahmed, Dr. Muharrem Siaroni Rafil, Dr. Yasmin Settar Binti Hamidan, and Senator Sahar Kamran. So, Dr. Zhao, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay, Dr. Zhao is the director of the Institute for Overseas Safety and Security, senior research fellow at the Center for Non-Traditional Security and Peaceful Development Studies at Zhejiang University, based in China. And he is also the executive director of Digital and Non-Traditional Security Research Institute under Zhejiang Association of Security Technology and Protection. So, Dr. Zhao, what will you present us today? Can we just also, may I just remind every speaker that they are limited with 10 minutes. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. And greetings from Dr. Zhou Zhang Gui, from, based at Hangzhou, China. Today, my topic title is about counterterrorism, collaboration, and the new challenges response in the post-COVID-19 environment. Could you hear me?
Yes, very good.
Okay. So the 2020 Global Terrorism Index, GTI, has found that the deaths from terrorism fell for the 5th consecutive year since peaking in 2014. And I think it's a decrease of 59% since 2014. So conflict remains the primary driver of the terrorism, with over 69% of the deaths from terrorism in 2019. Despite the overall fall in the global impact of terrorism, it remains a significant and a serious threat in many countries. The COVID-19 pandemic is likely to present new and distinct counterterrorism challenges. It is important that counterterrorism initiatives are not curtailed because of decrease in government expenditure due to the economic downturn, reductions in international assistance for counterterrorism operations in Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa could prove to be counterproductive. During the past year, in which we have been preoccupied with the coronavirus pandemic, the curve of international terrorist attacks has been flattened, probably as a result of the travel and movement restrictions, social distancing measures, lockdowns associated with COVID-19. However, despite the reduction in terrorist incidents, the real threat is here, and it is increase in radicalization and violent extremism, which potentially exacerbated their drivers. Radicalization is defined as a dynamic process influenced by personal and contextual factors by which individuals and groups adopt extremist worldview, radical ideas and values that deviate sharply from those of mainstream society, justify and encourage the use of violence and terrorist activity to challenge the status quo and achieve their political goals. According to the report of how has COVID-19 changed the terrorist threat by Dr. Annette Hobart Maron, one counter cyberterrorism expert on the Third International Forum on Non-Traditional Security held on November 21st, 2020. The radicalization trajectories of any given individuals are influenced by multiple factors, such as political climate and governance, social marginalization, poverty and unemployment, religious teachings and feelings of alienation, rejections and despair, as well as other contextual circumstances, such as international events and the role of internet and social media. The recent report of the UN Counterterrorism Committee of COVID-19 implications describes how radicals and extremist groups exploit the captive audience, including over 1 billion students spending time on the internet, and utilize social media to spread their radicalizing values and narratives, undermine state authority, spread disinformation, encourage execution of the terror attacks, seeking attention-grabbing targets, like the attack of hospital in the last May in Afghanistan. So although it is too early to fully assess the implications of the COVID-19 on the terrorism, there are already strong indications that this crisis has exacerbated existing drivers of radicalization and facilitated its spread across the world. So therefore, it is a high time for governments to cooperate, share knowledge and capacities, and allocate more attention and massive resources to counter and de-radicalization efforts. According to my research, this paper puts forward 3 suggestions for current and external responses to new security challenges, such as cyber terrorism in counter COVID-19 environment. 1, multi-stakeholder co-governance. Multi-stakeholder co-governance model is an important embodiment of promoting the modernization of global governance system and governance capacity. The security governance is a complex project which the participation of the whole stakeholders. It is a public welfare undertaking that fully embodies the people's interests above everything else. It is a cornerstone of national security and social stability, and an important coordination of social and economic development. It is a global governance system with governmental responsibility, social coordination, public participation, and legal protection. And it is also the internal requirement for the systematic governance of new security challenges, such as cyber terrorism, in the context of COVID-19 epidemic. So to build a global governance pattern requires the government, civil society, and the people to perform their responsibility duties, assume their respective responsibilities, not to be absent, not to be offside, and work together to seek common ground to maintain social stability, national security, and the people's well-being. And 2, intergenerational conflict, the divide coordination. The intergeneration conflict is an important problem that can be avoided in governance of new security challenges, such as country cyber terrorism, in the context of COVID-19 environment. With the vigorous development of scientific and technological revolution and the great change of society, intergenerational conflict divide is inevitable. Intergenerational conflict divide is one of the basic forms of social progress, which is not transferred by human will. In today's era of digital revolution, intergenerational conflict is bound to appear in a more intense form at present and in the future. On the one hand, it shows the great progress of science and technology and civilization in the new era, and on the other hand, it puts forward higher requirements for the modernization of governance capabilities. This is an era in which traditional security and non-traditional security are intertwined. This is a world in which the thinking of zero-sum game collides with that of win-win. As anthropologist Margaret Mead described in her book Generation Gap, but a deep artificial ravine is dug by human hands. It invented a technology to separate the people who grew up before from those who grew up after. Such a ditch will not be closed or narrowed. 3, the new technology, digital technology and AI application. Security governance in the digital age, including counter-cyber terrorism, involves not only interdisciplinary integration of multi-disciples, but also cooperation of multi-governmental departments. More inclusive interests, more transparent procedures, and a more open information sharing system are the basic concepts of co-governance in the new era. But related to security, regulation on its private protection of data is more sensitive. The accelerated application of new generation information technology, such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, Internet of Things, etc., without the support of new ethics and value consensus, is bound to appear like a runaway wild horse. In the era of seemingly efficient intelligence, will lead to enslave human beings, or some of them. When there is a new failure in governance in this new era, some people are more exploited, enslaved, and insecure. To sum up, with the breakout of COVID-19, the digitalization is speeding up globally, and AI and new technology are becoming the key and fundamental way to sustain national and social security system. As one of hot non-traditional security areas, there must be governance innovation to tackle the new challenges and conflicts to counter terrorism in the new era of digitalization and IoT. The upgrading of security governance capacity in the digital era depends on the development and the progress of science and technology. Digital security technology and the AI industry are bound to lead to all-round big transformation. However, just like the dialectical relationship of spear and shield, how to coordinate and solve contradictions is conducive to social development and human progress, which requires the collective wisdom, courage, and responsibility of global governance participants in the new era. Okay, that's my points. Thank you very much.
Thank you very kindly, Dr. Zhao. It was a very, very interesting presentation with very important points made. Of course, the COVID pandemic is very important in these days, and therefore it affects everything in human life. And in the same time, of course, what you have mentioned, the cyber terrorism's rise during the pandemic is a very valid point, and intergenerational conflict and traditional and non-traditional securities being intertwined are very, very important. And I hope in the future we can have better solutions to our security problems. That was a very nice presentation, and thank you very much. So our second presenter is Associate Professor Saifuddin Ahmet. Are we here? Yes. Saifuddin Ahmet is Associate Professor and Chairman of the Department of Peace and Conflict Studies at the Faculty of Social Sciences in his university, and I hope in Bangladesh, in Dhaka University, and I hope he will enlighten us even further. So please, Dr. Ahmet, can you just get into your presentation? And because we are, of course, here with 5 speakers, and there won't be any question and answer session. So obviously we have 10 minutes, but you can extend it into 12, 13 minutes. So please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer and the chair of today's session. And my today's topic to discuss about the Rohingya exodus from Myanmar and security concern for Bangladesh and the region. So I believe the learned participants here, you all are very well aware about the Rohingya situation in this region, and especially the security concern has been created because of the Rohingya influx, especially the huge number of Rohingya influx started in 2017, 25th of August. So this paper has tried to explore how these exodus from Myanmar, a huge number of Rohingya people, has been a concern, has been a security concern for Bangladesh. Initially, I apologize not to give details in field information because of the COVID situation and restriction of movement. So this paper will, when it will be submitted, I hope you will get, will be able to get details information. So I have tried to establish a background based on the problem, which is inevitable problem created by post-Westphalian era. So you all know that during the nation state system arises after Westphalian era, the geographic territoriality and Mediterranean ethno-religio-linguistic nationality has got a good space to create national state. But in that national state, minority culture, minority religion has been ignored significantly. And a majority-minority bifurcation has created tension in almost many countries in the global order. So this concept of nationality gave birth has been found as a root causes of this problem, which has had a long history. And you know that this similar problem there is in Kashmir, in Palestine, and this is because of the majority-minority sense within a nation state. So because of this, the ultranationalism feeling of any nation state can create and trigger this problem seriously and create a tense situation in the region. So that is, I found from a international relation point of view and the theoretical point of view could be traced back as a root of this situation. And Bangladesh has received unintentionally this problem. And Bangladesh has now hosting almost 1 million Rohingya people and who have been living in 34 congested camps in a condition of deprivation, facing significant protection risks, including generalized, targeted, and gender-based violence, child labor, human trafficking, and other socio-cultural impacts they have had in these camps. So this vulnerable group of people, almost 1 million people who have been staying here, what impact, especially in terms of security issue, might have been here in this region. So let us have a look, and you all are familiar with this. You see that this is the Rakhine state, and this is Cox's Bazar, where people have fled from here, and this is a here is a border river, that is Naf River, and the persecuted Rohingya people had fled and crossed this river and took shelter here. And now their number is about 1 million. So this is a glance look at the problem in the recent history. Bangladesh has received in different phases and started in 1978 after the independence of Bangladesh, and 200,000 people, Rohingya, was influxed, and the problem was also solved. So in the recent, you see that there are at least including this time, there are 4 phases of Rohingya exodus Bangladesh handled from 1978 till today. So this time, this is the huge number of Rohingya people we have been entertaining and hosting in Bangladesh. And it is not clear when and how this problem will be resolved. And if you can have a look at the demographic situation has changed because of this Rohingya influx, you see that these are the 2 sub-districts, Ukhia and Teknaf of Cox's Bazar district, where the Rohingyas are staying in 34 camps. So you see that as of 2019, the host population of in Ukia is 270,120, whereas the Rohingya people are 736 and 400, more than 736,000. So this is huge demographic impact have had because of this Rohingya influx, and almost double of the total population we have been entertaining here. So these demographic changes and the overpopulation of a huge number of vulnerable people have been the main problem of this security, main causes of this security concern. And this paper will this paper will be analyzed on the basis of this of this theoretical basis given by Homer Dixon, and he here through this paper, through this theory, Homer Dixon tried to show how overpopulation creates and growth of population create tension, conflict, and insecurity. You see here the decrease in quality and quantity of renewable resources because of the overpopulation growth, unequal resource accesses, and increased environmental scarcity. And there are according to him, there are 3 areas of problem might arise. So based on the Homer Dixon's theoretical premises, this study has attempted to conduct it. And this paper, this study mainly followed quality approach, and you see here that what are the methods to be followed here. So at this stage, and the scope of this area is basically Ukia and Teknaf sub-districts in Foxbayer. So from 2 point of security issue, this study will investigate non-traditional security issue. Mostly non-traditional security is visible right at this moment, but traditional security issue is our study found still in latent position, but human security issue is mostly viewed in this at these stages. So regarding human security, these are the 5 issues so far we could point it out, mostly ecological impact have had in this region. And a huge number of population are settled here. The government of Bangladesh and some in collaboration with in national interest NGOs, they are for the sake of creating shelter for them. So the ecological impact has created a huge human security issue in here. The agricultural land has been narrowed down, and so far 100 hectares of land has been occupied and used in only one upajala, one subdivision, that is Ukia, to build camps, and 76 hectares of land has been occupied by the camps built for rehabilitating the Rohingya people. Deforestation has created, you know that these are the hilly areas, there are forests, so these cutting and leveling hills, extinction of various varieties and abundance of species, and drying up rainfalls because of overuse, reduction of fishes varieties, damaged natural storage system because of mismanagement of garbage, and does also create water toxicity. And this has also created other problem, curtailment of some rights of privilege. The host people cannot move in the dark time, and host people always need to carry their national identity card, and there are checkposts in every places in these two sub-districts, and people are hassled and face harassment, especially men, women, and children also. And labor market, the Rohingyas, some Rohingyas are getting out of the camps and they work in cheaper wages, and it has created a competitive labor market, and the local laborers are, their incomes has been reduced. Student jobs has increased because of the occupying the schools to give them shelters, and there are some temporary jobs. Some students who are at 10th grade and 12th grade students, they're leaving schools and joining the temporary works in the camps. So dropout rate has increased, and mostly local culture has been twisted. Acculturation has happened because of huge number of outsiders have been moving over there. The conservative character of religious conservative character of that regions, the women, girls are used to use veils when they move out, but because of this movement, they are mixing with other people, working with other people. So this acculturation has been happening here. So all these five problem has so far could identify as and consider as a non-traditional security issue. And as part of the traditional security issue, you know that the number of miscreants in the camps and at this age has increased. Movement of illegal arms by those miscreants during night have found regular practices. It is also reported that arms are also manufactured inside some of the Rohingya camps. Frequent movements of gunfight between Rohingya miscreants and law enforcement agencies is visible here. Increased illicit drug trafficking, increased women and child trafficking, and the total Bangladesh's movements from sunset to sunrise have been unofficially restricted in camp areas because of the security reasons. So, considering the two facets of this, and this has been a result of the huge number of Rohingya influx in Bangladesh. I'm sorry to go very quickly, and because of the time shortages, and thank you very much to hear it very passionately, and I will be here to respond if any of you have any query. Thank you so much.
Thank you kindly, Professor Ahmed. It was a very interesting, again, presentation. And it also shows that all the troubles are not in the Middle East, in the world, and that we have lots of very interesting problems concerning the Asian continent as well, and the Rohingya problem, the exodus of the Rohingya people from Myanmar, from Burma to Bangladesh is one such problem that we overlook sometimes, but which is very, very serious for since 2017. It's been a real problem for Bangladesh, with over 1 million people living there and changing living conditions and even rights and privileges for the people living in the area. By the way, I'm sorry, I just removed my jacket because in Ankara it's like a muson time now. There is some sort of thunderstorm and rainstorm going on since the morning, so it's very damp here. So my apologies, but I'll be staying without my jacket. So is Dr. Mohammed Siarani Rafil here? Yeah, of course he is, and he's ready and about to present. Dr. Rafil is from Indonesia, from University of Indonesia, to be correct, and he is an expert in working at National Resilience Studies. So please, Dr. Mohammed Siarani Rafil, it's your floor. Please just present us your very interesting topic.
Okay, thank you, Professor James Karadeli, for the time, and then thank you for the committee for inviting me. Actually, I would love to visit Turkey and Ankara and Istanbul because ben İstanbul'dan mezun oldum hocam. Marmara Üniversitesi'nden çok özlüyorum İstanbul ve Türkiye. Maalesef pandemiden dolayı biz sadece Zoom'dan bu aktivite yapabiliriz öyle hocam. İnşallah seneye ziyaret edeceğiz hocam. Okay, I will speak in English because I really miss Istanbul and Turkey, of course, because of this pandemic make us stay at home, going nowhere, and then stay in front of our devices. Okay, in this opportunity, I would like to speak, talk about the dynamic of Indonesia and China relation in the middle of South China Sea dispute. Of course, this topic is really interesting for those who are interested in Asia Pacific recently. And then my presentation will explain about the relationship between Indonesia and China, and then China's activities in South China Sea, and then the next is Indonesia's standing point related to the action of China in South China Sea. Indonesia, of course, has, we can see that recently South China Sea is one of the hotspot in the region because the increasing of the capacity of China, its military, its economic power, and then its military power being a concern in the region. So specifically for Indonesia, the relationship between Indonesia and China has had up and down in the last 3 decades. However, it has improved in line with increasing stability in the region. In the past, Indonesia still deal with, let's say, during Suharto's period, we have the problem with democracy. We are quite close, and then the military regime attempting to use securitization approach to deal with the issues. And then now Indonesia is quite open because its democracy consolidated, and then now everyone can invest in Indonesia. The situation allowing other countries to make collaboration and partnership with Indonesia. So we can insisting that the relationship between Indonesia and China is up and down in the last 3 decades, and then it's improved because of the stability and democratic consolidation in Indonesia. And then Indonesia, on one hand, is focusing on building infrastructure, especially during the period of President Joko Widodo. And on another hand, China is expanding its influence through investment. Indonesian President Joko Widodo, specifically during his the first period, saying that his period will focusing on infrastructure because Indonesia it's too far away from its neighbor, from Singapore, from Malaysia, regarding the infrastructure. That's make Indonesia attempting to speed up the process of the building of infrastructure in whole area of Indonesia. And then during this period, Indonesia met China as an alternative, as investment outside of traditional investor. In the past, probably the most significant investor was Singapore, and then Japan and Europe. But in recent years, especially in the last 5 years, China as a new alternative for Indonesian investment. And then mostly the Chinese investment focusing on infrastructure. That's allowing, in one hand, Indonesia need huge budget for its infrastructure, but in other hand, China also attempting to expand its influence through investment. So both countries deal to in one hand, China want to invest, and then Indonesia need it. And then during this pandemic, before that, we can see also in Indonesia, there are several prestigious projects are being undertaken by China. And then China financed that project, such as now Indonesia building the Jakarta-Bandung fast train. So the fast train project invested from China, and then this project is still ongoing. And then according to the Ministry of Infrastructure, this project will be finished in 2023. So it's still on progress. And then during this pandemic, because of the strong relation between Indonesia and China, recently Indonesia also got priority from China. Indonesia received million of Sinovac vaccine to tackle the issue of pandemic in Indonesia. So because of Indonesia strong ties with China, it's allowing Indonesia to access the vaccine. So in my article in another journal, I explained during this pandemic, some countries using its vaccine to expand its influence. So when you have vaccine, then you have power. So vaccine as an improvement, as an instrument for diplomacy. So it's happened during this pandemic. And then Indonesia also during this pandemic, because of its relation with China, also got priority from Chinese government. That's why Indonesia nowadays during this pandemic use the Sinovac for for the jab of its people. Okay, and then related to the South China Sea, South China Sea is the hotspot, and then it's the place of the tension between among countries, you can say that. So the South China Sea is one of the area in the world that is currently attracting the attention of world leader because of the contested claim between the Chinese government and Vietnam, and then Philippines, Brunei, Malaysia, and Taiwan, and other ASEAN countries. And then the South China Sea has a huge potential because of it is a busy trade route. The oil supply from the Middle East usually goes through this route. And then Indonesia actually does not have a territorial dispute with China. However, the activities of Chinese fishermen, and then the maneuver of Chinese Coast Guard that several times cross the Indonesian economic exclusive zone are considered violation by Indonesia. For the reason, Indonesia several times calling Chinese ambassador in Jakarta to explain what happened in our Natuna Island. Your fishermen and then your Coast Guard crossing the line. We have economic exclusive zone. We are good friend, but your fishermen and then your Coast Guard crossing our border several times. That's why Indonesian government and Minister of Foreign Affairs several times calling the ambassador of China to explain what happened. That's the activities make Indonesia has serious concern related to the its territorial sovereignty, and then the activities of China in South China. In South China, it's far away actually, but South China Sea, it's connected with Indonesian territory. It's Natuna Sea. So the Natuna Sea, it's a bit far from South China, but the Chinese Coast Guard several times crossing this line. That's make Indonesia using its sovereignty to protect its territory, to use any instrument to tell the world that this is our territory. And then if we see the list of activities, we can see from in 2016, Indonesian Minister of Indonesia Foreign Minister protested China for its Coast Guard ship entering Natuna in 2016, and then other 2016 also China protested the arrest of crew of from China in Natuna. So at that time, China protesting, why you catch our fishermen? It's happened, and then. I also can explain that in 2017, Indonesia Indonesia decided to change the name of its island from Natuna to North Natuna. This step received protest from China, even though Natuna belongs to Indonesia. It's happened. And then why Indonesia changed the name? Because of this way also used by Philippines in the past. So to prevent any claim from China, Philippines changed the name of the island at the time.
Can you just please?
Okay. Indonesia always protests China whenever territorial violations are found in the Natuna Sea. This trend has been increasing since 2016. And then in 2017, Indonesia decided to change the name of its island to North Natuna. This step received protest from China, even though this territory is Indonesian territory. And then therefore, to prevent the claim from other country, Indonesian President Joko Widodo specifically made a direct visit to Natuna in 2016 and then 2020. And then during his visit, Indonesian president was accompanied by his general and showing Indonesian military presence in the island. So to show its presence in the island, now Indonesia put its military in that island to tell the world and then to show up its force that our army is here, and then nobody can cross this territory. So Indonesia send that message to China, to other countries. And then the Indonesian Foreign Ministry, as I explained before, that summoned the Chinese ambassador to ask for an explanation as well as as part of its protest to China. And then regarding this issue, I see that ASEAN attempting to reduce the potential tension in the region. That's why ASEAN using multilateral approach to prevent the escalation. That's why ASEAN and China has initiated the code of conduct to solve the South China Sea problem. But this code of conduct is often ignored by China. So this situation still happen. And then the Philippines is a member of ASEAN, which has close relation with the United States. The president of the United States further confirmed the prediction of many experts about the future of conflict in the Indo-Pacific. China, which is increasingly its military capacity in its economy, followed by the presence of U.S. war fleet in the Indo-Pacific, it's increasingly convincing about the potential for open military conflict in South China Sea.
Okay,
and
thank
then,
you,
okay.
A few final words, please.
Okay, my final word regarding this presentation is Indonesia will continue to use a multilateral approach to defend its territorial sovereignty. And then Indonesia is one of the key players in the region so that it can use its influence to respond to China's maneuver by carrying out a collective response under the ASEAN umbrella. And then the other one is Indonesia and ASEAN countries are trying to avoid the Southeast Asia region from becoming a war zone between major power, in this case, China and United States. Although China has military power, China needs a partner in the region. Therefore, Indonesia, as the largest Muslim country in the world, has the credential to increase its bargaining power in front of China. Probably that's all from me, Professor Jem Kaladri. Teşekkür ediyorum hocam.
Teşekkür ederim. We're quite very thankful to Dr. Muhammad Siaroni Rafi for his very interesting presentation on the situation in South China Sea concerning People's Republic China and Republic of Indonesia. And obviously, the development of Indonesia, the largest Islamic country in the world, from an authoritarian regime to democracy, has eased things in the world for the country. But on the other hand, Chinese investments in the region, including Indonesia, has obviously created some collaboration, but also created some clientelism between countries. And obviously there is this problem concerning the North Natuna Island and the South China Sea that belongs to Indonesia, where Chinese fishermen just go and have a go at Indonesian territorial waters, and which cannot be accepted by Indonesia. So this problem is dealt with ASEAN as well as the countries in question, and may continue to be a real problem if you don't care. Of course, when you are at home and doing things, you may have visits from your pets or your children. And here I have my cat on my lap because she's very impatient. She's not very scholarly, you know. She doesn't understand much what we are talking about, but she wants some interest, so my apologies for that. Our next speaker is Dr. Yasmin Settar Binti Hamid Han, who's a lecturer at the Prince of Songkhla University in Thailand. Please, the floor is yours for your interesting presentation.
Okay, so good evening for all of you from Thailand. Right now here is already like 7 p.m. So yeah, but and I would say like I'm also alums from Istanbul University. So my wish is like Dr. Muhammad, that I wish to be there again, maybe next year. I wish to. Okay, so I will just like make my presentation not that much too long, because like of limit of time, I think I'll keep 10 to 15 minutes, so don't worry. Okay. So my topic is regarding to revisiting dynamics of security and stability in the conflict area of Southeast Asian regions. So focusing on the region, as Southeast Asia may be different from many Asian regions when we talk about security issues, because like the security spot on this region is not much high comparing to South Asia and the Middle East. But of course, the security threat are still there. For example, one of the paper that I read before foresee that Southeast Asian region may be the next region which the number of extremists and terrorism could be increasing. So that is one of the interesting point that why they mention that these regions tend to have more number of terrorism. I would like to mention about a bit like during the Cold War, like these regions have a common issue for like coming together to prevent for security threat, like for the communist terrorism on that during that time. But this year, but right now. Okay. But right now, lots of scholars working on Southeast Asia see the similar views that there is no longer common security concern among the countries in the region. Therefore, most of the concern has been shifted to ethnic separatism and territory dispute. Okay. So if you look at this map, the spotted area which are the main concern in these regions consists of, if you look at the red one, consists of Myanmar, of course, this place, which focusing on the Rohingya issue and other ethnic groups in Myanmar. And second, of course, in the Mindanao case, in the south of the Philippines, if you focus, I think lots of Turkish papers also have focused on like Mindanao peace process, Mindanao conflict, because like Turkish also play roles in the Mindanao peace process. So it's it is another interesting issue that's happening in the Mindanao. Though in the last few years, the peace agreement between like the armed group called like MILF, Moro Islamic Revolutionary Front, and the government of Philippines has been signed, and the Bangsamoro government has been self-governed to the area of the has been already like self-governed, but the other group like Abu Sayyaf or Maute, which were influenced by the extremist idea, has been still operating the armed conflict there in the Mindanao. And another case, of course, here in the deep south of Thailand, where I am come from, right now the conflict in the deep south was one of the longest conflict area. Only the current wave of violence has been continued for 17 years. with no light for real peace agreement. But fortunately, I would say fortunately, with a long period of time and the new idea of young generation in the deep south of Thailand, trends of the conflict seems to be decreasing. But the trends to join with the political movements at the central, especially in Bangkok, are getting more attractive, especially among young generations. And the fourth case, and the last case for armed conflict in these regions is in Papua. Papua is an ongoing conflict in West Papua New Guinea, between, of course, Indonesia and the Free Papua movement. And the struggle, I'm not sure, like it's quite mainly on land and natural resource rights. Is a key aspect of the conflict in Papua. Apart from these cases, the political instability in many countries have been seen as the underlying issue, especially in Thailand, in Myanmar. If you see in the last 2 years, I would say that the number of the protests for the authoritarian government is higher. So that is another interesting issue that has been happening in Southeast Asia. And also the concern of Rohingya refugees seem to be another concern for the region, with the number of refugees is increasing, though the effect of the region may not have like as much as for Bangladesh. And another case, of course, is the territorial dispute. I think Dr. Mohammed has been mentioned about this already, so I will not like go much through it. It's the territorial dispute in South China Sea, especially in Paracel and Spratly Island. So this is also, I would say, unresolvable case in this region. For a long time. And another case also getting more concerned is the river drying, which in the Mekong River, which affects to many countries and regions like Laos, Thailand, and also like some places in Myanmar. So these effects get effect from the building of dams in China has become one of the key issue for territorial threat in these regions. So I would like to just summarize that right now in Southeast Asian region, there are 3 groups of security concerns that have been going on. One, of course, is armed conflict. In Rohingya, in Deep South, in Mindanao, and in Papua. And of course, the second one, which is just starting to be more intense in last, I think, 2 or 3 years, is the political instability, especially in Thailand and Myanmar. Apart from that is the border conflict, which is still going on in some places that I mentioned, like Spratly, Paracel, Mekong River. So the border conflict is not kind of that much a security threat, but it's become in terms of territorial disputes. So the dynamic of the conflict areas and the security instability in Southeast Asia in the last few years, it seems to like to have been tend to be in unconventional trends because of the increasing of interstate conflict and ethnic-based conflict and increasing of conflict between different political values of different generations. And of course, increasing of hate speech through social media platform. So I would say that a new form of security, like as we know as a human security, is getting to be much more concerned, especially when the COVID-19 has been spreading, and the concern and the questions of vaccine is is still something that many countries in Southeast Asia could not handle about it yet. Like, for example, in Thailand, okay? I would say that the trends for political instability and the people who come out to say, to say their voice, for example, this is the thing that has been happening in Thailand before the pandemic has been starting on the third round. So there are lots of new generation that coming up and to say no for the authoritarian government. And I think it's similar to Myanmar that's happening in last few months. I think all of us have been saw in the news, but unfortunately, the case of Myanmar has turned out to be some violence, which is still ongoing in Myanmar. So I would like to just sum up here that the key security concern in these regions include with 3 trends. The first one is a trend of international terrorism, organized crime, irregular migration, environmental degradation, and pandemics. And the second one is a trend of ongoing confrontation between like a protester and authoritarian government, both in Myanmar and Thailand, and increasing number of military budget in the name of military modernization in many countries is still going on, though like in many regions is decreasing, but here and in our region is still high. So that is the key security concerns in the regions. So as I came here and talk in ANKASAM, so I just want to just point out something which came from my PhD thesis, which is in Turkish. Okay, I just want to briefly say that how Southeast Asia how Southeast Asia and Turkey has relation formed. We can say that Turkey and Southeast Asia is not have that much relations, only historical relations we can see, and especially in Aceh, in Indonesia, but not much in other. And although FTA negotiation has been still going on, but only with 2 countries in Indonesia and Thailand, and Malaysia has been already signed, and Singapore. So like I think the focus of Turkey to Southeast Asia is still not much as well. So I think we still have more opportunities to cooperate with each other more, I think. So I just want to end my presentation here. Thank you very much. So 10 minutes.
Thank you kindly for your very nice presentation. And also, it was another contribution to how we understand security in Asia and how Southeastern Asia is having its own dynamics in terms of security. So thank you to Dr. Yasmin Settar Binti Hamid Han for her interesting contribution. And the problem of refugees seems to be the world's general problem these days, and again in Southeast Asia as well. And we discussed this earlier in terms of the Rohingya people. And then there are border conflicts, pirate attacks, targeted attacks. All these affect Southeast Asian countries. But the increase in interstate conflicts and ethnic conflicts and generational conflicts tell us that times are somewhat changing, and therefore they are leading into new uncharted territories in terms of security. But in all the speeches so far, we have seen that human security, a part of the non-traditional security, is increasing its importance as well. So today, our last guest, and she was with us since the very beginning of this session, It is Senator Sahar Kamran. She's the patron-in-chief of the Center for Pakistan and Gulf Studies and a senator in the Pakistani parliament. So please, Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, honorable participants, members of the organizing team, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. Let me commence by extending felicitations to the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research for arranging this webinar on the rise of Asian geopolitics and terrorism at the threshold. Today, the topic of my talk is radicalization and terrorism in the region. As the region is currently undergoing through a transition process with the announcement of complete US troop withdrawal from Afghanistan and other developments, this topic has a lot of timely significance. I'm delighted to be a part of this academic exercise and to share my thoughts on this subject of regional significance. I'm confident that today's discussion will prove to be a step in the right direction. Dear friends, the South Asian region has been a hotbed of radicalization and terrorism for more than 5 decades now. But in the last 1.5 decades, this region has recorded the highest annual number of fatalities globally. To name a few, socioeconomic injustices, lack of governance, interference by foreign governments, political instability, ethnic conflicts, and despotic regimes were among the many causes responsible for rise of terrorism, radicalism, and violent extremism in this region. It is important to note that the twin evils of terrorism and radicalization started grabbing eyeballs only after the 9/11 attacks. Consequently, these two terms became a part of political debates, speeches, and since then have become a part of mainstream media's narrative globally. Dear colleagues, while a lot of attention was laid onto the consequences of these evils, not much heed was paid to the reasons behind this phenomena. The regional countries in specific and the world in general was unequipped to deal with the rising instability that came with these twin threats. The lack of structural mechanism to deal with the occurrences further added to the regional countries' woes, along with the challenging socio-economic woes. In addition, even the bilateral relations among the countries of the region were affected due to terrorism, radicalization, and extremism. Resultantly, in the last 2 decades, this region suffered chaos, death, and destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world is feeling the fatigue of the Afghan war. Owing to the longevity of the conflict and the draining monetary and physical resources, the international community, especially the US, wants to do away with its longest running war. With the US President Joe Biden's announcement of a complete withdrawal of the US troops from Afghanistan by 11 September 2021, the Taliban leaders have already proclaimed that they have won the war and America has lost. The regional countries are in a flux because they have time and again stated that the only acceptable option for a responsible withdrawal of foreign troops in the peace process is one that does not leave behind the poisoned seeds of renewed civil war nor a power vacuum, which can be used by the non-state actors like the ISIS, who are likely to further destabilize the region by carrying out acts of terrorism and extremism. As all the roads to peace in the region lead through Afghanistan, it is imperative that proxy groups are not allowed to operate freely in the region because it simply cannot afford any more instability. Dear colleagues, it is no secret that Pakistan has faced a multifaceted threat and both ideological and physical aspect of terrorism and violent extremism, ranging from religious extremism, sectarianism, religious nationalistic groups, Talibanization, and jihadist movements. These groups were able to operate due to a vacuum which existed owing to the lack of socio-economic and political injustices, especially those residing in the border regions with Afghanistan. More than 100 cross-border attacks were carried out between July and October 2020, according to a UN report. Only in February 2021, the UN monitoring team responsible for tracking terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and IS presented its 27th report to the United Nations Security Council, which mentioned the activities of the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan and noted with concern that 5 entities in Afghanistan pledged alliance to the TTP in July and August 2020, including the Shahryar Masood Group, Jamaat al-Ahrar, Hizbullah Ahrar, the Amjad Farooqi Group, and the Osman Saifullah Group, formerly known as Lashkar-e-Jhanvi. The report stated that this threat of terrorism was not only a concern to Pakistan, but the entire region, since it has increased the strength of the TTP and resulted in a sharp increase in attacks. It is important to note the report acknowledged Pakistan's efforts in arresting individuals engaging in terrorism, financing, and clamping down on the assets of said designated individuals and entities. Undoubtedly, Pakistan has directly borne the brunt of violence and conflict in Afghanistan and has paid a heavy price with the blood of its citizens and armed forces, as well as monetarily. According to a January 2021 statement by Pakistan's military spokesperson, Major General Babar Iftikhar, Pakistan has lost 83,000 lives during the war on terror that has cost the country almost $126 billion. However, owing to the efforts of its people and armed forces, the country was successfully able to fight back and achieve notable successes in military operations against terrorists. As a result, the number of terrorist attacks and the militant activities in the country reduced by 89% from 2007 to 2017, according to the South Asian Terrorism Portal Index. Dear friends, the phenomenon of radicalization and terrorism has not restricted to the Afghanistan-Pakistan region, but regional countries like India and Bangladesh too have felt the heat of the consequences caused by these threats. In India, left-wing extremism has existed for quite a while, but after 2014, predominantly right-wing extremism has taken hold of the country. While communal violence and public lynchings of minorities have become a norm, and saffron terror has truly gripped today's India. As a 2019 Human Rights Watch report noted that between May 2015 and December 2018, at least 44 people, 36 of them Muslims, were killed across 12 Indian states. Over that same period, around 280 people were injured in over 100 different incidents across 20 states. Similarly, in Bangladesh, the ISIS made its presence known post-2015. The cafe attack in Dhaka in 2016 by a group of university students who were inspired and radicalized by the ISIS shook the country. The country is trying its best to counter radicalism and terrorism domestically by engaging different societal groups. However, the country cannot deny the constant threats faced due to these twin evils. Dear colleagues, it is significant to note that the COVID lockdowns have also contributed to the rise of radicalism and terrorism in the region with their online propaganda messages. Even the Security Council during its meeting on 24th August 2020 noted a spike in the IS online activities. This increase in IS online activities to radicalize the youth has been observed in India and Bangladesh. In September 2020, India's National Investigation Agency reported a rise in online activity from IS supporters, especially in the southern states of Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. Bangladesh too has reported surge in online IS propaganda activities, mainly targeting urban educated youth during last year's lockdown. Dear friends, corruption, lack of rule and law, limited enforcement capacities of the governments, unaddressed grievances among ethnic groups, and socio-economic injustices make this region an attractive playground for the non-state factors to establish base here. In addition, lack of trust and disputes among the regional governments serve as a hindrance to regional cooperation, which is necessary for addressing these threats effectively. A comprehensive approach on societal, state, and regional level is the need of the hour. To establish a long-term peace regionally, it is imperative that the twin threats of radicalization and terrorism are rooted out through regional cooperation and by displaying political will. Regional organizations like SAARC can play a significant role in this regard. This forum should be made operational and should be utilized to strengthen counter-terrorism operations and to ensure the implementation of the counter-terrorism strategies on ground. If these efforts are successfully implemented, it will help in achieving sustainable results. I wish the team of Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research the best of success in the work they are doing. And with the success of today's conference, I'm confident that we will see some very positive developments. I thank you all.
Sorry, I couldn't operate my microphone. Thank you very kindly, Senator. It was a very interesting final speech in our round, and I'm sure we have learned a lot of things. Everyone who participated, we have learned lots of new things and very, very good and new information about Southeast Asia and the security problems there. So Senator Kamran told us about several important issues. First one being the situation in Afghanistan, and in which Taliban declared they won when Joe Biden, the American president, declared that they were withdrawing American troops in Afghanistan. So that's one problem that is in the region, which is very explosive even for the future. Threat of terrorism is a very important issue for Pakistan, and it has increased in the last few years. In the war against terror, 83,000 plus lives were lost, and that's a very important problem for not only Pakistan, but for all the world. Extremist ideas are increasing in India from left wing to right wing, and that's a real problem as well, because it's a very volatile country. And rise of radicalism in the region is also another problem. So solution to all this is obviously displaying political will and trying to find solutions, and also involving democratic processes and listening to people. And therefore, what we have learned today in our session is that human security, somewhat looked upon as not traditional security, as a part of non-traditional security, has become extremely important in the recent years, and especially for the Asian security in general and Southeast Asian security in particular. So having said that, I thank all of our attendees and our participants, our presenters. Do you have any final words, couple of words to say at the end?
Yeah, I would like to add, the subject is very close to my heart. And I would like to say, it was like all the academic figures. I lost my leader, the first Prime Minister of the Muslim world, the twice elected Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shahid Benazir Bhutto, in a terrorist attack. We had a worse terrorist attack in Army Public School, Peshawar, where 150 lives were lost. And other than this life loss, Pakistan has suffered economically. Our tourism, our economic development, our social fabric of society. And then we have hosted a huge number of refugees, where exact number is not known, but 3 million plus Afghan refugees. And it's not only then, I would say, that economic loss, monetary loss, political loss. For me, the major concern is the social fabric of society, which has been radicalized. And I would also like here to congratulate the armed forces of Pakistan and the political leadership for their commitment for passing a very important piece of legislation, the National Action Plan, which paved the path and gave us a roadmap how to counter extremism. And the successful operation by our Pakistan military in curbing the terrorism within our own boundaries, because the most difficult war is the war that we fight within our own borders. And our armed forces have done that. So I must applaud, and I must say this was a great success. And I did mention SARC, but I have a lot of hopes in Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And I know if we keep the economic interest, development, and the people's welfare, we can bring peace to the region by making these organizations more stronger and more active. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Any last words from our other participants?
Okay, probably from me, Ojam. Yeah, we hope we can do the same activities in the future, especially through offline, because during this session by Zoom we have lack of connection, we have lack of cooperation. We need to talk deeply. That's for me, Ojam.
Face to face is best, isn't it? Yes. Please, Dr. Sattar.
Oh no, I don't have. Okay, out of the flag. Yeah. Okay, no, I don't have any last word, but I thank you for giving me a chance to listen for all of you. It's very interesting, especially from the senator. It's very great presentations, and you know that and because my ancestors are from Pakistan as well, so that's what is really interesting point. And thank you, ANKASAM, for having these sessions. And I would like to mention a bit, like as we in Prince Sultan Khan University, we have a Turkey Study Center here. So in the future, maybe we could have something that we can cooperate in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the kindness.
This is Saifuddin Ahmed. I would like to add something, if you allow me, please.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. My study has also revealed some recommendation, and there are a lot of problems beyond the security issue. There are some other issues also, but the most tangible solution of this problem, the Rohingyas, who have been creating problem in Bangladesh, in particular in the region in particular, there are latent conflict situation here. Only tangible solution we so far found is the voluntary repatriation of those people to their homeland, and having a congenial and securitized environment there. And most of the Rohingya leaders opined and expressed their views that unless and until their citizenship is guaranteed by law in the constitution of Myanmar, this will not be safe for them to go home back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, our apologies to Tayyarara Hocam and others because we are a bit beyond our time, but it was a very interesting and very good session. I thank you all for your patience and for your wonderful presentations. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Karadili, for your exceptional moderation. And we thank all panelists for enlightening us about the issues, the complications in the region. With that said, we'll now move on to our next session, which will be moderated by Professor Tayyarara. Mr. Ari, you have the floor.
Okay, we will start now. Everybody is here, I think. Everybody is ready. All the participants are ready. They inform me. Okay. Thank you, first of all, to ANKASAM for this organization. A very broad organization and many participants coming from different countries. So this is a very valuable international organization, I think. I think it will be very productive as a consequence. In this session, the title is Radicalization and Terror Issues in the Region. 4 participants and 4 issues will be discussed in this session. Participants, let me, and also I will note the main titles of their subjects. Assistant Professor Huram Iqbal. He is head of Department of International Relations at National Defense University. His subject is the US withdrawal from Afghanistan and future of violent extremism. Second one, Dr. Mohammed Attar Javed, Director General and founder of Pakistan House in Pakistan. His subject is transnational terrorism and geopolitics, stabilizing Afghanistan and beyond. Third one, Professor Arshan, he is my dear colleague also. Department of Politics Science, Aligarh Muslim University. His subject is revisiting global war and terrorism, politics of subterfuge and divide from within in South Asia. The fourth one, Shaukat Prasha, journalist, news analyst at AAG TV, Pakistan. His subject is terrorism to tourism, geopolitics to geoeconomics, Pakistan at the threshold of a transition. Okay. Okay. Okay. Now we will start with Mohammed Attar. I think he has job. I think he has to leave the session. So we will start with him. Okay, dear Mohammed Attar, you can start. His subject, transnational terrorism, let me state again, transnational terrorism and geopolitics, stabilizing Afghanistan and beyond. Okay, let us start. But everybody has 10 minutes, around 10 minutes, because the total time of our session is 35 minutes, okay? Thank you for your abiding time limits.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to you and to all my colleagues there and the audience. And I'd like to thank ANKASAM for inviting me for this very important seminar, international conference as we call it. Actually, let me go directly to the subject that Afghanistan has been known to be a very complex region was placing in a region in which we have witnessed countless wars through hundreds of years. Contemporarily, of course, there has been three major, I would say, interventions, foreign intervention in Afghanistan, which we have to understand in terms of current scenario. The first intervention, as we all know about the former Soviet Union, and then the post war and conflict instability, that has to be kept in mind before we go to the transnational terrorism. Then the second one, of course, the transformation or, taking over after that Mujahideens, dispersal by Taliban and their rule. And then the third one, of course, starts with the 9/11 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. So these three chronological events will demonstrate the single most important factor, that the foreign countries who intervened through NATO and others, mostly they left the Afghan.
Mr. Mohammed, your microphone, we can't hear you, I guess. I think your microphone has an issue. No, I can't hear. We can't hear you.
There's a connection.
Could you try to unplug and plug your microphone again?
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's fine.
All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right. I would say to you that the most important thing, as I said, was the one important factor that Afghanistan left out, as it has been at the behest of all these international power. They never really care to redress or address what they started. This is a very important point, because entirely the region between Pakistan is of course an important part. Most of the blame Pakistan has been getting, despite of the fact that Pakistan has facilitated throughout these three different events to establish peace in Afghanistan. So as I said, that the central component of entire instability is not based on, as we are going to discuss, transnational terrorism or its dynamics. It is based on the way international powers and NATO and all others handled Afghanistan, and they're still handling. Let me begin by saying that the danger and the risk what we are facing in the post-Doha talks and peace process is not more to do with the way Taliban and other parties will engage in the in this run towards September 11 completion of the withdrawal. I think it's more to do with the way placement of Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and occurred during the past 10 years. And that has a regional dynamics as well. As we all know that Afghanistan's soil is being used, and Afghanistan has been used against Pakistan to attack Pakistan. And this also shows that despite of the fact that Pakistan has fenced this, has been almost completed the fencing of the entire border, still we have incidents in which Pakistan suffers. So the problem lies actually in the way those foreign fighters were transported in Afghanistan, and what are the objectives. Now, let's begin by looking at how US and other parties is dealing at the moment. The most of the part of this episode is related to that US wants a safe, respectable, and we call it exit from Afghanistan. This is one. Secondly, they also want the current government, the President of Ghani's government, to really play a part and supportive role So all stakeholders to be addressed into the framework of authority or rulership. So these two would lead actually to what will happen in Afghanistan. So the number one risk which we see from our perspective and from the regional perspective as a think tank is, first of all, that United States must sustainably, consistently understand that the way the emerging power sharing composition will work. One of the reasons President of Ghani's and all other governments failed were that the representation of Pashtuns and others were not really according to the composition and demographic factor of Afghanistan. And that created resentment at all levels. Secondly, a nation building cannot be done without the major part of the population. And the third is, all this was occurring, NATO and US forces failed to realize that these foreign fighters one day would challenge their own solution for peace. So the current scenario, the risk number one is that all those fighters which came into Afghanistan, maybe they were brought to counter Taliban, or maybe they brought to create a disbalance or fragmentation within the framework of non-state actors' existence in Afghanistan. But it has now basically led to a completely a different angle, I would say to you. I mean, this has now created a phenomenally risk for the post-Doha talk and the peace process. It is not desirable at the moment for United States and allies, and including all the regional players, to have this kind of Afghanistan. Of course, all risks will be calculated in terms of cause and effects. The cause has occurred and the effects are being demonstrated now. The number two risk which we look at this is that how the current Afghan government will cooperate with the United States when it will come to the real transformation. As we all know that in the recent past, since the successful dialogue and the intra-Afghan dialogue and countless visits of different actors, like also Turkey played a tremendous role in this. They have really were about to host for an important talk, and the Taliban withdrawn. We understand the situation, but we must also understand that in this kind of complex peace negotiation and peace processes, this can happen. But the most important idea is to remain sustainable, and this should go on with the pace, and the objective remain to stabilize Afghanistan with, as we say, Afghan-led, Afghan-owned peace. Pakistan's role in this has been a facilitator. We have tremendously supported despite our own internal security dynamics, because Pakistan has suffered at the hands of TTP and all other anti-Pakistan elements based in Afghanistan. But still, Pakistan negotiated and sent Pakistan's strategy to establish and cooperate with the international community and support Turkish initiative, the Chinese initiative, Russian, and for that matter, Iran's all initiatives, in order to reach to the level of peace, which may not be a replay of the past. As I said from the beginning, that post 1989, all the Mujahideen since until 94 was a chaotic period. And there is, of course, the third risk assessment from our side is that there is a danger of replay, because the non-state actors based in Daesh, Al-Qaeda, and remnants of all other fighter groups which were unemployed from other, for example, Iraq, Syria, and they have now based here in Afghanistan, and they're trying their best. As I said, the regional dynamic important. We definitely would emphasize on the fact that India should play a positive role, and India must, if India is really interested to become an economic and regional peace, it must support the peace efforts of Turkey, the United States, and Pakistan, because this will in the end create a long-term regional peace. That's what I said, that one has to stabilize Afghanistan beyond Afghanistan. And that is what matters. So we are expecting, as Pakistan has taken countless initiatives, 3-4 initiatives in the past 2.5 years, in which it involves in re-engaging India. And of course, Pakistan has its own issues with India, core issue of occupied territory, Indian occupied Kashmir. That's between Pakistan and India, but also, of course, Pakistan also wants that India should be supportive. And this must be demand must be made by the US, NATO ally, because US is being a very important partner, strategic partner to India. It is very, very important. So these are the risks and the cause and effects of it. But as far as the spillover of the transnational terrorist activities, one should be expecting this will happen. And this is not to scare or create problems, but we should understand that in the past it happened, and the non-state actors with the similar interest of disturb and destabilize the governments, the political governments, they do it, as Turkey has fought its own very important war, and border areas with Syria and other against terrorists. This also shows that we all have to understand that it's the most complex feature of the non-state actors role. So we must also create the countermeasures for that. And the two countermeasures which I will recommend in the end of my this 10 minutes time, which I think I'm almost done, is about that. Number one, that Pakistan and Turkey, and like with China and like-minded countries, must insist on all regional countries, including India, to play a positive role. Number two, we must share valid, viable intelligence between about the groups which can create problems later. As I mentioned, that those unemployed fighters, normally when it is resolved in Afghanistan, can move to other places and create problems. Third, we should all, as my former colleague, appreciated the role of Pakistan Army and our security service. Of course, I appreciate also the Turkish role in countering CT global, their campaign of the CT, against the terrorist organizations. We must come together in order to share viable intelligence against those terrorist groups, because establishing peace in Afghanistan means establishing peace subsequently in Pakistan and beyond that region. I thank you very much for your patience hearing.
Thank you, Mohammed Attar and Javed. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, let's continue with Assistant Professor Khurram Iqbal. He is head of the Department of International Relations at National Defense University in Pakistan. Okay, please.
Thank you, Professor Tayyar Ari. I hope I'm audible to all of you. Well, it is my privilege to be speaking at this international conference organized by ANKASAM. The topic that I have selected to speak today is how a tectonic geopolitical shift in form of the US withdrawal from Afghanistan is likely to shape or impact violent extremism in Pakistan. Next 10 minutes, I will argue that this military disengagement of United States of America from Afghanistan will dramatically transform the militant and terrorist landscape of Pakistan. And there is a strong possibility of Cold War era proxyism if the regional and international players active with regards to Afghanistan, they fail to manage the consequences of the US drawdown from Afghanistan. Let me explain why and how there is a possibility of the Cold War era proxyism after the US drawdown from the area. If you look at the past 2 decades of terrorism or militancy, whatever tag you would like to use for these armed groups, they have sought to legitimize their existence and their actions by using the presence of American forces in Afghanistan as a raison d'etre, as a justification. But once the Americans leave Afghanistan, who is to fight next? They could, of course, certainly may not be able to use that as a justification for their existence. A number of militant organizations, I believe, they will be hard pressed to evolve, to improvise ideologically, to stay relevant in the changing geopolitical situation of this region, to be more precise about South Asia and Central Asia. So on top of the list of these militant organizations is Afghan Taliban, which may soon be emerge or transform into a state actor. But it is yet to come, as we are not sure how this peace process evolves in the future once the Americans withdraw from Afghanistan. Afghan Taliban, how they're likely to evolve ideologically once the Americans leave. They will have to, of course, find a new enemy. But I think Afghan Taliban, they are privileged that they have this luxury of a ready-made alternate enemy, quote unquote, the puppet and apostate Kabul administration, which is left behind by the United States of America. So what we're expecting as the Americans leave, Afghan Taliban would certainly turn their guns against the Afghan administration, which they are already doing, but this the use of violence may increase and accelerate. And but one of the worst fear that we have, not only in Pakistan, but number of other regional countries as well, that any attempt by Afghan Taliban that is basically dependent on disproportionate use of force intended for a complete takeover of Afghanistan, that is likely to make number of countries in the region uncomfortable, including Pakistan. I'm saying that because such as number of countries, including Pakistan, China, and Iran as well. For Pakistan, of course, when Afghan Taliban, they are trying to abandon the peace process, when they try to take over the entire Afghanistan, it is bound to attract a reaction from other warring factions in Afghanistan, who are certainly well equipped, who are battle hardened, who have their external patronage networks. And that reaction would certainly push Afghanistan into another civil war-like situation. And if there is anarchy and instability in Afghanistan, Pakistan will be directly affected in three critical ways. Firstly, there is a possibility that anti-Pakistan terrorist organizations such as Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, Lashkar-e-Jhangvi, they would use that chaos to find safe sanctuaries in Afghanistan. And on top of that, Afghan Taliban are yet to clear their position about Pakistani Taliban. There have been instances in the past where anti-Pakistan terrorist organizations such as Lashkar-e-Jhangvi and TTP, they have found sanctuaries in the areas controlled by Afghan Taliban. So there's a possibility that this chaotic situation would benefit the TTP and Lashkar-e-Jhangvi. Secondly, in Pakistan, there is this paradigm shift from geostrategy to geo-economy. And my colleague from Shaukat Piracha, I guess, is going to talk about that. So when Pakistan seeks to shift from geostrategy to geo-economy, its connectivity with Central Asia would play a pivotal role. But if Afghanistan is unstable, if Afghanistan is completely taken over by Afghan Taliban, who are not willing to mend their ways, it will certainly attract American and Western sanctions. And if an Afghanistan, which is led by Afghan Taliban, possibly, is sanctioned by America and West, it will certainly dash our hopes of connecting with Central Asia, because Afghanistan is one of the most feasible way for Pakistan to connect with Central Asia. The third consequences of this doomsday scenario of a civil war in Afghanistan would be that Pakistan would yet again will have to prepare itself for a flood of refugees. We have already hosted 3 million Afghan refugees in the past. Although we are done with the fencing most part of our border with Afghanistan, but again there are ways that those refugees and undesirable elements can penetrate through Pakistan. So that will be the third thing. The fourth most important consequence of instability, possible instability in Afghanistan, could be the role of ethno-nationalist terrorist organizations operating in Balochistan province of Pakistan. In the past, these terrorist organizations operating in Balochistan, they have revolved, they have existed on anti-Pakistan narrative. They have always demonized the central government of Pakistan as the usurper of Baloch resources. But recently we have seen that these Baloch terrorist outfits, they have evolved and now they are equally interested to target the Chinese investments in Balochistan in particular and Pakistan in general. So what we are seeing now that these Baloch terrorist outfits, they have been now being co-opted by the countries who are opposed to China corridor. And of course, on top of the list is India, which has openly opposed China-Pakistan economic corridor on different grounds. So what we are seeing now is that India is resorting to proxyism, to proxy terrorism, supporting these terrorist organizations by using its infrastructure and presence in Afghanistan. Just to give an example, there was an attack on Chinese consulate in Karachi almost 2 years ago, and the mastermind of that attack, Aslam Achu, he was identified and then eliminated in Kandahar. And of course, he was found in contact with the Indian intelligence operatives there. So there is a strong policy that already started happening that now this Cold War era proxyism is again taking roots in this region. Then for Iran, which is the second important country of this region, Afghan Taliban and Tehran, they have evolved a temporary convergence on two accounts. First, to fight Daesh, and second, to fight United States of America. But this convergence between Tehran and Afghan Taliban would remain temporary, to say the least. And Tehran would only cooperate with Afghan Taliban until Afghan Taliban refrain from harboring other anti-Shia and anti-Iran groups, namely Lashkar-e-Jhangvi, which is ideologically very close to Afghan Taliban, which has in the past basically operated in close partnership with Afghan Taliban. For China, China is cautiously watching as the America withdraws from Afghanistan. If you look at the realists in Beijing, they are quite skeptical about American moves. They have their own reasons to be skeptical about American intentions to withdraw from the region. A number of realists in Beijing, they believe that this withdrawal of American forces is linked with American grand strategy of containing China. How? By withdrawing from Afghanistan in a premature manner, by leaving behind an unstable and chaotic Afghanistan, America wants to first basically create troubles in the westernmost province of China, which is Xinjiang. And the second objective that America may like to achieve is to jeopardize and destabilize the entire Chinese neighborhood. And please be mindful that this neighborhood that will be mostly affected by a possible civil war in Afghanistan, it is composed of the countries which are known as the strongest allies or friends of China. Pakistan, Iran, Turkey has increased its relations and ties with China. Then we have got Russia as well. So number of scholars in China believe that by one master stroke, United States of America would destabilize the entire Chinese neighborhood it would create troubles for China in Xinjiang. And in doing so, United States of America would be complementing its grand strategy of containing China. And while it happens, it is very important to take note of how the Western media tries to frame China on the issue of Xinjiang. Only a few months ago, US Congress has sanctioned millions of dollars for the Western media outlets to demonize China on the issue of Xinjiang, which means that Western media outlets would go to any extent to frame China on the issue of Xinjiang. And this framing of China, this anti-China propaganda or Sinophobia, can certainly radicalize pockets of Muslim population. And there's a possibility that the so-called jihadist groups may also consider replacing United States of America with China as the enemy number one of Islam. And that might be the clear and core objective of United States of America. So how it could be preempted? Well, the regional countries, the countries which share border with Afghanistan, they have genuine stakes in a peaceful and stable Afghanistan. I would say it is Pakistan's domestic, economic, and security imperative to stabilize Afghanistan. That is why Pakistan is is dedicating all efforts to stabilize Afghanistan. This is in sync with the vision of our national poet, Allama Muhammad Iqbal, who hundreds of years ago said that Afghanistan is the center of Asia. If Afghanistan is stable, the entire Asia will be stable. And if Afghanistan is chaotic and destabilized, its fallout will be felt across Asia. So it is an Asian imperative to stabilize Afghanistan. China, Russia, Pakistan, Iran, Turkey, they would have to play a leading role in managing the consequences of this US withdrawal, because it is in our interest that Afghanistan stays stable and free of the penetration of transnational terrorist organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Just okay. Okay, Huram, thank you, Huram Iqbal. Third one, thank you for your presentation, Huram Iqbal. Thank you. Now we will continue with Arshihan, Professor Arshihan, who is from India, but Department of Political Science, Ali-Gah Mazlum University. He's a very valuable one. Thank you for his presentation also. He will be very valuable also for us. His subject is revisiting global war on terrorism, politics of subterfuge, and divide from within in South Asia. Okay, thank you. Please, Arshihan.
Thank you, Professor Tayyar Ari, the chairman of the session. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Also, I thank my dear friend Najmul Islam, who basically gave me the first call and contacted me to be part of this program. So I thank the ANKASAM for this opportunity. And the topic has already been expressed and told by the chairman. I think that nowadays you find one episode is going on all over the world, Ertugrul Ghazi, Dirilish Ertugrul Ghazi. So everybody is looking at Ertugrul and they are looking at the actors, and they are looking at the women actor, female actor, and male actor, and they know that he is Mr. Ertugrul. But nobody is talking about Mehmet Bogdag, because Mehmet Bogdag is the scriptwriter of the Ertugrul episode, which became very popular in the world. And the director of this episode is Mr. Mehmet Güney. So Mehmet Güney is the director who gave the direction to the actors, but everybody knows the director. So therefore, there's the same problem in the world of terrorism. I think I'm taking this clue from a writer. His name is Professor Grammy McQueen. He's in Canada, and he wrote a book in 2014, The Anthrax Deception, which was published in America. And I have, in the last 5 years, I have read a lot of books on terrorism, especially to understand the Al-Qaeda and its operative aspects, etc. So he says that if you want to understand terrorism, you have to look at the scriptwriter, you have not to look at the actor. So this is very important. So what has happened that, everywhere you find, whether it is in academics mostly or in the, media, people are mostly, having a typical Western epistemological paradigm, looking at the actor and define the thing. Even China, even Russia, etc. They are not going. They are not. Sorry. They are not going to look into the real perpetrator, the real seed of the crime, of the terrorism. And this is very, very important. And if you look into the way that how the youths were radicalized in Europe, and in Europe, because Muslims are not many, they are few in numbers except in France, and the intelligence agencies are quite very much active on them. So they know each and every activities, but because even despite all these things, I don't know how that the terrorists from the 91 countries, they joined the ISIS. This is very surprising. It shows that there is a coordination at some level somewhere in the world, and that is known to the scriptwriter. I don't want to name the country, the scriptwriter, because there are few countries or one or two countries that are some collaborators for this purpose. But anyhow, because people are looking at the actors, and naturally this is we are getting a lot of metaphors. So if you look into the various incidents in South Asia and the Middle East, the two regions, the South Asia and the Middle East, you find that these are the problems of terrorism. And let me tell one point, because this is the part of my, what you say, the theoretical part of my talk, and in which I'm, talking about the epistemology. There was a time when there was a age of knowledge, but now then the information age came, and then the misinformation age came. Now this is the disinformation age. Disinformation age means that you see that if a lion, yani Arsalan, Alp-Arsalan or something, Arsalan, if lion says that I have been bitten by peacock, I have been bitten by pigeon or by cock. So it is very surprising, how a lion can be injured by a crow or by a bird. So something, very disinformation campaign. Anyhow, the subject of a study is basically because I wanted to understand the Al-Qaeda, the origin, the nature of this organization, the function, the purpose of terrorism with reference to Al-Qaeda. And because of this, I read a lot of books, and especially more authentic books written by Huntington or Kissinger, Eric Hobsbawm, John Mishima, Bob Woodward, and also Mahmoud Mamdani, Steve Cold, and Gary Schroen. Gary Schroen himself was involved in paying money to the Mujahideens. He was taking money from America and stopping over in somewhere in Uzbekistan, and then he was also carrying some money from the GID of Saudi Arabia and giving it to ISI, and then ISI was giving it to the Mujahideens. So, and also I read the book of Mullah Abdul Salam Zaif, who was the ambassador of Taliban in Pakistan. He was also labor minister, and he wrote the book My Life with Taliban, and also Grammy McQueen book, and also a book written by Bruce Riddle and Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Shaffer and Wahid Brown and Stephen Walt, and also on the killing, the CIA killing of the Salvador, one leader in Latin America. His name is Salvador Allende. He was killed in 1973, and the writer is Oscar Guardiola Rivera. So, and some other books. So then I came to understand about the Al-Qaeda, etc., and the operative aspects. And then I found that I developed a fact sheet, and I found the fact sheet. It is my own personal opinion, but it's based on my own study, which may be wrong, which may be not correct, but to me it is satisfactory. Anyhow, I should present it to you. If you look at the whole Muslim population in the world, you will find that in South Asia and Middle East, more than half of the Muslim population live in this region. And you have 56 or 57 or 56 and a half Muslim countries. And in terms of organizational capacity, they are, in a good position in Southeast Asia, North Africa, Caucasia, Central Asia, Mediterranean Sea, and Black Sea, eastern flank of Europe, and South Asia. If in terms of natural resources also, they are in a good position. And they also constitute a very good proportion of developing countries in the United Nations General Assembly, because General Assembly is like a parliament of the United Nations, etc. And also they have a important connectivity, organic connectivity to the natural corridors with waters like Nile, Red Sea, Arabian Sea, Persian Gulf, Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, the Strait of Malacca, Bosphorus, Dardanelles, and Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, and Caspian Sea, and other seas, etc. So you find that some of these Muslim countries, they also played, role, a lot of important role. Some Muslim countries with non-aligned Muslim movement, some Muslim countries with the United States, some with the Soviet Union, etc. So they played a very balancing role in the midst of the Cold War. Now, the hypothetical point is, the other part of my lecture is that such a splendid blend of diversities identified with one religion could have become at least a potential political force to resist a planned world order after 1991, after the fall of the Soviet Union. So, and they could have played a very important role, these Muslim countries, after 1991, against unilateralism and against the Roman Nero type of authoritarian by the scriptwriter. Now, what to do with them? So how to divide, how to keep them divided, and to keep them divided and destroyed from within. For example, you find in 1999, the Shia-Sunni dispute started taking place in Pakistan, and you find the Shia-Sunni dispute started taking place in Iraq, in Syria, in other places. So this was a division and destruction from within, not from outside. This was one. And the other was that how to unite all people in the world on the pretext of Islamic terrorism. And in this aspect, you find the role of intelligence services, which never played such a big role, and the media houses, the sisters, means oil organizations, oil sisters, lobbies, and security agencies come in. And then you find as a new security strategy developed, and in this new security strategy, the purpose was, the ultimate purpose was to create a portrait. A portrait is better than a picture, a portrait of a new fear, of a new threat, of a new evil, and its base. So where was the base? South Asia. Where is the base? Middle East. And what is the new threat? Islamic terrorism, Islamic radicalism. So these type of things. If you look into the total capacity of Al-Qaeda, Bob Woodward has written a very good book, Obama's War. He has given, and also Steve Cole, he has given very good data. And I believe that if Al-Qaeda, if a police of Islamabad or a police of New Delhi, if they can tackle, the Al-Qaeda force in Afghanistan, only this there, or even police of Ankara, for example, there was no need for the world to come and attack them. But anyhow, they became a big problem. Anyhow, I'll come to it later on. So a new evil came into being with a new base, etc. And you will find the metaphors started coming in, metaphors. Like, for example, Europol. Europol came with 3 metaphors. In 2006, 2010, they talked about Islamic terrorism. In 2011, 2014, they talked about religious inspired terrorism. And after 2015, they talked about jihadi terrorism. And after 2015 and later on, ex-Islamic extremism, etc., etc. Now, these metaphors came. Now, what happened? This new portrait required universal validity. Means such a small organization, for example, this Al-Qaeda, and this ISIS or Boko Haram. If you look into Boko Haram, the capacity is 3,000, the capacity only. It can be easily defeated, but they are not. So we have to look into this. So how to make them as a valid universal force So there was a important purpose to make this local nature of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda terrorist organization to become universalized. How it was possible? It was possible through converting the world opinion and mind, etc. And I don't want to, because I don't know I have time. How many minutes I have, Professor Tayari? How many minutes?
Arshan, you can summarize.
Okay, that's why, because so I think that I have seen in my readings that there were a number of times it was very much possible for America, for the American intelligence, and for the the sub-agents of the CIA within Afghanistan, within the Af-Pak territory area, to kill Osama bin Laden, but they did not kill. I just will take 1 or 2 minutes to inform that in 1996, the Sudan government, because we don't have time, I cannot go in detail, but I'm saying in the basis of the fact, the Sudan government openly offered to hand over Osama bin Laden with his family and the people to American government. But later on, American government said no. And because of this, the American ambassador in Sudan, he resigned. And then after 1996, when Taliban came to power in Afghanistan, the Taliban also, they offered this to Saudi Arabia to hand over this Osama bin Laden to Saudi Arabia, but they also denied. But my point is that this terrorism, of course it exists, but it is of local nature, and making it as an international big problem certainly serves some political purpose. And because of this, you will find a world over polarization, and it is serving a particular party in the context. So thank you very much.
Mr. Ara, your microphone is muted.
Okay, Arshan, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we will continue with the last panelist, Shuket Prasha, journalist, news analyst at AEG TV in Pakistan. Okay, please, Shuket Prasha. His subject is terrorism to tourism, geopolitics to geoeconomics, Pakistan at the threshold of transition. Okay, let's continue. You can open your. Okay.
Mr. Shaukat, your microphone is muted. Could you turn it on?
Mr. Shaukat, you can open your. Yes, okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
That's okay. Okay, you can go. You can continue. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Tayar Are, chairman of the session. My hello and salam to other participants and the viewers, and especially my brother Muhammad Guzel, who was in touch with me constantly. When I was listening to the participants or the speakers before me, and even some of the speakers that I heard in the previous session, I really got very happy. Happy because I heard Asia is speaking. Most of the participants that I heard, they are from different parts of Asia. And I was happy that Asia is speaking about itself. And so has been the title of your conference, The Rise of Asia, Geopolitics, etc. And in line with the title, as Professor Tayar Are also talked about my presentation, the title, much has been talked about terrorism in the region, in the world, in Asia or elsewhere, much has been talked about terrorism in Pakistan. But my topic is from terrorism to tourism, geopolitics to geoeconomics, Pakistan at the threshold of a transition. And most of the speakers, they were talking about Cold War strategies or confrontation. But when I speak from geopolitics to geoeconomics, I will be focusing on from confrontation to cooperation. From geopolitics to geoeconomics, you need to change the strategy from a confrontation to cooperation. From, for example, erecting big walls for human movement or movement of the goods to opening your borders. And also from enta to dita. That's how the philosophy of geopolitics to geoeconomics can work practically. And it's not that it's a dream that I'm talking of. It's basically, it has been tested in different blocks of the world. For example, I live in South Asia, and not very beyond from South Asia, Professor Arshi Khan is sitting in India, and not very far from India, ASEAN region is there. That's a big example of geoeconomics, big example of cooperation. And similarly, where Professor Tayar Arey or other honorable members of ANKASAM are sitting, and their viewers are sitting, not from very far from Istanbul, you know, European Union is there. That's also a big example of a cooperation. They left confrontation, they adopted the path of cooperation, and they have become a big power economically, you know. I mean, in Pakistan, I always say that the largest trading partner of Pakistan is the European Union as a collection of around 29, 30 countries, you know. So this is something that I am focusing in my presentation. And it has many reasons, you know, that I can explain, and I'm going to throw light on. For example, Pakistan is a God-gifted geostrategic location. Geographically, Pakistan basically connects two major regions. And beyond those regions, they are connected to the other parts of the world. When I say Pakistan connects regions, Pakistan directly connects Central and West Asia with South and Southeast Asia. Central Asia is already connected to Europe through Caucasus region. And South Asia, for example, India is part of South Asia. So South Asia from India is connected to, physically connected, you know, to ASEAN region. And Pakistan is surrounded by 2/3 of the total human beings on the earth. I will repeat, Pakistan is surrounded by 2/3 of the human beings on the earth. The largest country, populated country in the world is China, which is directly linked to Pakistan. And the second largest country on the earth, population-wise, is India, which is directly connected to Pakistan. Pakistan has a border of 959 kilometers with Iran, 26,000 kilometers with Afghanistan, 3,300 kilometers with India in the east, while Pakistan is now directly connected through big highways with China from its north. And when I say we are in the center of the world for any connectivity, let me emphasize it that Central Asia, when Central Asia is connected onward to Russia and Europe, and similarly, South Asia is connected to ASEAN, any commercial activity, any trade activity, or any movement of human beings or goods on the land route has necessarily to pass through Pakistan. That is the geographical location of Pakistan. And that has been a dream that this geopolitical strategies or confrontational strategies or the Cold War rivalries should go and end now, and geoeconomics should be replaced, where Pakistan can become a hub of international trade. It can become a hub of energy grid, for example, that Central Asian energy or gas could pass through Pakistan towards India or ASEAN or towards China in the north, and it cannot pass. The pipelines or the highways will not pass through the Himalayan mountains, the world top peaks. They have to pass through Pakistan, from Afghanistan to Pakistan. My dear friend, Dr. Khurram Iqbal was talking about the post-Afghan settlement complication, that if this settlement is not peaceful, then what would be the scenarios? But as I said, I will look at the positive side of this God-gifted geographical location for Pakistan, and Pakistani leadership is now really thinking and planning, and there appears at least a policy shift in Pakistan. The strategic policy making community in Pakistan, it is thinking to convert, its own policy from geostrategic consideration to geoeconomic option. You must ask a question, or there must be a question in your mind, that if that be the case, why Pakistan never thought of this? If this is the potential, and I repeat that Pakistan has the potential to become a hub of international trade, both in goods, both in human movement, both in energy transaction from the energy rich countries to the energy, wanting countries. In the Cold War, the major powers never allowed it. Pakistan in the beginning was forced to join CENTO and Western alliances. And then what happened? The global powers or the major powers directly landed in Afghanistan. I mean, from 1980s onward, much has been talked about what happened in the past. So, major power, the erstwhile Soviet Union, that was physically sitting in Afghanistan for 10 long years. And you all understand the complication that if there is a war for 10 years, for how many years the implications remain, not only in the war-ridden country, but also in the neighborhood, and Pakistan saw these complications. Pakistan suffered from these complications. It was not enough that Soviet Union was there. Right after 10, 11 years, after the fall of Berlin Wall, then after 9/11, in the aftermath of New York bombing, the most modern war machinery capable countries, they landed in Afghanistan in the pursuit of war against terror. So it has been 20 years that one or the other way, powerful countries, the first in 1980, the two superpowers, and in the first decade of this century and onward, the so-called sole superpower of the world is sitting next to Pakistan. What Pakistan faced during these long years, that it could not only utilize the potential of becoming a international trade hub, rather it had to face terrorism in its own country. I mean, I as a Pakistani, I share my experience. I as a Pakistani, as a journalist, working with the TV for a long time, I saw real terrorism right in front of my eyes. For example, in Islamabad, Marriott Hotel was bombed. 1,000 kilograms of explosive with DRX was exploded. For the whole night, Marriott Hotel was burning, and I was physically outside of the hotel making commentary that what has been happening over there. Similarly, in Islamabad, for example, district court compound was bombed, and many people died over there. And
Shevkat, you can summarize, okay? Please, okay, you can summarize.
Professor Tayar, I just started, you know.
Yes, unfortunately, we don't have more time.
I thought I am hosting my own TV show, you know, because my show is 1 hour. You know? Okay. Let me go through quickly, you know, that how geostrategy to geoeconomics is beneficial to Pakistan, you know, or what has been the policy in Pakistan. In its quest of transforming from geopolitical orientation to geoeconomic options, Pakistan has already taken key initiatives. Pakistan has decisively struck against terror groups posing serious threats to internal as well as regional security. At the same time, it has also embarked upon major connectivity projects with its neighbors. Pakistan traditionally had two crossing points with Afghanistan, Torkham border and Chaman border. But now Kharlachi opening a border, Angur Adda opening border, and the Ghulam Khan crossing point, they have been opened where trade activity is going on. Similarly, we had only one crossing point with Iran at Sultan border, but now two more have been opened, including the famous Mand and Pishin border. So this opening with its neighbor is contributing for trade and for human movement. And then with India, Pakistan had a problem on Kashmir. Pakistan fought war, then Pakistan and India were on the brink of many wars. Now Pakistan is also trying to induce India for talks so that a settlement of Kashmir could be made and a Pak-India relation could be normalized for regional trade and trade beyond the region. Similar is the connectivity project with CPAC. Is a big project. It's a fate changer for Pakistan. Especially the Western China exports could pass through Pakistan. As my friend was talking about conspiracies against CPAC and other parts, Pakistan is facing this, but Pakistan is moving ahead with its projects. You know, one last comment that all these projects or the vision of Pakistani leadership from a policy shift from geostrategic to geoeconomics, I can assure you, my friend, that there will be a day, and that day is not far, that we all Asians will be, taking a huge benefit of transition. For example, there is a train route right from Pakistan to Turkey, right from Pakistan to Turkey. And incidentally, Professor Tayar Ari, I was in Istanbul that day when first trial of this train took place. It started from Islamabad and via Tehran, it reached Turkey. So this project is there for connectivity from Pakistan to Turkey and to European countries. If this vision is implemented or it is allowed to get implemented, there will be a time when we all will be looking at or will be experiencing development, peace, and prosperity in this region. I once again thanks all the panelists and Professor Tayar Ari for you for a patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaukat Prasha. Also, we thanks to you for your presentation. And also, once more, I thank all the contributors, all the panelists, and their valuable presentations. We made the time. Also, we don't have any more time to discuss, so we will have to stop here. Okay. I know very controversial issue we discussed here, and also because very much multidimensional issue we are discussing. South Asia and Southwest Asia, very complicated issues there are in this region. And also, I think only possible to solve by regional cooperation, by increasing regional cooperation, and also increasing internal potentials and regional potentials. Otherwise, global powers and superpowers or outside powers from outside can manipulate, can continue to manipulate for their own sake. Because only to solve this problem by sincere contribution of regional countries, I think. There are too many questions. Kashmir question, I studied my master thesis, I published it. So I know what is happening in this region. Thank you for all you. Once again, thank you. I will stop here, okay.
Thank you, Professor Arre, and we thank all panelists. Since we have time constraints, I'll straight away skip to the fifth session, and the floor is to, I'll give the floor to Professor Arshihan, who will chair this session, who will moderate the session. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we have 4 participants, and I think all the participants I have seen, they are here. And I hope that the first participant is Dr. Edward Lemon. And are you here, Dr. Edward Lemon?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the session is, thank you very much. And the session is basically on global competition in Eurasian geopolitics and its regional reflections. Because as you know that the geopolitical game of the world power is almost over in South Asia. They did their job, whatever they want, whatever you want to perceive. Now they are moving towards Central Asia and Caucasia. And why? Because the Central Asia is the hub where the major players, including Turkey, China, and Russia, are the players. And there are some organic players, or you can say, geographical players like Russia. And Russia cannot leave the region, and America and the Euro-Atlantic cannot say they don't belong to us. You are a logical extension of the West, etc. So this is a very, very important issue on which all the speakers are having somehow more and less, or you can say middle type of experiences and knowledge and expertise. So first of all, I would like to invite, let me introduce Mr. Lemon to Dr. Lemon. First speaker is Edward Lemon. He is a research assistant professor in the Bush School, Texas A&M University, USA. And his topic is China's rising role in Central Asia's security. And he is in the Department of International Affairs. And he also worked on transnational dimensions of authoritarianism, with a focus on post-Soviet Central Asia, Russia, and China. And he also specializes on security issues, including violent extremism, political violence. And he also spent his time in Russia and Central Asia. So yes, Mr. Dr. Edward Lemon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. It's a great pleasure to be here today, speaking with you all on this important topic. So I'll try and be as brief as possible in the interests of time. My topic, as has just been mentioned, is China's rising.
And sorry, just 1 minute, because every speaker has 10 minutes time, because we are short of time. We have only 1 hour. We have 4 speakers. So 10 hours, 10 minutes. Okay.
Perfect. Excellent. So Central Asia, post-Soviet Central Asia, traditionally has been viewed as part of Russia's sphere of influence, part of its near abroad. And traditionally we had this division, whether it existed or not, it certainly was written about a lot by analysts, between Russia being the primary security partner for Central Asia and China being the primary external economic partner for the region. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the ways in which that relationship is breaking down, and China is becoming an increasing security provider to the Central Asian region, and the ways in which China is experimenting with various forms of security cooperation that it may further down the line, as China continues to rise, use in other parts of the world. So in 1991, we had the emergence of the end of the Soviet Union. We had the emergence of Central Asian republics as independent states. And so China had a series of new countries with which it bordered. So the initial priority for Beijing was to normalize relations with these countries, establish diplomatic relations, and delimit the border. It also had a security concern because the region is home to around 300,000 ethnic Uyghurs, who originally came from China in the middle of the 19th century, and afterwards during the civil war in China, and fled across the border into what is now Central Asia. And so there was concern that the region would become a hotbed for separatism and terrorism related to Xinjiang autonomous region. Also, of course, there was a desire to develop economic ties, the region being home to vast hydrocarbon, oil and gas reserves, and China being a net importer of oil and gas. There was an interest in developing these ties related to energy, as well as viewing the region as an opportunity to develop the underdeveloped region of Xinjiang and the western regions of China, and be a market for Chinese capital and goods. So we saw ties develop quite dramatically, especially economic ties from very minimal levels of trade in the early 1990s, numbering in the tens of millions a year, to reaching a current level of around $30 billion a year, with China being one of the main trade partners for the region, along with Russia and the European Union. But with these economic ties have come security concerns. And we've seen China play a much greater role in the security of Central Asia over the past decade or so. This is related in many ways at the global level to China being more assertive under Chairman Xi Jinping since 2012. Regionally, it's related to China's domestic security concerns, its concerns around Xinjiang, as I mentioned, and potential spillovers between Xinjiang and the region, and cross-border terrorist movements, and also, importantly, spillovers from Afghanistan. According to leaked documents from the China Security Council leaked to the New York Times, Xi Jinping, for at least the past 7 years since 2014, has been very concerned about the effects of the US withdrawal and how that may lead to Afghanistan becoming a real hotbed for Uyghur terrorism, and how that can spill over into Xinjiang through Tajikistan, which borders both China and Afghanistan. And then locally, as China has expanded its role within the region, it's been met with resistance. Especially in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, levels of Sinophobia are quite high amongst the populace. According to polling data, around 30% of Kazakhs and 35% of Kyrgyz people have anti-China views. They view China in negative terms. And we've seen a number of protests pushing back against China's investments on the one hand, and also raising concerns around the human rights situation in Xinjiang and the situation around the Muslim population there. And we've seen, according to protest data that I've been collecting as part of a project called the Central Asia Protest Tracker, between 2018 and the end of 2020, we saw around 106 protests. Around 8% of the protests that we found within the region were related to China in some way, very different to Russia, which is still viewed in quite benevolent and positive terms. Also, China's been taking advantage of the United States' slow exit from the region. If we think back 19 years ago, where the United States had bases in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan to support the war in Afghanistan. These shuttered in 2014, having reached a peak of around 450 million in 2012. US military aid to the region has plummeted, or 98%, to reach under 10 million in 2020. So the United States has slowly exited the region, and this has given an increased opportunity for China to play a role. So very briefly, how is China playing a role? China is has a military facility in the region, one of its first abroad, set up very near the border with Tajikistan and Afghanistan, intended to prevent any spillovers. From that base, it seems it's also been involved in patrolling the border between Tajikistan and Afghanistan. It's viewed as particularly porous and a place for threats to emerge. It's become an arms supplier to the region. So it's provided something like 13% of arms to the region over the past 5 years, which is a significant increase from the first half of between 2010 and 2014, where it only provided 1.5%. So it's increased its arms sales, particularly selling missile defense systems and other arms to the countries of the region. Of course, Russia is still the dominant player here, providing just over half of the arms imports to the region. And finally, we've also seen China play a role in military exercises. We've seen China first engage through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which counts as its members India, Pakistan, Russia, as other regional powers, along with the Central Asian republics. But in recent years, it's increasingly moved towards bilateral exercises, organizing its first bilateral exercise with Kyrgyzstan in 2014 and a further 9 exercises since then. And I think this is, just to summarize, this is one of the main takeaways from when we're watching China's rising role in the region, is that at first it was very deferential to Russia. It viewed this area as Russia's sphere of influence. When it wanted to establish its base in Pakistan, allegedly there was a meeting between Russian and Chinese officials where they notified and got the agreement of Russia to do this. But increasingly, China is going it alone. It's going outside of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization that counts Russia as a member. It's organizing these exercises on its own. It's setting up different platforms, such as the quadrilateral cooperation coordination mechanism, which is established between Tajikistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and China to fight terrorism. Established in 2016, it's also setting up its own multilateral mechanism, such as a meeting, which was in the last 2 weeks ago, between the foreign ministers of all the Central Asian republics and the Chinese Foreign Ministry. So it's increasingly moving away from a model that was more cooperative with Russia towards a model whereby China is playing an increasing security role without being so deferential to Russia. But with that, I will stop and hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lemon. I'm very much thankful to you for limiting your speech in a very good way, just within 10 minutes. And thank you very much for highlighting the very important aspect and the internal deficiencies and deficits, and I should the soft belly of both China and Russia in the same region. So thank you very much for your perspective and for your understanding of Central Asia. I hope it will continue. And now the next speaker is Mr. Bruce Spanier, and he is here. I have seen him, and he is a very senior correspondent for Central Asia. He's covering Central Asia. And he will speak on border disputes in Central Asia, especially with reference to Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan conflict. And he is currently writing for Radio Free Europe or Radio Liberty. So yes, Mr. Bruce Spanier, you are welcome.
Yeah, well, first, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you know, and I apologize. I'm having camera problems.
Okay,
so I can't get my video on. But thank you, and thank you for the invitation to address ANKASAM. I appreciate this very much. It's a big honor for me. As you mentioned, I'm going to speak about the borders in Central Asia, and particularly what just happened along the Kyrgyz-Tajik border. There was fighting, of course, at the end of April, and I'll get to the significance of that in a minute. But I just wanted to put some background in real quick about what this region is like. The Tajik-Kyrgyz border is about 970 kilometers long, and only 520 kilometers of it are actually demarcated. So there's a lot of problems about figuring out exactly where the border is. Now, these communities, the Tajik and Kyrgyz communities, have lived side by side for many, many centuries, and people have been living in this region for a very, very long time. Thousands of years. There's Bronze Age petroglyphs that are not very far away from here. And even Alexander of Macedon, for instance, conquered what is now Khojand in 329 BC. So there's been people in the area. Now, what is different about the situation now compared to a long time ago is for the first time in their history, there's a state border that runs and divides the two countries at the moment. I mean, they used to be the interior of other Khanates, Emirates, other political divisions, but they weren't a border area. So this is creating new problems in the region at the moment, not to mention the fact the existence of enclaves that are on both sides of not just only the Tajik-Kyrgyz border, but also along the Uzbek border too. Excuse me. Now, the region, of course, it was part of the Soviet Union and also part of the Russian Empire for a while. And, you know, although there was during the Soviet time, they ended up creating a division along the Tajik and Kyrgyz Soviet Socialist republics, that was an administrative division, which really didn't have a lot of impact on the local populations. They were still internally part of the same country. And it wasn't very hard to cross the border right in that area. Now, as part of the legacy of the Soviet Union, there was infrastructure was developed in the area. If you've ever, for those of you who haven't been along the border area there, the eastern part, of course, is the high mountains, and then the border, where the border is not so significant because it's remote. There's not very many people living there. But as we go westward, and the mountains start to give way into the flatlands and agricultural areas of the place, then it takes on a much greater significance. Part of the Soviet legacy is that these regions developed, they had roads put into them and also canal works to bring the water from the mountains and feed the fields on both sides of what is now the border. So now that we do have a border, of course, it's changed the situation in the region. And the fact that there are countries that are called Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan has also acquired a significance that was never there before. Internally, previously, these were all part of the Kokand Khanate or something like that. And that was your first allegiance. Same with the Soviet Union. These were all people that were citizens of the Soviet Union. But now ethnicity and nationality and the border have taken on a much greater significance and meaning than they ever had before in their lives. This has complicated the relationships amongst the people in the area who are still connected by some of these roads. There are places when you drive along the border where you're driving down the road and one side of the road is Tajikistan and the other side of the road is Kyrgyzstan. And of course, the water canals go back and forth on either side. So, who claims the areas where the water reservoirs are, and do they let enough water out into the neighboring country? These have become big issues. Tensions in the last 15 years, for instance, have become heightened a lot. People are resentful of constructions that go on one side of the border or the other. They're suspicious about what the purpose is for building something along the border. There's been claims that the other side is trying to expand its territory one way or the other across the border and take up more land or get better water rights, or claim the richer agricultural fields on both sides, on either side of the border. It started out as something that was just the throwing stones at passing vehicles that were from the other country. Sometimes vehicles were stopped and the passengers were abused by one side or the other, depending on what territory they were in. But gradually this has taken on a conflict that involves arms. For the last 5 or 6 years, even a little bit more, we've seen people actually shoot at each other from across the border. And there have been times where the Tajik military and border guards have resorted to using mortars and rocket-propelled grenades. These are all these two countries are part of the Commonwealth of Independent States. They're also members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They're also members of the Collective Security Treaty Organization from the CIS, but yet they haven't been able to put out figure out some way to resolve their conflict. The border is still a big issue. It's still in dispute in places. One second. What this means is as the conflict has kind of escalated gradually over time, is that the two sides, their positions have solidified on both sides of the border. They're less eager to reach some kind of compromise, unfortunately. Again, it wasn't always like that. I'm sure that there have been conflicts that have arisen over the centuries where these peoples have been living together, but they were all solved locally. The people there had it, whether it was by force or whether it was by mutual agreement, all the people living there were the ones that were responsible for resolving their own problems. Now these problems have been given over to the governments of the region, and the capitals of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan are very far away from this area. And often the needs and the desires of the people who live on either side of this border are not taken into consideration by the government officials who are meeting and trying to figure out where exactly their border is. So what we had at the end of April was a situation where again, one of these disputes broke out, and these disputes prior to the end of April had always been very localized, that they had involved a couple of villages that were neighboring areas. Rocks were thrown, sticks, and sometimes, as I mentioned, they would even take some shots at each other. It also involved border guards. Sometimes the border guards were the ones doing the shooting at each other. but the one in April was different in that we saw for the first time that the two militaries actually engaged in open hostilities along the border. It had never happened in Central Asia since the fall of the Soviet Union. It's a huge precedent for the region that it seems that the military of Tajikistan at the moment responded to local violence by launching what could only be called a coordinated attack along a 100-kilometer plus stretch of the border. All of a sudden, there were places where the Tajik military had entered Kyrgyzstan. There was at least 55 deaths, on the majority of them on the Kyrgyz side of the border. Widespread damage to property, houses, fields, orchards. And this has never been seen before in Central Asia. So it's an alarming development. More alarming is that no one seems to want to get involved in this. As I mentioned, both these countries are members of several organizations, but no one has stepped forward to try to really mediate the peace. Ultimately, I suppose it can only be done regionally. I know the Kazakh president was just there. He was in Dushanbe, and he's been trying to get the two sides to come together and find some kind of a mutual agreement that's satisfactory to both sides. The Uzbek president has also tried to step in and do something, but the result of the fighting is that the two sides are even more polarized than they've ever been before, which is extremely unfortunate because, as I said, before the ethnic element along in this area was not quite so important because they were all citizens of the same country, but that's no longer true. So we have peace for the moment, but the escalation can only be seen as a horrible failure of diplomacy on the parts of both countries. It's not something that they're going to be able to resolve quickly. In fact, they're even further away from resolution probably now than they ever were at this point. So the ultimate problems that arise for this are, one, what does this mean for ethnic relations along the border? They've had problems along the Uzbek border with both with Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. Bruce, your time is over, I think. So you have to conclude within half a minute. Minute, yeah.
Great, thank you for letting me know. But and I am winding up right now anyway. So like I said, that the problem with this is the fallout of will this lead to greater ethnic tensions in the region? And does the clash of two militaries from Central Asia set some kind of dangerous precedent for border resolution in the future? And these are only questions that can be answered with time, but it certainly is a bad signal about what was a fairly peaceful area and where there was room for cooperation. And I'll leave it with that. Thank you very much, and sorry for running to the end there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruce. You have given a very good description of your experiences and what you have witnessed at the border, and looking at the subaltern level, at the grassroots level, how the local people at the border from both sides, how they are reacting against one another on certain petty issues. This is a reality, I think, some in African societies and in illiberal society in Asia and Africa, because you belong to the Western epistemological paradigm, the Western part of the world. That's why, but I'm not saying that, you have seen it very well, but I must also say here that you'll find many such kind of disputes on these kind of borders. At the same time, you will not find, flare up also. But anyhow, so this is a very, very important information. I didn't know about this much, and I think it will be very much beneficial for our audience, very enriched audience. Now it is the time for inviting Colonel Richard Ozen. He belongs to the State Department, Policy Planning, and he has also the experience of teaching strategy and Middle East, politics at the National Defense University in America, and he will speak on American geopolitics and Eurasia. Mr. Rich, you are welcome. Please.
Thank you, sir. It's good to be with you, and
thank you.
This is an area that is of great interest to me. I spent two years in Afghanistan, in Kabul, working as both a soldier and a diplomat. So the rise of Asia and the geopolitics of the region are of continuing interest to me. My remarks are a little more theoretical regarding the problematic nature of America's relationship with geopolitics and what this portends in the current period for our presence in Eurasia. Three things I really want to get across. The first is a discussion of American geopolitics. The second is a quick thought exercise to judge the quality of American geopolitics, and then a few observations about the current administration's geopolitical approach. Now, the world has reason to be confused about American geopolitics in Eurasia, given the dramatic fluctuations in US foreign policy this century. Consider the decade between 2010 and 2020. The United States flipped from seeking a reset with Russia to vilifying Russia as a threat to American democracy, from ramping up efforts to stabilize Afghanistan to withdrawing altogether, from rehabilitating relations with Iran to maximum pressure and back, from abetting China's rise to playing hardball against its expropriative trade and maritime approaches. Having sought regime change and forcible democratization in a number of regions in the first decade of the century, the US spent the second decade trying to extricate itself from foreign entanglements and sanctioning many of its own allies. Now, genuine electoral democracies, which we do have, naturally experience variation in their foreign policy approach, but the swings in American foreign policy have been severe enough to prompt the question of whether American geopolitics are ambiguous or are they absent altogether. Now, by geopolitics, I mean the application of the trinity of history, geography, and competitive strategy to international affairs and foreign policy, rather than positions rooted in current dynamics only, ideology, personality, or other reductionist analytical tools. The first wave of classical geopolitics was encompassed by the arguments of Ratzel, Kjellin, Mahan, Mackinder, Haushofer, Spikeman, and others. Now, there's ambivalence in the West about geopolitics that's reflected in the scholarly literature. After the first wave of geopolitical thinkers I just talked about, Americans came to associate the practice of geopolitics with European fascism, and the concept became increasingly unpopular. By the 1990s, what we call critical geopolitical thinkers developed a second wave of geopolitical literature, one that reduced it to an imperialist narrative rather than a legitimate policy approach. This wave of literature problematized geopolitics as a discourse that explains more about justifications for power and privilege by elites than it does about the logic of interstate relations. It's rooted in postmodernist imperative of emancipation and transformation, rather than a search for empirical patterns or positivist rules. A good summary of this literature can be found in Flint's Introduction to Geopolitics. Now, during this period when we came to reject the concept of geopolitics, we still practiced it in a sense. The ghost of Mackinder was with us. Americans tacitly accept, for instance, that there should be no single hegemon in the heartland, in the central part of Asia. But the explicit practice of geopolitics had become démodé. Of course, policy and strategy practitioners such as Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski still applied geopolitical thinking, but it was discussed in terms of statecraft or grand strategy, omitting the key link of political mandates and political vision to sustained policy implements. Now, Colin Gray and Jeffrey Sloan and some other authors in the last 10 years have led sort of a third wave, which I would consider a major report to the critical turn in geopolitics with an eye to reviving its value for policy practitioners. And essentially what this third wave says is that everyone thinks in geopolitical terms as they do international relations and as they do foreign policy. So geopolitics is a durable form of what we might call cognitive shorthand or heuristics for political leaders. So I go with that definition of geopolitics. It's the use by decision makers of decision logics rooted in this trinity of geography, history, and competitive strategy. So there may still be some in the audience who think that the United States is clever in its foreign policy and has a grand strategy or a grand geopolitics to sustain its preeminent position. This may have been true during the period of containment from 1946 through 1991, but it is demonstrably not true now. Let's apply a simple test, the second part of my talk, by examining 5 assertions from the 1990s and 2000s in light of what we know now. These assertions or cases include the question of militant Islam, the question of the Kurds, the question of Iraq, the question of Afghanistan, and the question of Iran, all of which touch on Eurasian geopolitics. First, on the issue of militant Islam, if we had a sincerely held and consistently applied geopolitics, we would have expected to see that either the United States used militant Islamic groups as proxies with the expectation that they would attack others and not attack us, not attack our interests or the United States homeland, or alternatively, we would have prosecuted a consistent series of wars against the various radical groups and offshoots, with a political track involving cooperation with regional states to achieve end states that reduce the room for radical Islamic terrorism, rather than working with sub-state groups. In reality, we've alternated between wars against certain militant Islamic groups, inactivity against others, and disengagement from certain regions of concern altogether. Second, on the question of the Kurds, we should expect, if there were a consistent American geopolitics, to see efforts to progressively advance political projects towards the independence of the Kurds in Iraq and Syria, such as supporting the 2017 independence referendum, or formalizing a political arrangement in Northeast Syria, or lifting the foreign terrorist organization designation of the PKK. But those who track US activities in these areas in detail know that the relationship has been political support in Iraq only within the existing borders of Iraq, and overwhelmingly military focused in the case of the instrumental use of the YPG. Now, there are voices in Washington who advocate for a single Kurdish policy, but they have little real traction. In reality, we have multiple and frequently mutually contradictory Kurdish policies, not one single policy. Third, on the question of Iraq, we should have seen a consistent commitment either to territorial integrity or to division of Iraq. Instead, what we see is the expansion of Iranian influence over vast portions of the Iraqi state and the extension of Iranian military and paramilitary strength throughout Iraq and Syria. In fact, if American policymakers and strategists could have looked forward from January 2003 and seen that in 18 years, Iran would be the kingmaker over Iraqi politics and essentially subordinate large sections of the Iraqi and Syrian state to the Pasdaran, it would be impossible for them to see anything resembling fulfillment of US national interests or goals. On the question of Afghanistan, which we're talking about in this conference, it's a triple landlocked country with a natural division of powers and spheres of influence too rooted for the United States or the Soviet Union or the British Empire to undo. And we should have expected to see a rapid punitive campaign against Al-Qaeda and their Taliban sponsors, followed by a heavily securitized CD residual presence and acceptance of regional and domestic ecosystems. Instead, what we saw was a major counterinsurgency campaign and democratization drive that cost 2 decades, thousands of American lives, and many billions of dollars. Afghanistan shows the conflicting impulses of crusading democratization and military deterrence, and a geopolitically deft policy would have either entailed a quick exit shortly after our punitive campaign in 2002, 3, or 4, or focusing on a long-term position that we've now decided to abandon. The decision to launch a second war in Iraq before consolidating within or leaving altogether from Afghanistan is proof of geopolitical inconsistency. Finally, on the question of Iran, ruled at present by a regime founded on and legitimized by an explicitly anti-American discourse, we should expect to see either a sustained campaign to undermine the regime or a sustained effort to reach a modus vivendi. This is perhaps the most stark current example of American geopolitical inconsistency. Under Presidents Bush and Trump, there was heavy pressure, including a lethal strike against Qasem Soleimani. Under Presidents Obama and Biden, there was and is financial incentives and discreet outreach offered to the regime with hints of a compromise. A geopolitically consistent actor cannot be expected to oscillate every 4 or 8 years on such a substantive policy matter.
Thank you.
I have one last point to make, and that's the. I'm sorry. I'm observing Central Asian rules of time here. So the last point I'll make is about the current administration. The Biden administration is broadly seen in the U.S. as an extension of the Obama terms, a third Obama term, if you will, because many of the same people are populating its policy positions. It is my belief that the overriding doctrine of the Obama years, and thus the current administration as well, was do nothing in foreign policy that will distract from your domestic political mandate. They are all about reform and change of the American domestic system. So they will not slay any dragons. They will not seek to reverse any major competitors' moves if it involves a war or a major confrontation. They will do those things that are least costly politically, and that means working with allies when you can and pulling back from things that involve risk. That means for countries like Turkey and Pakistan and our other allies, even in some troubled partnerships and alliances, there's still room for common cause, but you have to find things that the United States has a proximate political profit from doing. And we will be, if we find transactions like that, I think a reliable partner, but not an organizer or a hegemon in Central Asia or the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Thank you very much. You made a very good conceptual narrative aspect of this geopolitics, and then in your own way, because I think you have read a lot, because you were in Afghanistan, you also look like Afghan, your your appearance. Anyhow, so you have made a very good, I think, very balanced, critical, and very constructive critical assessment of the American, political engagement on 5 points. And thank you very much for your observation. I hope we will be benefited further in future. Now we have the next speaker. He is expert in Hudson Institute. I know Hudson Institute because I was a Fulbright Fellow in New York University in 2004. And there I met the president of the Hudson Institute. I don't remember him now, his name, I forgot. And the name of the speaker today is Dr. Satoru Nagao. I think he's from Japan. He's a Japanese scholar, and but he's working in Hudson Institute. Hudson is a very, very, very American, you can say more American enterprise institute type. Anyhow, so his topic is US-China competition. How should Quad respond? So this is a very important topic in India also. And he is a fellow in Hudson Institute, and he is also fellow in Security and Strategy Department of the Research Institute of Japan. So you are welcome, Dr. Satoru. You can deliver your lecture now. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, in 2004, the president of the Hudson Institute was Ken Weinstein.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will use the PowerPoint, so I will share my PowerPoint. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, it's coming, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I will use this. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to make presentation. It is honor for me. The title of my presentation is US-China competition, how should Quad respond? So, for example, China's assertive behavior has been escalating now. So in the East China Sea, China has increased its activity around the Senkaku Island of Japan to reach more than 1,000 times per year. In Taiwan Strait, China has also increased its deployment, and the US Indo-Pacific commander, Admiral Philip Davidson, warned that China could invade Taiwan within 6 years. So in the South China Sea, China has ignored the 2060 verdict of the International Court and construct 7 artificial islands with 3 runaways. So while claiming that these artificial islands have no military purpose, China is deploying missiles and military planes on them. So according to the Admiral Sunil Ramba, Indian Chief of the Naval Staff, Beijing has deployed 6 to 8 ships to 8 warships in the Indian Ocean. Sorry, 6 to 8 warships in the Indian Ocean. Sorry, and the number of China's incursion in the India-China border reached 663 times per year. And in 2020, on the Indian-China border, 5,000 Chinese troops entered Indian territory and clashed with Indian troops, causing 20 Indian soldiers sacrifice their lives, and 76 others were injured. So to counter China's escalating activities, the US has stepping up its deterrence effort. In December 2017, the US published its latest national security strategy. A new one will publish, but not yet. And in 2018, Vice President Mike Pence detailed, that time Vice President was Mike Pence, and detailed the administration China policy as a speech at the Hudson Institute, and both which indicate a strong US stance toward China. So in addition to imposed tariff in the ongoing trade war, the US has excluded Chinese products and 5G technologies from the government procurement in the so-called high-tech war. On March 25th of this year, US President Joe Biden remarked in his first press conference, China has an overall goal to become the leading country in the world the wealthiest country in the world, the most powerful country in the world. That's not going to happen on my watch. So what should India, Australia, and Japan do under such kind of situation? With regard to China's motivation, there is similarities between East China Sea, South China Sea, and India-China border area. So examining these similarities help to contextualize China's action and indicate neighbors like India, Japan, should respond to the China's provocations. So first, there are three important similarities. First and militarily, China's behavior is an exploitation of the power vacuum. For example, in the South China Sea, China occupied half of the Paracel Island just after France withdrew from Indochina in the 1950s. In 1974, China expanded its presence to all of the Paracel Island after US withdrew from South Vietnam. Additionally, China occupied 6 features of the exploratory island after the Soviet Union decreased its military presence in Vietnam in 1988. Again in 1995, China laid claim to Mischief Reef after US troops withdrew from Philippines. Secondly and economically, China has used its financial power to expand its sphere of influence. China has used fogging infrastructure project known as Belt and Road Initiative to expand its sphere of influence. In one of those projects, Sri Lanka leased its Hambantota port to China for 99 years. Indeed, because China's rapid military modernization and the Belt and Road Initiative depend on ample budget. Therefore, the economy is main front of maritime security. In terms of the democratic norms and values, China has repeatedly disregarded for international law and democratic process when laying claim to new territory. For example, in the East China Sea, China did not claim the Senkaku Island before 1971. China's attitude has since changed due to potential existence of oil reserve in the East China Sea. And indeed, because the Senkaku Island of Japan are in strategic location to pressure Taiwan, so China has started to lay claim to this area. So how should India, Australia, Japan respond to this situation? There are 3 things we should do. First, we should improve our security framework and capabilities. For a long time, hub and spoke system has maintained order in the Indo-Pacific. Left one. Under this system, both Japan and Australia are US allies, but Japan and Australia share no close security relations. Thus, this system is heavily dependent on the US military power. But this system is currently failing to deter China's aggressiveness. So as a result, new security framework has emerged. In this system, US allies and cooperate with other US allies and with each other. For example, Japan and Australia coordinate through the bilateral, trilateral, quadrilateral security cooperation, and the framework of these many levels of cooperation between allies and friendly countries from one big security network. This system is still US-led, but US allies and friendly countries share more of the security burden. Second, India, Australia, Japan must reduce our economic dependence on Beijing because China's rapid military modernization are dependent on the ample budget. Furthermore, India, Australia, Japan should also cooperate to assist in development of the infrastructure in countries around Southeast Asia and South Asia, or Africa too, when Sri Lanka decides to accept China's investment with high interest rate. Sri Lanka has no other investor options. So India, Australia, Japan should collaborate to suggest alternative infrastructure projects to developing countries like Sri Lanka. In terms of democratic values, India, Australia, Japan must continue to respect the rule-based order grounded in current international law. If other countries
Dr. Satoru, you have 2 minutes only.
2 minutes, I will finish.
Yeah.
If other countries believe that non-democratic country is a model of success, India, Australia, Japan will increasingly lose influence in the future. So this is final. In summary, India, Australia, Japan should cooperate with the United States militarily, economically, and value-related issues. Now is the time to do so. That's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Satoru, for very emphatic, not aggressive, but very assertive, exposition of your thought on this topic. And I request all the panelists in my session to be there, because at this last round you have to give my final remark. So please don't go away. And we have the last speaker now. So thank you very much, Dr. Satoru, for giving a Japanese viewpoint, or you can say the perspective of the Hudson Institute on this aspect. And I hope that China will take some lessons from your viewpoint. But I believe in one thing, that if 4 and 5 people react more to some other person, then that other person will become more important because of reactions also. So that is also a point I will ask you at the end, at the final point. So now the last speaker is thank you very much. So last speaker is, let me find out, is just wait. Because, yeah. So last speaker is from, I think he's from Indonesia, and his name is Assistant Professor Hadza Min Fadil Robi, and he is in the Department of International Relations, the Islamic University of Indonesia, and his topic is Indonesian geopolitical vision in 21st century, from the era of Yudhoyono to Jokowi. So you are welcome, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Arshi Khan Sahib from India. And I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol from ANKASAM for hosting this event, and also to honored speakers from across the world, especially from this panel coming from America. So today I would like to explain a brief presentation on Indonesian geopolitical vision in the 21st century. Specifically, I will be focusing on 2 presidents from 2004 to 2021. So these 2 presidents are President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, who is very much well-known in the United States because he was a graduate from American institutions. He had experienced some of his military trainings in the United States, and also Joko Widodo for his populist backgrounds. I will be trying to brief here, since we will also have time for response and also question and answer session. So the first thing that I would like to highlight is that Indonesia's rise has attracted many interests from international relations scholars and political scientists from many parts of the world, especially from leading political scientists in America and Australia. We can note that there are several remarkable analysis that has been done by Anthony Wright when he wrote a book on Indonesia Rising, and also works by Edward Aspinall and his colleagues in Australian National University, when he tried to highlight how Indonesia's rise significantly influenced Indonesia's standing in world politics as well. And I would like to highlight one important question here that is often inquired when we are asking about Indonesia's geopolitics. especially Indonesia's geopolitical thinking. Does Indonesia have any specific geopolitical tradition, and how that specific geopolitical tradition would influence Indonesia's behavior and Indonesians' action in the regional and international level? So I would like to begin from the year 1998, when Indonesia democratized itself through the process called as reformasi, or political reformation, which finally ousted the long ruling General Suharto, who was a close friend of the Western countries because he was against Eastern Bloc and also communist countries. And this democratization, of course, brought many changes, significant changes in Indonesia's political environment. And this also influenced Indonesia's foreign policy making process. And we can see that Indonesian foreign policy making process has been influenced in many ways, especially when there are more actors involved. So we can see that there are significant roles from think tanks like CSIS, and also from many universities being involved by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in order to find a more constructive policy-making process. And there are also more considerations that has been taken by the central government in order to formulate their foreign policies. And also, there are more challenges when it comes to considering whether to take certain foreign policy actions. For example, there was an issue about opening relations between Indonesia and Israel back then in 2002, and we see that those considerations that were taken by the President Abdurrahman Wahid at that time was basically based on his entrepreneurial character. He was trying to forge a peace between Israel and Palestine, yet he failed because of the domestic pressures. And we can see that as Indonesia democratized, there are more challenges coming to the Indonesian foreign policy makers. And Indonesian geopolitical thought experienced transformation. But instead of amid the changes experienced in the Indonesian domestic political arena, we can see that Indonesia's geopolitical thought are still mainly being shaped by those who are in the seats of power, especially by President, by the First Commission of the Parliament of Indonesia, by the Indonesian Army, and also by the National Intelligence Board and Indonesian Armed Forces. Let me continue in a fast manner. So, early attempt to reconstruct Indonesia's geopolitical thought has been starting since the era of Abdurrahman Wahid back then in 1999. So he was trying to create a new regional bloc that was not really popular at that time, because he was trying to formulate a triad between India, Indonesia, and China as new leading economic blocs in the global political economy against vis-a-vis the Western hegemony and IMF. So he was trying to build a new future for Asian economic back, but yet he failed because of the domestic political circumstances. And we can see that the real effort to change and to redesign the whole construction of Indonesia's geopolitical vision was happening during the era of President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. He was himself a strategist. He was working as a political desk in the army headquarters, and he was responsible for Indonesia's political and security affairs back during the presidency of Megawati Soekarno-Putri during 2002-2004. And when he became a president, I got 4 minutes. So he trying to redefine Indonesia's geopolitical thought. So he was trying to reframe traditional motto of Indonesia's foreign policy from sailing through the two reefs to keeping balance in the stormy oceans. This is to reimagine the Indonesia's view toward international politics, because there are a lot more challenges coming after the Cold War. And he was trying to build a more assertive and globalist foreign policy of Indonesia by inserting values such as all-direction foreign policy and also involving values like million friends and zero enemies. And Indonesia, from this point, has been recognized as normative actors that is trying to promote human rights, especially in Southeast Asia, and to promote democratization, especially in Muslim world. And second part of Yudhoyono presidency was also marked by a more realist view on international politics, because we know that important episodes like Arab Springs are happening, and also China Sea is also experiencing some security issues at that time. So Yudhoyono is trying to reconstruct, together with his minister Natalegawa, he's trying to reconstruct a conception that is called as dynamic equilibrium. So dynamic is trying to reformulate Indonesia's foreign policy and Indonesia's strategic policy in order to be ready to face any kind of possibilities in Indo-Pacific, and while at the same time is ensuring the multi-party arrangement is working in the context of Indo-Pacific geopolitical mechanism by emphasizing the multi-stakeholdership with Asian centrality in managing the political security issues in the region. I'm moving directly to Jokowi's geopolitical thought. So Jokowi is a common, it was considered as part of a common politician. He didn't have strategic background, but many of his policy that he has been adopting was eventually influenced by think tanks like CSIS, and this helped him to develop new conception that is called as global maritime fulcrum, which seeks to place Indonesia as new maritime power in both in regional and international level. But because he was pretty much pragmatic, he was considered as a pictorial Indonesian man who is often quite ignorant, and also he had a pragmatic approach because he was a businessman. So he's having a tendency to become more bilateral and selective in choosing alliances. And to many scholars, he was considering Jokowi was considered to be less providing for less focus to ASEAN. I will be quick because I'm having one more minute, I think. So during the era of Jokowi, he was trying to expand a geopolitical space of Indonesia. So Asia remained central space, but this centrality is being challenged by the redundancy of Indonesia's policies, such as Indonesia's close affinity to China, and also Indonesia's rejection to approve R2P resolution this week. And this is against Indonesia's engagement in Myanmar, of course. And of course, Indonesia is also trying to engage with Muslim world problems, but of course, it lacks true outlooks and policies because, again, this was a very pragmatic approach. And also, Indonesia would like to expand its influence to Pacific nations to tackle support of Pacific nations to the Papua's independence movement. And Indonesia would like to also expand its influence to Central Asia and Latin America as well by making new alliances with Eurasian Economic Union, and also a possible expansion to the Central Asian market as well. And also, there are concerns for investment in Africa. I will be moving quick. There are recurring challenges and problems, I think, that remains in Indonesian foreign policy. So the first thing is that Indonesia is currently facing a serious political instability in Papua. And there are rising activities from Free Papua movement, which was currently trying to be curbed by the Indonesian government by limiting internet access in Papua. So I have students in Papua and they cannot work on my assignment because they didn't have internet connections. And there are also, of course, the problem of a terrorism issue. We still have issues from Daesh exponents in Eastern Indonesia who has been trying to attack the existence of Indonesian army.
Where in Eastern Indonesia? In which?
Exactly in the Central Sulawesi, Professor. Not Aceh. It is in Central Indonesia, especially in Palu. So they have been maintaining their presence in Palu for more than 10 years. And unfortunately, Indonesian military has been ignoring this problem for so long, so that they have been gaining that ground there. And on regional level, we also see that Indonesia also have the problem with half-hearted engagement in Asian because of the redundant policies, especially with Indonesia's China's affinity to China because of the large Chinese investment here. And we also see the problem of... okay. Let me continue for a bit. And there's also a problem of weak defense infrastructure. I think that most of you have heard the fateful incident of the sinking of Nanggala submarine. it was a very old submarine that was being created during the era of Cold War, and we are still using it. And many of the defense experts have been trying to criticize Indonesian government for their lack of attention towards the issue. And there's also issue of corruption happening within the Minister of Defense and also the Indonesian Armed Forces that nobody is willing to speak openly, but we might see that there are several changes will be happening, hopefully. And there are also problem with Indonesia's rigid principles, especially on the human rights and democratization amid complex political arrangements. Thank you very much, Professor Ashikhan Shahib. I would like to have...
Thank you. I'm sorry, but because we have very, lack of time, and there is another session waiting for us. Anyhow, I'm so much thankful to all the panelists, and they have made a really very good contribution in a very hard moment of time, because they were given 10 minutes, and 10 minutes giving to a scholar is very painful. I think it is a para-criminal type of thing, because they prepare so well. And anyhow, so I think that I will ask Edward, first of all, yes, Dr. Edward, what's your viewpoint? Means what's your suggestion to the Central Asian region for having a constructive geopolitics for more integration with the international community or world politics, etc.? Just in 1 minute.
I think there's something I didn't mention in my presentation is a positive development within the region, which is rising regional connectivity. I think traditionally it was a region that had very low trade. There were difficult relations between Uzbekistan, which is the most populous and the country that borders all the other republics, including Afghanistan. They traditionally had very difficult relations with their neighbors. There was a change of power in 2016 with the death of the first president of the country, Islam Karimov, and his successor, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, has been very proactive. His main foreign policy priority has been to rebuild ties with neighbors, delimit borders, increase trade, and improve relations. And in fact, when we had the border dispute between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, that Bruce covered in his presentation, Uzbekistan was very proactive in trying to bring both sides to the table and find a resolution. So I think by building more connections between the Central Asian republics, that allows them to solve issues in the region without external assistance, which can help them be more independent. I think the second thing that's being done, especially effectively by Kazakhstan, is multi-vectorism, i.e. attempting to pursue positive relations with Russia, China, the United States. And so I think that's another strategy that's used to reduce reliance on any one partner. So I think those two patterns that we're already seeing are very useful for the region to remain independent.
Thank you, Dr. Edward. Now, I think Bruce, Mr. Bruce,
I think Mr. Ashi's
you have a very deep knowledge of the local.
Mr. Ashi, your connection just it dropped. Could you repeat what you said for the last 30 seconds?
Okay, Mr. Bruce, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I was saying that you have a very good knowledge of the grassroots level reality at the border region, and you are well aware of the disputes at the local level, how it is taking place. So what's your suggestion, local suggestion which is more adaptable and acceptable to both the sides for preventing the conflicts and violence? Do you have any suggestion?
Yeah, well, as concerns these border regions, I think you have to have the participation of local residents, much greater participation. The head of the Kyrgyz security service was in Uzbekistan in March, trying to come to the same kind of deal along the border. And he left Tashkent in Uzbekistan and came back and announced that it was 100% resolved. But when he went down to the areas of Kyrgyzstan to explain the deal, it became clear very quickly that, in fact, the locals rejected a lot of the terms that he had agreed to in Tashkent. So I think as far as the Kyrgyz-Tajik border is concerned, if they're going to resolve this, then they really need to be speaking with the local people, and that the locals need to take a much more active and prominent role in trying to help resolve the issue. Otherwise, it won't be enduring.
Thank you. Dr. Richard, really, I wanted to listen to you for more than 1 hour, but anyhow, there are some constraints. What's your, what do you expect from Joe Biden, especially in the context of doing something good for the better geopolitical relations in the context of Central Asia?
Well, I'll say this about the Biden administration. Because of their focus on domestic politics, they are less likely to be forward-leaning on pressure campaigns. So you know that sanctions and coercive diplomacy have been a big part of the approach to countries from Iran to Venezuela to Pakistan to Turkey. Now, Congress drives some of that, but I think as a risk mitigation strategy, I would see less pressure coming from the administration on that, less likely to use coercive tools and more likely to use tools of persuasion and seeking cooperative benefit. And in this sense, there's opportunities, right? This is not going to be an administration that tries to organize or run entire regions like the Middle East or Central Asia. So when there is leadership, and especially if two or more states in the region have a cooperative idea or a sort of an initiative for peacemaking or stabilization, I think you can expect to see that this will be a supportive administration in that regard.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Dr. Satoru, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Dr. Satoru? Yes. Do you have any alternative, scheme other than what is happening at the Quad level to respond to China? Because China is becoming very aggressive, and this on the other side also there is aggressive and aggressive. So I think it becomes, very explosive type of situation.
In my opinion, it
Do you
is
have
too
some any
late.
alternative approach to solve? Yeah.
In
please.
my opinion, it is too late to set up the alternative framework from now, because when we check the U.S. history, U.S. has only 245 years history. But if that is true, U.S. is a country spent only 169 years to change from just one of the colony of the British Empire to the only one superpower in the world. And another 75 years, US maintain this status. So this means that all of the rivals, during this process, all of the rivals has destroyed by United States, including Japan. So view from Japanese, once USA, China is the most serious competitor in the public space. We think US has already decided to do something to destroy China. So view from such kind of situation, what kind of alternative? Japan respect the United States. We are loyal ally for the United States because last 2,000 years, US is the only country to defeat Japan and occupy Japan as a foreign country. This means that Japanese believe US is the strongest country in the world, and as an ally, we are loyal to the United States. Once US decide, Japan will follow in this case. And indeed, for a long time, we are very frustrated against China's aggressiveness. So if US decide this is welcome, we will fight. That's the solution. So view from current situation, it is too late to set up something alternative. This alternative will not become powerful to stop United States or stop situation in the Indo-Pacific, is my opinion.
Thank you, Satoru, for a very, clear-headed response. Dr. Hasla, as you know that Indonesia is a multicultural, multi-ethnic society, and it has a lot of obligations to keep the country united and to hold them together. For example, they gave autonomy to Aceh, and there is another problem, as you said, about one area. And there also maybe the autonomy might be the solution, etc. I think that Indonesia is full of obligations to manage the affairs internally rather than looking outside to become a very powerful country along with other middle powers, other powers. Do you agree with me, or do you think that Indonesian leadership will have more time and more strength to go out of these obligations and to do more at the geopolitical level, especially in the context of, coming up with a stronger, effective foreign policy?
Okay, thank you, Professor Arshi. So the problem is that currently Indonesian government has the dilemma of maintaining its credential as democratic nation and to promote democracy as a norm within its region, and also having the same issues with keeping the democratic spirits in its own country. Of course, managing diversity is not a very it's not easy to maintain in such a multicultural country like Indonesia, and of course in India as well. And but Indonesia has learned a lot from the experience of East Timor, because at the time Indonesia was facing a very harsh critics from the international community, and Indonesia is currently facing the same challenges actually in Papua. So I think that the solution might be to really listen to the interests of Papuan people rather than always trying to listen to the voice of the policymakers in Jakarta who might think differently from people in Papua. So it's time to build a more people-centered approach in order to approach the issue of separatism in Papua, because actually that's what the Papuans want. They want to be heard, but I think the government has given them a limited channels. Even though the government is trying to build more infrastructure and trying to build more better quality life in Papua, but still there are a lot of works need to be done. And I think the only solution lies within the dialogue between the Papua and also the Jakarta government. That's all from me, Professor Arshi.
Thank you. So I really express my lot of thanks to all the panelists for taking your very valuable time and for waiting for us and giving your time to do everything from the best of your capacity, because it's a very, very important program where you deliver your intellectual potentiality to become actuality maybe later on, and you are the torch bearers. And I hope that your suggestions, whether it is fully correct or half correct, will certainly result into a better situation output later on. So thank you very much again for your participation, to Richard and other friends. And now it is a session for, I think I give it to Mr. Sami Burgas. Please take over this session and give it to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arshi, for chairing the session. And we would like to thank the session panelists for devoting their valuable time and delivering important remarks. Having said that, we'll now move on to the sixth and the last session of the day, which will be moderated by our esteemed retired ambassador, who is also the senior advisor to the president of ANKASAM, Mr. Aydın Nurhan. The floor is yours.
So, good evening, everybody. It's nearly evening now in Turkey, 6 o'clock. I would like to start by saying a few words. We say that Turkey is the gate of Asia to Europe. Iran is the gate of Europe to Asia. Now, you can add two more into this formula. One is, as one of our participants mentioned, from China all the way through Russia to the West. And the other one, which is our topic today, is the Caucasus, all the way from Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Caspian Sea, and then the Caucasus, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. So we have three connection roads, which makes the historical Silk Road. As there were the discoveries on the high seas, Silk Road collapsed. The part between Istanbul and Beijing collapsed. All the countries in between collapsed. Italian city-states also lost. Ottomans lost. China lost. Now we have to mend that part. Within that context, we come to Caucasus now, which is the important point, the beginning point, let's say, for Asia, entrance into Asia. I won't give you the personal informations of our participants. You already have that. So to gain from time, I just give you the name and ask them to start right away. Our first speaker is Dr. Intikam Mamedov, and he will speak about threats and causes of instability in Caucasus, Caspian region. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, greetings from Moscow State University, and many thanks to our colleagues from Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research. I'm very glad and it's a pleasure for me to take part in this significant event. All the issues raised on this conference are of high importance and contemporary. That I noticed contemporary social science in general and in particular political science, lack of regional research. So organizers make a very useful and relevant step.
Forgive me. We have 10 minutes for each speaker.
Yeah, I know. I'll try to try to stay it within allotted time. To begin with, I would like to note that the problematic of the Caucasus-Caspian region has been urgent and essential in different periods of world history, and the modern political reality we witness today is not an exception. My speech today is devoted to threats and causes of instability in the Caucasus-Caspian region. I concern this topic as a kind of a framework in this area. It means that I am to raise questions more than I can answer by myself. Sorry for that in advance, but I hope it would somehow help us. From my point of view, the Caucasus-Caspian region, due to its geographical location and due to its energy resources, is of high geopolitical importance. The region is included in the design of interests of different global actors. For example, Sam Brownback cited a number of grounds for special interests of the United States in the Caspian. First, he sees that region serves as a kind of bastion from anti-Western extremism in Iranian politics. At the same time, the Caspian resource base is a kind of an alternative to the Middle East. In addition, the region represents a historical opportunity to spread the cultural and ideological ideas of freedom and democracy in Asia through Azerbaijan, through Kazakhstan, and even in the future through Turkmenistan. The importance of the region is also increasing due to the development of the economic belt of the Silk Road Initiative. We know that there are different projects within this initiative, and Caspian is included in the transport and logistics project One Belt, One Way as a mixed continental sea sub-project. So, also, the international north-south transport corridor indicates its special logistic potential. Threats and instability factors, which is my topic, can be conditionally divided into two groups. The first one is about security threats in the traditional sense that are associated with the development of terrorism, with the extremist ideologies, with the attention and prospect of escalation of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and with the threats of separatism in the North Caucasus, I mean the Russian part of it. Thanks God, Nagorno-Karabakh conflict terminated to the end of war treaty now. Now there is peacekeeping forces, and Azerbaijan returned its territories. But the question is, main question is, what would we face after 5 years? Who will be in power in Russia? How will the country's foreign policy change? And what should we expect from Armenia? So the main idea is that I do not feel these issues fully completed. The second group of threats concerns different legal, ecological, and energy aspects, and relates to the application of the Convention on the Legal Status of the Caspian Sea. We know that this convention was signed after more than 20 years of active work to harmonize all its provisions. However, the process of resolving the political and legal status of the sea is also too early to be considered completed. And also we know that Iran has not yet ratified the treaty now, and some issues of the convention, some provisions require further agreement. Preeminently, this applies to the provision about the transit access to the oceans. It's Article 10, passage of warships and submarines through the territorial waters, Article 11. Determination of route and submarine cables and pipelines, Article 14. And determination of the allowable catch of biological resources, Article 9. I can just dwell a little on the question of submarine pipelines and remember the Trans-Caspian gas pipeline issue when Russia argued on independent studies of seismological situation and said that the construction of this Trans-Caspian gas pipeline is fraught with some environmental disasters. Of course, it was an unbeneficial project, absolutely unbeneficial project. How ecological discourse is becoming a political tool in interstate relations. So, so all these provisions have to be specified, and each of it contains the potential of further disputes. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, great. And each of it, as I've said before, contains the potential of further disputes. Brzezinski called Caspian states and Transcaucasus, so our Caucasus-Caspian region, according with Central Asia and Afghanistan, as Eurasian Balkans, and the attribution of these countries, of this region to the new Balkans is carried out not so much according to the territorial principle, but according to its historical and political features.
Would you round up, please?
A little bit louder.
Would you round up, please? 4 minutes.
4 minutes, okay. Brzezinski considered the states of the region as unstable entities with a significant potential for ethnic, for religious conflicts, and for political anarchy. It should be noted that this balkanization is fraught with destabilization of the Eurasian region as a whole and influence of out-of-area forces into the region. So any conflict in the Caucasus-Caspian region can develop from a regional to a global one and become an impulse for the escalation of international tension. But I think that sustainable development of the Caucasus-Caspian region may be achieved first only with deep understanding of its contradictory nature. And the development strategy has to consider interests and relations of actors that are beyond of the borders of this region, which includes different states and even different unconventional actors. For example, many transnational corporations which
The voice is gone.
I think his internet connection dropped.
Yeah.
Do you hear me well now?
Yeah. Are we? Let's finish it now. Your time is run out.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, the main idea is how to find the happy middle ground. So, in order to consider different interests and actors. Sorry, I have very bad connection. I'm sorry for that.
No problem. We got the message.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Yeah. Now, the main point here would be Brzezinski's Eurasian Balkans word. What Turkey needs, what Iran needs, what Russia needs in the Caucasus is stability. We sincerely want stability in the region, and we should work for it. Especially Armenia, the only outlet to the Western world is not through Russia, Georgia, Russia, Azerbaijan, etc. It's through Turkey. And as long as Armenia cannot solve its problems with Turkey, there will not be stability in the Caucasus. Any country that works for this stability is not a friend of the region. That's number one. And then the Nagorno-Karabakh issue, this is the second important thing, I think. What would happen after 5 years? What would Russia do? Because Russia wanted to punish Armenia by not intervening too much into the war. They wanted to punish Armenia. But if Armenia and Russia relations would be better than Azerbaijan-Russia relations, what would happen after several years? That we don't know. It's an important question mark. Okay, now we come to the second speaker. And let's see. Okay. Mr. Ilhan Mehdiyev, please, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here. I would like to speak about the current development in the Caucasus, as you mentioned. And after 44 days of war in Karabakh, which launched in late September 2020 for liberation of Azerbaijani lands from Armenian occupation, which lasted 28 years. I'm sure you were aware of the OSCE Minsk Group mediation, that's a so-called mediation for the past 28 years between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which in fact turned into a total policy towards Armenia. All three co-chairs of Minsk Group, France, Russia, and
United States. Please don't touch the microphone. There is too much click sound. Okay.
which in fact all three co-chairs, US, Russia, and France, were united in terms of their support of Armenia, one militarily, another politically. And Armenia used this Minsk Group framework for imitation of negotiations in order to strengthen and deepen its occupation, for settlement of occupied lands, destroying the whole infrastructure, villages and towns and cities. And we have now witnessed the cemeteries, all are destructed in all occupied areas, and the remnants of dead bodies are massively taken out from the graves and thrown out to the steppes. And we have seen thousands of empty graves in the liberated land. And now people go to visit their parents' graves, but they are not there. The humanity has never witnessed such inhuman behavior throughout the history. So all villages and houses are destroyed. Just I will tell you, 140,000 homes are destroyed. Azerbaijan army did not find any standing building in the liberated areas to install Azerbaijani flag. During the war, Azerbaijan lost 3,000 soldiers, around 3,000, and officers. Death toll of Armenian side is unknown, but reached to 7,000 of men. Azerbaijan, in fact, has destroyed Armenian army. It has destroyed modern, sophisticated weaponry such as 6 air defense system of S-300 and modern Russian Tor systems, radio electronic systems installed for fighting with Azerbaijani planes and drones. Hundreds of tanks and artillery pieces are destroyed and taken as trophies. In November 10, 2020, with Russian mediation, Armenia signed capitulation document and agreed to withdraw from other occupied areas as its remaining military forces became surrounded by Azerbaijani army. So it ended the active phase by that agreement of military operation, leading to the deployment of Russian forces under the name of peacekeeping forces to Azerbaijani Karabakh region, but populated by Armenians. And it also deployed its forces to the land corridor, which is connecting Azerbaijan and Armenia. So this trilateral agreement was unique, and it was not just a ceasefire agreement, but it is an agreement which laid down the opportunities for peaceful development in the entire region. Under the agreement, Azerbaijan restored its sovereignty in all 7 districts, but Russia's presence is stipulated by the agreement, initially for 5 years, but its prolongation, I believe, will depend upon the development in the region. So there is a joint Russian-Turkish mission as well for monitoring the ceasefire agreement in distance. So far, these separatist groups are still exist in the under Russian umbrella, where Russian peacekeeping forces are stationed. But this issue is still the most debated issue in Azerbaijan. Azerbaijani president is determined not to grant any other status for those ethnic Armenians living in this area, in the Karabakh region. We consider them as Azerbaijani citizens, and we believe that they should have the same status as rest of population, as the rest of Azerbaijani population have. So Armenian side still hope for territorial political status for these Armenians in Karabakh, which is actually right now is amounted to 40,000 people. We believe that, but we believe that Azerbaijani citizenship is best way for security and economic prosperity for all citizens living there, out there. There is greater consensus on this issue in Azerbaijani society. Azerbaijan believes that the war is over and peace building and reconstruction activities should take momentum. But Minsk Group co-chairman countries of France and US are unhappy with unilateral role of Russia and greater influence of Turkey in the region. And for that reason, they wanted to start Minsk Group activities, occasionally sounding and supporting Armenian claims. Azerbaijan is rejecting such demands for any status negotiations. For example, France, as a co-chair, completely has lost its credibility in Azerbaijan, and no one wants to see France as a co-chair again. US government now is heavily influenced by Armenian lobby groups in the US, and the top leadership of the administration had always had cordial relations with Armenian lobby groups for electoral success. For that reason, we don't believe that they are neutral mediators, even though we don't need any mediators right now. So Russia is much pragmatic and is also, Russia also rejects such negotiations at this stage, but I believe it's also dictated by their own interests as well, and their position might be changed in the future. But Azerbaijani determination and political will can play a pivotal role in all these issues. During the military campaign, Azerbaijan received great political moral support from Turkey, and Turkish leadership firm and strong support of Azerbaijan has been a major obstacle for any third country's intervention. Turkish modern weapons and such as drones of Bayraktar played an essential role in destroying Armenian targets. It was a new style of war in world military history. And now the leading powers, as you are well aware, military powers, leading powers of the world are learning the Azerbaijani methods, war methods and capabilities of Turkish drones in modern warfare. So Azerbaijan showed its performance due to its years of training in Turkish schools and by Turkish instructors training in Azerbaijani military schools. Modern weapons of Israel provided to Azerbaijan played essential role during the war campaign in line with Turkish. Azerbaijan army is well equipped with modern technologies produced in Israel. We received great political and moral support from Pakistan, its government and people of Pakistan, and the now military-to-military relations with Pakistan is inspired now. Back to the agreement signed in November.
Would you round up, sir?
Yes.
Would you please round up? Yeah.
One of the provisions of the agreement is opening of all regional communication routes, which will allow land road to the rest of Azerbaijan, that is Nakhchivan, and from Turkey to Nakhchivan, and from there to Baku and to Central Asian republics. And from this opening of transportation links, all regional states can benefit, especially Armenia can use Azerbaijani territories to Russia and Iran can also benefit this route, and Russia can also use it via Azerbaijan to Nakhchivan and from there to Turkey and even to Armenia. Azerbaijani relations, cooperation with Georgia, and how many minutes do I have?
Finished.
Okay. Just 1 minute. And okay, but Azerbaijani security relationship, I would say, with NATO, I think will continue despite now the increased leverage of Russia over Azerbaijan. But Azerbaijan is not a member of Russia-dominated CSTO and there is not a member of Eurasia Economic Union. But overall attitude in Azerbaijan is not in favor of joining to this organization. But I believe that Azerbaijan will continue its cooperation with NATO, but with no agenda for NATO membership. But
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, just a little roundup. Minsk Group lost its legitimacy for Azerbaijan. France is the best friend of Armenians, they declared it. The United States, Armenian lobby is very strong in the USA. The USA cannot be pro-Azerbaijan. Russia is practical, as the professor said. So that is number one. Number two, as Fatih Sultan Mehmet, the conqueror of Istanbul, opened a new era in human history with his guns, now the Turkish Republic, with its Bayraktar drones, as many Western military leaders say, has opened a new era of modern warfare with the drone technology. That is another point to make. And then I was Consul General of Turkey in Nakhchivan in the 90 years, in the years 98, 2000. So I know that any corridor from Nakhchivan to Baku, which would be working well, as the professor said, will be for the benefit of Iran, Russia, Turkey, all of Central Asia, all the way to China. So with these words, we come to the next speaker. Let me check it. Okay, Mr. Ferhan Oral, please, the floor is yours.
Greetings from all distinguished participants. Concerning my, first of all, thank you very much for ANKASAM for organizing this online conference, and Professor Erol for inviting me. Concerning my topic, I'm going to provide you a brief overview, first on the strategic importance of the Caspian region and its hub function between Central Asia and the Caucasus, then current and planned pipeline projects, the meaning of energy and transit security for regional countries and the European Union, and finally my conclusions. Some portions of my brief may overlap with the first speakers. I will try to skip those portions. And in order to not miss anything, I'll stick to my text. The Caspian region's strategic importance was lying in its abundance of energy resources before the collapse of the Soviet Union. But today, in addition to those resources, its importance on transit function to connect Central Asia's resources with the rest of the world increased excessively. Also, the connective role of the energy and transit security through the Caucasus, the Caspian, Central Asia, Southern Asia corridor contributed to the stability and prosperity of the region increasingly. Within the context of rising Asia, Central Asia's importance increased, but it is necessary to understand that the whole region from Central Asia to the Caucasus is inseparable, and the Caspian has a unifier role between that corridor. Another point that needs emphasis concerning the energy and transit security in the region is, although Russia and China come to the forefront, India and Pakistan are also countries to pay attention to due to their roles in terms of energy security in the region. After this background information, I'm going to mention the oil and gas projects in the region. The first example of cooperation among the regional countries is the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan BTC pipeline. It links Azerbaijan's Sangachal terminal on the shores of the Caspian Sea to the Ceyhan Marine Terminal on Turkish Mediterranean coast via Georgia since June 2006. Starting in October 2013, British Petroleum, which is the operator of the pipeline project, has also resumed transportation of some volumes of Tengiz crude oil from Kazakhstan through the BTC pipeline. Other significant crude oil pipeline projects are the Caspian Pipeline Consortium to transport Caspian oil from Tengiz field to the Novorossiysk 2 marine terminal on Russia's Black Sea coast. The Baku-Novorossiysk pipeline, also known as the Northern Route, transporting oil through Georgia and world markets from Novorossiysk via the Turkish Straits. With regards to the energy cooperation in terms of natural gas transfer in the region, The Southern Gas Corridor project, aiming to increase and diversify the European energy supply by bringing gas resources from the Caspian Sea to markets in Europe, has a significant importance. The Southern Gas Corridor comprises the operations of the South Caucasus pipeline and its expansion, the Trans-Anatolian Natural Gas Pipeline TANAP project, passing through Turkey from east to west, ends in Greek border of Turkey, and the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline TAP project lies to Italy by passing through Greece and Albania to carry the natural gas to European countries. Among those subsystems, TANAP started its operation in mid-2018 and TAP at the end of 2020. Another potential gas project is the Trans-Caspian Gas Project, as the first speaker of session mentioned already, aimed to transport natural gas from Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan to EU member countries, circumventing both Russia and Iran. This project attracts significant interest since it will connect vast Turkmen gas resources to major consumer geographies as Turkey and Europe. One of the reasons for not realizing this project yet was the disagreement on the Caspian Sea's legal status, whether it's sea or lake. And discussions have lasted for decades, while from time to time triggering diplomatic problems between the littoral states. In 2018, the Caspian Sea Treaty was signed among the 5 littoral states on the status of the Caspian Sea to bring forward solutions on the delimitation of the seabed and construction of the Trans-Caspian project. According to the convention, the Caspian Sea is divided into internal and territorial waters, fishery zones, and common maritime space. We know that already, as mentioned the first speaker, as per the treaty, Russia and Iran has some environmental concerns. But apart from those concerns, there are other issues such as the will of Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan and the financing issue of the project. Another milestone in the historic process was a memorandum of understanding on joint exploration and development of the Dostluk oil and natural gas field in the Caspian Sea between Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, signed at the beginning of this year, strengthening the ties between the two countries. The new agreement increases the prospects of a larger export of Turkmen gas via the Southern Gas Corridor, and this cooperation can provide an opportunity to realize Trans-Caspian Gas Project, which could be linked with the TANAP as part of the Southern Gas Corridor. Another aspect of the energy transport through the Caspian to Europe is its link with the Middle Corridor of the Belt and Road Initiative. This will support the energy security of the Middle Corridor while creating opportunities for East-West connection through the Caspian. Now I'm going to briefly mention about the energy security. Energy politics of the Caspian are determined by the producers in the region and regional and global powers through competition and cooperation. And competitiveness is also one of the objectives of the European Union's energy policy, together with security supply and sustainability. In general, energy security is defined as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. And security of transit means threats to energy infrastructure that may occur at all scales, from individual acts of crime, sabotage, or terrorism and cyber attacks up to major interstate and regional wars. The significance of enhanced energy security must be seen from both supply and demand perspectives, which are mutually supportive. The best way to procure the energy supply security is to diversify the supply options, meaning the greater the number of suppliers, the better for the energy market. That's why the political tensions in the Middle East created for the West the tendency of reduction in dependency for the energy from this region, while consequently raising the interest in Central Asia and the Caspian states. Now coming to the last part of my brief, the conclusions. The first and most important conclusion is that Caspian region has a great importance within the cooperation between Central Asia and the Caucasus in terms of energy and transit security. Secondly, contrary to expectations, the Caspian Sea Treaty has not resolved all the problems in the region. The construction of the project is not only dependent on the will of Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, but also the political and financial support of EU and the US. Finally, different actors have different and potential roles and expectations, such as China to add more substance to its ambitious Belt and Road initiative and not to be left out of the Trans-Caspian Gas project. Moreover, it also can get access to Turkey if it becomes a part of the project. The EU has two primary interests concerning Trans-Caspian Gas project. Firstly, to reduce its dependence on Russian energy imports, and secondly, to enhance its geopolitical presence in the Caspian region by being directly involved in this project. But concrete steps are needed, such as funding. And last but not least, the most straightforward route for gas from the Caspian region to Europe is via Turkey. And in the current geopolitical situation, Turkey plays a key role as an energy transporting country between the Caspian, Caucasus, and Europe. This concludes my brief, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ora. Cooperation in the field of energy, especially with Turkey and Russia, among Turkey and Russia, is one of the best examples in cooperation in the world. Both gain from the projects we have. Now, coming to the Caucasus, now Europe wants to be independent of Russian gas, as the United States warns it. But we do know that even tiny Armenia wanted to disrupt our gas lines in Georgia from the Caspian to Ceyhan. So we have a little corridor, you can call it our throat in the Caucasus. Even little Armenia wanted to disrupt it. So we are not completely free of Russian interference in our energy. It can come in any time through Georgia and do anything it wants if it pleases to do so. Russian interference in Georgia, we do have the experience of it. So we have to convince all the parties that stability in the Caucasus